Then Germany had gone to war because she felt threatened. Now Great Britain and France were responding to the danger presented by her expansion. They felt threatened this time. To the surprise of many observers, the first 6 months of the war were almost uneventful, once the short Polish campaign was over. It was quickly plain that mechanized forces and air power were to play a much more important part than between 1914 and 1918. The memory of the slaughter of the Somme and Verdun was too vivid for the British and French to plan anything but an economic offensive. The weapon of blockade, they hoped, would be effective against Germany. Hitler was unwilling to disturb them because he was anxious to make peace. This deadlock was only broken when the British wished to intensify the blockade in Scandinavian waters. This coincided remarkably with a German offensive to secure ore supplies, which conquered Norway and Denmark. Its launching on the 9th of April 1940 opened an astonishing period of fighting. Only a month later there began a brilliant German invasion, first of the Low Countries and then of France. A powerful armoured attack through the Ardennes opened the way to the division of the Allied armies and the capture of Paris. On the 22nd of June, France signed an armistice with the Germans. By the end of the month, the whole European coast from the Pyrenees to the North Cape was in German hands, and Italy had joined in on the German side. A new French government at Vichy broke off relations with Great Britain after the British had seized or destroyed French warships they felt might fall into German hands. The Third Republic effectively came to an end with the installation of a French marshal, a hero of the First World War, as head of state. With no ally left on the continent, Great Britain faced a worse strategical situation by far than that in which she had struggled against Napoleon. This was a huge change in the nature of the war. It was not exactly true that Great Britain was alone. There were the Dominions, all of which had entered the war on her side, and a number of governments in exile from the overrun continent. Some of these commanded forces of their own, and Norwegians, Danes, Dutchmen, Belgians, and Poles were to fight gallantly, often with decisive effect, in the years ahead. The most important exiled contingents were those of the French, but they represented a faction within France, not its legal government. A general who had left France before the armistice and was condemned to death in absentia was their leader, de Gaulle. He was recognized by the British as leader of the Free French. He saw himself as the custodian of France's interests and honor, and soon began to show an independence which was in the end to make him the greatest servant of France since Clemenceau. De Gaulle's position was important because of uncertainties about what might happen to parts of the French Empire, where he hoped to find sympathizers who wished to join him to continue the fight. This was one way in which the war was now extended geographically. Another resulted from Italy's entry into the war, since her African possessions and the Mediterranean sea lanes then became operational areas. Finally, the availability of Atlantic and Scandinavian ports meant that what was later called the Battle of the Atlantic, the German struggle to sever British sea communications by submarine, surface, and air attack, was now bound to become much fiercer. Immediately, the British Isles faced direct attack. The hour had already found the man to brace the nation against such a challenge. Winston Churchill, after a long and checkered political career, had become Prime Minister when the Norwegian campaign collapsed, because no other man commanded support in all parties in the House of Commons. To the coalition government which he immediately formed he gave vigorous leadership, something hitherto felt to be lacking. More important than this, he called forth in his people, whom he addressed frequently by radio, qualities they had forgotten they possessed. It was soon clear that only defeat after direct assault was going to get the British out of the war. This was even more certain after a great air battle over southern England in August and September had been won by British science and the Royal Air Force. For a moment, Englishmen knew the pride and relief of the Greeks after Marathon. It was true, as Churchill said in a much-quoted speech, that never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few. The victory made a German seaborne invasion impossible, though a successful one was always unlikely. It also established that Great Britain could not be defeated by bombardment alone. The islands had a bleak outlook ahead, but this victory changed the direction of the war, for it was the beginning of a period in which a variety of influences turned German attention in another direction. In December 1940, planning began for a German invasion of Russia. By that winter, Russia had made further gains to her west, apparently with an eye to securing a glacis against a future German attack. A war against Finland gave her important strategic areas. The Baltic states were swallowed in 1940. Bessarabia, which Romania had taken from Russia in 1918, was now taken back, together with the northern Bukovina. In the last case, Stalin was going beyond Tsarist boundaries. The German decision to attack Russia arose in part because of some disagreements about the future direction of Russian expansion. Germany sought to keep Russia away from the Balkans and the Straits. It was also aimed at demonstrating by a quick overthrow of Russia that further British war-making was pointless. But there was also a deep personal element in the decision. Hitler had always sincerely and fanatically detested Bolshevism and maintained that the Slavs, a racially inferior group, should provide Germans with living space and raw materials in the East. This was a last, perverted vision of the old struggle of the Teuton to impose Western civilization on the Slav East. Many Germans responded to such a theme. It was to justify more appalling atrocities than any earlier crusading myth. In a brief spring campaign, which provided an overture to the Holocaust ahead, the Germans overran Yugoslavia and Greece, with which Italian forces had been unhappily engaged since October 1940. Once again, British arms were driven from the mainland of Europe. Crete, too, was taken by a spectacular airborne assault. Now, all was ready for Barbarossa, as the great onslaught on Russia was named, after a crusading German emperor of the Middle Ages. The attack was launched on the 22nd of June 1941 and had huge early successes. Vast numbers of prisoners were taken, and the Russian armies fell back hundreds of miles. The German advance guard came within a narrow margin of entering Moscow. But that margin was not quite eliminated, and by Christmas the first successful Russian counterattacks had announced that, in fact, Germany was pinned down. German strategy had lost the initiative. If the British and Russians could hold on, and if they could keep an alliance with one another, then, failing a radical technical modification of the war by the discovery of new weapons of great power, their access to American production would inexorably increase their strength. This did not, of course, mean that they would inevitably defeat Germany, only that they might bring her to negotiate terms. The American president was clear that Great Britain had to be supported up to the limits permitted by his own public and the law of neutrality. In fact, he went well beyond both at times. By the summer of 1941, Hitler knew that to all intents and purposes the United States was an undeclared enemy. A crucial step had been the American Lend-Lease Act of March that year, which provided production and services to the Allies without payment. Soon afterwards, the American government extended naval patrols and the protection of its shipping further eastward into the Atlantic. After the invasion of Russia came a meeting between Churchill and Roosevelt, which resulted in a statement of shared principles, the Atlantic Charter, in which a nation at war and another formerly at peace spoke of the needs of a post-war world after the final destruction of the Nazi tyranny. This was a long way from isolationism and was the background to Hitler's second fateful but foolish decision of 1941, a declaration of war on the United States on the 11th of December, after a Japanese attack on British and American territories 4 days earlier. Hitler had earlier promised the Japanese to do this. The war thus became global. The British and American declarations of war on Japan might have left two separate wars to rage, with only Great Britain engaged in both. Hitler's action threw away the chance that American power might have been kept out of Europe and deployed only in the Pacific. Few single acts have so marked the end of an epoch, for this announced the eclipse of European affairs. Europe's future would now be settled not by her own efforts, but by the two great powers on her flanks, the United States and Soviet Russia. The Japanese decision was also a rash one, though the logic of Japanese policy had long pointed towards conflict with the United States. Japan's ties with Germany and Italy, though they had some propaganda value for both sides, did not amount to much in practice. What mattered in the timing of Japanese policy was the resolution of debates in Tokyo about the danger, or lack of it, of a challenge to the United States which must involve war. The crux of the matter was that Japan's needs for a successful conclusion of the war in China included oil, which she could only obtain with the tacit consent of the United States that Japan was to destroy China. This no American government could have given. Instead, in October 1941, the American government imposed an embargo on all trade by United States citizens with Japan. There followed the last stages of a process which had its origins in the ascendancy established in Japan by reactionary and militant forces in the 1930s. The question had by this time become for the Japanese military planners purely a strategic and technical one, since they would have to take the resources in Southeast Asia, which they needed by force. All that had to be settled was the nature of the war against the United States and its timing. Such a decision was fundamentally irrational, for the chances of ultimate success were very small. Once arguments of national honor had won at this point, though, the final calculations about the best point and moment of attack were carefully made. The choice was made to strike as hard a blow as possible against American sea power at the outset, in order to gain the maximum freedom of movement in the Pacific and South China Sea. The result was the onslaught of the 7th of December, whose centerpiece was an air attack on the American fleet at Pearl Harbor, which was one of the most brilliantly conceived and executed operations in the history of warfare. By mischance, it fell just short of complete success, for it did not destroy American naval air power, though it gave the Japanese for months the strategical freedom they sought. This failure was fatal. After it, the Japanese faced a prolonged war they were bound to lose in the end. Pearl Harbor united Americans as little else could have done. Isolationism could virtually be considered dead on the 8th of December. Roosevelt had a nation behind him, as Wilson never had. When a few Japanese bombs fell on the American mainland, it was obvious that this was much more truly a world war than the first had been. The German operations in the Balkans had by the time of Pearl Harbor left Europe with only 4 neutral countries: Spain, Portugal, Sweden, and Switzerland. The war in North Africa raged back and forth between Libya and Egypt. It was extended to Syria by the arrival there of a German mission, and to Iraq when a nationalist government supported by German aircraft was removed by a British force. Iran had been occupied by the British and Russians in 1941. In Africa, Ethiopia was liberated and the Italian colonial empire destroyed. With the opening of the Far Eastern War, the Japanese wrought destruction on the colonial empires there, too. Within a few months they took Indonesia, Indochina, Malaya, the Philippines. They pressed through Burma towards the Indian border, and were soon bombing the North Australian port of Darwin from New Guinea. Meanwhile, the naval war was fought by German submarine forces, aircraft and surface raiders, all over the Atlantic, Arctic, Mediterranean and Indian Ocean. Only a tiny minority of countries were left outside this struggle. Its demands were colossal and carried much further the mobilization of whole societies than had the First World War. The role of the United States was decisive. Her huge manufacturing power made the material preponderance of the United Nations, as the coalition of states fighting the Germans, the Italians, and Japanese was called from the beginning of 1942, incontestable. Nonetheless, the way ahead was still a hard one. The first part of 1942 was still very bleak for the United Nations. Then came the turning point in 4 great and very different battles. In June, a Japanese fleet attacking Midway Island was broken in a battle fought largely by aircraft. Japanese losses in carriers and air crews were such that she never regained the strategical initiative, and the long American counterattack in the Pacific now began to unroll. At the beginning of November, the British army in Egypt decisively defeated the Germans and Italians and began a march west, which was to end with the eviction of the enemy from all North Africa the following May. The Battle of El Alamein had coincided with landings by Anglo-American forces in French North Africa, which had subsequently moved eastwards. At the end of the year, the Russians had bottled up, at Stalingrad on the Volga, a German army rashly exposed by Hitler. The remnants surrendered in February in the most demoralizing defeat yet suffered in Russia, and yet one which was only part of 3 splendid months of winter advance, which marked the turning point of the war in Russia. The other great Allied victory has no specific date, but was as important as any of these. This was the Battle of the Atlantic. Its peak came in the early months of 1942. In March, nearly 850,000 tons of shipping were lost, and 6 U-boats were sunk. 6 months later, the figures were 560,000 tons and 11 U-boats. The tide had turned, though there was still hard fighting ahead. At the end of the year, nearly 8 million tons of shipping had been lost for 87 U-boats sunk. In 1943, the figures were 3.25 million tons and 237 U-boats. This was the most crucial battle of all for the Allies, for on it depended their ability to draw on American production. Command of the sea also made possible re-entry to Europe. Roosevelt had agreed to give priority to the defeat of Germany, but the mounting of an invasion of France to take the strain off the Russian armies could not in the end be managed before 1944, and this angered the Russians. When it came, the Anglo-American invasion of northern France in June 1944 was the greatest seaborne expedition in history. Mussolini had by then been overthrown by Italians, and Italy had already been invaded from the south. Now Germany was fighting on 3 fronts. Soon after the landings in Normandy, the Russians entered Poland. Going faster than their allies, it still took them until next April to reach Berlin. In the west, Allied forces had broken out of Italy into Central Europe, and from the Low Countries into northern Germany. Almost incidentally, terrible destruction had been inflicted on the German cities by a great air offensive attack, which, until the last few months of the war, exercised no decisive strategic effect. When, on the 30th of April, the man who had ignited this conflagration killed himself in a bunker in the ruins of Berlin, historic Europe was literally, as well as figuratively, in ruins. The war in the Far East took a little longer. At the beginning of August 1945, the Japanese government knew it must be defeated. Many of Japan's former conquests had been retrieved. Her cities were devastated by American bombing, and her sea power, on which communication and safety from invasion rested, was in ruins. At this moment, 2 nuclear weapons of a destructive power hitherto unapproached were dropped with terrible effect on 2 Japanese cities by the Americans. Between the explosions, the Russians declared war on Japan. On the 2nd of September, the Japanese government abandoned its plan of a suicidal last-ditch stand and signed an instrument of surrender. The Second World War had come to an end. In its immediate aftermath, it was difficult to measure the colossal extent of what happened. Only one clear and unambiguous good was at once visible: the overthrow of the Nazi regime. As the Allied armies advanced into Europe, the deepest evils of a system of terror and torture were revealed by the opening of the huge prison camps and the revelations of what went on in them. It was suddenly apparent that Churchill had spoken no more than the bare truth when he told his countrymen that, if we fail, then the whole world, including the United States, including all that we have known and cared for, will sink into the abyss of a new dark age made more sinister and perhaps more protracted by the lights of perverted science. The reality of this threat could be seen in Belsen and Buchenwald. Distinctions could hardly be meaningful between degrees of atrocity inflicted on political prisoners, slave laborers from other countries, or some prisoners of war. But the world's imagination was most struck by the systematic attempt which had been made to wipe out European Jewry, The so-called final solution sought by Germans, an attempt which was carried far enough to change the demographic map. The Polish Jews were almost obliterated, and Dutch Jews too suffered heavily in proportion to their numbers. Overall, though complete figures may never be available, it is probable that between 5 and 6 million Jews were killed, whether in the gas chambers and crematoria of the extermination camps, by shootings and extermination on the spot in East and Southeast Europe, or by overwork and hunger. Few people, and no nations, had engaged in the war because they saw it as a struggle against such wickedness, though no doubt many of them were heartened as it proceeded by the sense that the conflict had a moral dimension. Propaganda contributed to this. Even while England was the only nation on her feet and fighting for her survival, a democratic society had sought to see in the struggle positive ends which went beyond survival and beyond the destruction of Nazism. Hopes of a new world of cooperation between great powers and social and economic reconstruction were embodied in the Atlantic Charter and United Nations. They were encouraged by sentimental goodwill towards allies, which terribly blurred differences of interest and social ideals, only too quickly to re-emerge. Much of wartime rhetoric boomeranged badly as disillusionment followed inspection of the world after the guns were silent. Yet, for all this, the war of 1939–45 in Europe remains a moral struggle in a way, perhaps, in which no other has ever been. It is important to emphasize this because so much has been heard of the regrettable consequences of Allied victory. What was indisputably achieved was the overthrow of the worst challenge to liberal civilization which has ever arisen. Some far-sighted men could see a deep irony in this. Germany had been one of the most progressive countries in Europe, the embodiment of many of the most central features of its civilization. That Germany should fall prey to collective derangement on this scale suggested that something had been wrong at the root of that civilization itself. The crimes of Nazism had been carried out not in a fit of barbaric intoxication with conquest, but in a systematic, scientific, controlled, bureaucratic way, about which there was little that was irrational except the appalling end which it sought. In this respect, the Asian War was totally different. Japanese imperialism replaced the old Western imperialism for a time, but often the subject peoples did not much regret the change. Propaganda during the war attempted to give currency to the notion of a fascist Japan, but this was a distortion of so traditional a society's character. No such appalling consequences as faced European nations under German rule would have followed from a Japanese victory. The second obvious result of the war, which showed itself at once, was its unparalleled destructiveness. It was most visible in the devastated cities of Germany and Japan, where mass aerial bombing, one of the major innovations of the Second World War, proved much more destructive of life and buildings than had been the bombing of Spanish cities in the Spanish Civil War. Yet even the primitive and limited incursions of those days into this new form of warfare had then convinced many observers that bombing alone could bring a country to its knees. In fact, although often invaluable in combination with other forms of fighting, the huge strategic bombing offensive against Germany built up by the British Royal Air Force from 1942 onwards, and steadily supplemented by the United States Air Force up to the point at which the combined bomber forces could provide a target with continuous day and night bombing, achieved very little until the last few months of the war. Nor was the destruction of the Japanese cities strategically so important as the elimination of her sea power. Not only cities had been shattered by bombing, the communications of Central Europe had also been grievously stricken. In 1945, millions of refugees were wandering about in it, trying to get home. There was a grave danger of famine and epidemic because of the difficulty of supplying food. The tremendous problems of 1918 were upon Europe again, and this time confronted nations demoralized by defeat and occupation. Only the neutrals and Great Britain had escaped them. After fighting all over the continent, there were abundant arms in private hands, and a revolutionary threat could be feared. These conditions could also be found in Asia, but there the physical destruction was less severe and prospects of recovery better. In Europe, too, the revolutionary political impact of the war was obvious in 1945. The power structure, which had been a reality until 1914, and had an illusory prolongation of life between the two world wars, was doomed in 1941. Two great peripheral powers dominated Europe politically and were established militarily in its heart. Once again, important new differences would separate the paths followed by the continent's eastern and western halves. Once again, a Trieste-Baltic line became a reality. To the east of it, in 1945, were revived states, all of which had communist governments or governments in which communists shared power with others. All of them had been overrun by the Russian army, which proved itself a far better instrument for the extension of international communism than revolution had ever been. Above all, Germany, the centre of the old power structure, had effectively ceased to exist. A phase of European history which she had dominated as at others before her was at an end, and Bismarck's creation was partitioned into zones occupied by the Russians, Americans, British and French. The other major political units of Western Europe had reconstituted themselves after occupation and defeat, but were feeble. Italy, which had changed sides after Mussolini had been overthrown, had, like France, a much strengthened and enlarged communist party, which, it could not be forgotten, was still committed to the revolutionary overthrow of capitalism. Only Great Britain retained her stature of 1939 in the world's eyes, and it was certainly enhanced morally by her solitary stand in 1940 and 1941. She remained for a while the recognized equal of Russia and the United States. Formerly, this was true of France and China too, but less attention was paid to them. Yet Great Britain's moment was past. By a huge effort of mobilizing her resources and social life to a degree unequaled outside Stalin's Russia, she had been able to retain her standing. But she had been let out of a strategic impasse only by the German attack on Russia, and kept afloat only by the American Lend-Lease, which made available resources she could otherwise not have called upon. And this aid had not been without its costs. The Americans had insisted on the sale of British overseas assets to meet the bills of the United Kingdom before it was forthcoming. Moreover, the sterling area was dislocated too. American capital was now to move into the old dominions on a large scale. Those dominions had learnt new lessons both from their new wartime strength and, paradoxically, from their weakness insofar as they had relied upon the mother country for their defence. From 1945, they more and more acted with full as well as formal independence. It only took a few years for this huge change in the position of the greatest of the old imperial powers to become clear. Symbolically, when Great Britain made her last great military effort in Europe in 1944, the expedition was commanded by an American general, and though British forces in Europe for a few months afterwards matched the Americans, they were, by the end of the war, outnumbered. In the Far East, too, though the British reconquered Burma, the defeat of Japan was the achievement of American naval and air power. For all his close relationship and sympathy with Churchill, Roosevelt was, by the end of the war, negotiating over his head with Stalin, proposing inter alia the dismantling of the British Empire. Great Britain, for all her huge efforts and the moral prestige she gained by standing alone in 1940, had not escaped the shattering impact of the war on Europe's political structure. Indeed, she was in some ways the power which, with Germany, illustrated it best. Thus was registered in Europe the passing of the European supremacy evident also at its periphery. British forces secured Dutch and French territories in time to hand them back to their former owners and prevent the seizure of power by anti-colonial regimes. But fighting almost immediately began, and it was clear that the imperial powers would have difficulties ahead. The year 1945 is therefore not a good place at which to pause. Reality was still in some degree masked by appearance, and some people could still not see that, at least in political and economic terms, the European age was, for the visible future, over. 6. The shaping of a new world. During the war, many decisions had been taken about the post-war world. One of the most important had been that there should be an international organization with the aim of maintaining international peace. The fact that the great powers saw such an organization in different ways, the Americans as a beginning to the regulation of international life by law, and the Russians as a means of keeping the Grand Alliance in being, did not prevent them pressing forward, so that the United Nations organization could come into being at San Francisco in 1945. Much thought naturally had been given to the lessons of the League of Nations, which had not come up to expectations. One great defect of the League was remedied in 1945. The United States and Russia were members of the new organization from the start. Apart from this, the basic structure of the United Nations reproduced that of the League in outline, in consisting of two essential organs, a small council and a large assembly. Permanent representatives of all member states were to sit in the General Assembly. The Security Council had at first 11 members, of whom 5 were permanent. These were the representatives of the United States, Russia, Great Britain, France, at the insistence of Winston Churchill, and China. The Security Council was given greater power than the old League Council, and this was largely the doing of the Russians. They saw that there was a strong likelihood that they would always be outvoted in the General Assembly, where at first 51 nations were represented. Because the United States could rely not only on the votes of its allies, but also on those of its Latin American satellites. Naturally, not all the smaller powers liked this strengthening of the body, which would have the last word, and in which the great powers would carry the main weight. Nevertheless, the structure the great powers wanted was adopted, as indeed it had to be if any organization was to work at all. They agreed less easily with one another about the other main issue, which caused grave constitutional dispute, the giving of a veto power to the permanent members of the Security Council. But this was a necessary feature if the great powers were to accept the organization, and in the end the veto was restricted somewhat, in that a permanent member could not prevent investigation and discussion of matters which affected it especially, unless they were likely to lead to action inimical to its interests. In theory, the Security Council possessed very great powers, but of course their operation was bound to reflect political reality. In the end, the greatest importance of the United Nations was to prove to lie not in its power to act, but in the forum it provided for discussion. For the first time, a world public linked, as never before, by radio and film, and later by television, would have to be presented with a case made at the General Assembly for what sovereign states did. This was something quite new. The United Nations gave a new dimension to international politics rather than a new instrumentation for dealing with its problems. Sometimes this produced feelings of sterility, as increasingly bitter and unyielding views were set out in debates which changed no one's mind. But even in these, an educational force was at work, and it was especially important that it was soon decided that the permanent seat of the General Assembly should be in New York, since this drew American attention to it and helped to offset the historic pull of isolationism. The first meeting of the United Nations General Assembly was held in London in 1946. Bitter debates began at once. Attention was drawn to the Russian failure to withdraw its soldiers from the Iranian territory of Azerbaijan, occupied during the war, and the Russians at once replied by attacking Great Britain for keeping her forces in Greece. Within a few days, the first veto was cast by the Russians. There were to be many more. The instrument which the Americans and British had regarded and continued to use as an extraordinary measure for the protection of special interests became a normal piece of Russian diplomatic technique. Already in 1946, the United Nations was an arena. In it, Russia contended with a still inchoate Western Bloc, which her policies were to do much to solidify. Though it has become fashionable to trace the origins of conflict between the United States and Russia back a very long way, the British government in the later years of the war had felt that the Americans made too many concessions to Russia and were over-friendly. Of course, there was always a fundamental ideological division. If the Russians had not always had a deep preconception about the roots of behavior of capitalist societies, they would certainly have behaved differently after 1945 towards their wartime ally. It is also true that evidence could be found that some Americans always deeply distrusted Russia and saw her as a revolutionary threat to their own society, though this did not mean that they had significant impact in the makings of American policy. In 1945, when the war ended, American distrust of Russian intentions was much less than it later became. Of the two states, the more suspicious and wary was Russia. At that moment, Russia and the United States were the only great powers left. For all the legal fictions expressed in the composition of the Security Council, Great Britain was gravely overstrained, France barely risen from the living death of occupation. She was also plagued by internal divisions and a large communist party which threatened her stability. Italy had discovered that new divisions had been added to old ones which still troubled her. Japan was occupied and militarily powerless, while China had never yet been a great power in modern times. The Americans and Russians, therefore, enjoyed an immense superiority over all possible rivals. Moreover, they were the only real victors. They alone had made positive gains from the war. All the other victorious states had, at the most, one survival or resurrection. To the United States and Russia, the war brought huge new empires. Though Russia's had been won at huge cost, she now had greater strength than she'd ever known under the Tsars. Russian armies dominated a huge European glacis, much of which was formerly Russian territory. The rest was organized in states which were by 1948 in every sense satellites. This area included Germany's second greatest industrial region. Beyond it lay Yugoslavia and Albania, the only communist states to emerge since the war without the help of Russian occupation. In 1945, both seemed assured allies of Moscow. Russia's advantageous position owed most to the fighting of the Red Army, but also something to decisions taken by both Western governments and by their commander in Europe during the closing stages of the war, General Eisenhower, who had resisted pressure to get to Prague and Berlin before the Russians. The resulting Russian strategical preponderance in Central Europe was all the more menacing because no conceivable land power existed as a counterweight. The old traditional barriers to Russian power, provided by a Habsburg Empire and a strong Prussia, had gone. An exhausted Great Britain and slowly reviving France could not be expected to stand up to the Red Army. Russian armies also stood in 1945 on the borders of Turkey and Greece, where a communist rising was underway, and still occupied northern Persia. In the Far East, they had held much of Xinjiang, Mongolia, northern Korea, and the naval base of Port Arthur, as well as liberating the rest of Manchuria. Then the only territory they actually took from Japan was the southern half of the island of Sakhalin and the Kurils. The rest of these gains were effectively at China's expense. Yet in China, there was already visible at the end of the war the possibility of a new communist state. Stalin might have backed the wrong horse there in the past, but the Chinese communists could not hope for moral and material help from anyone else, and it seemed that in Asia, too, a new Russian satellite might be in the making. The new scale of the United States world power rested much less on occupation of territory, though she, too, had at the end of the war a garrison in the heart of Europe, and naval and air bases round much of the Eurasian landmass. Though Russia was a far greater Asian power than ever before, the elimination of Japanese naval power, together with the acquisition of island airfields and technological changes which made huge fleet trains possible, had turned the Pacific Ocean into an American lake. Finally, Hiroshima and Nagasaki had demonstrated the power of the new weapon which the United States alone possessed, the atomic bomb. The deepest roots of American empire nevertheless lay elsewhere, above all in her economic strength. Apart from the land power of the Red Army, the decisive material factor behind the Allied victory had been the overwhelming industrial power of the United States. She had equipped not only her own huge forces, but those of her allies. Moreover, victory had cost her little by comparison with them. American casualties were relatively fewer than theirs. Even those of the United Kingdom were heavier in relation to population, and those of Russia colossally so. The home base of the United States had been immune to enemy attack in any but a derisory sense, and was undamaged. Her fixed capital was intact, her resources little depleted. She was a great creditor country, with capital to invest abroad in a world where no one else could supply it. Her citizens had actually seen their standard of living rise during the war. The armament program ended a depression which had not been mastered by the New Deal. Finally, America's old commercial and political rivals were soon staggering under the troubles of recovery. Their economies drifted into the ambit of the American because of their own lack of resources. The result was a worldwide surge of indirect American power, its beginnings visible even before the war ended. Something of the future, implicit in the great power polarization, could already be seen dimly before the fighting stopped in Europe. It was made clear, for example, that the Russians would not be allowed to participate in the occupation of Italy, or the dismantling of her colonial empire, and that the British and Americans were powerless to obtain a Polish settlement other than the one wanted by Stalin. Yet the Americans were not happy about explicit spheres of influence, for all their assertion of the principle in Latin America and the Caribbean. The Russians were more ready to take it as a working basis. There is no need to read back into such divergences, assumptions which became current a few years after the war, when conflict between the two powers was presumed to have been sought from the start by one or other of them. Appearances can be deceptive. For all the power possessed by the United States in 1945, there was little political will to use it. The first concern of American military policy after victory was to achieve as rapid a demobilization as possible. Electors made sure of that. The cutting off of the Lend-Lease arrangements simply weakened allies the United States needed. They were faced with grave enough problems of recovery without having to shoulder those of providing a new security system to replace American strength. Nor could the use of the atomic bomb be envisaged, except in the last resort. It was too powerful. It is much harder to be sure of what was going on in Russia, but it is at least obvious that she had suffered appallingly from the war, more, possibly, even than Germany had done. No one has yet been able to do more than provide rough estimates, but it seems likely that over 20 million Russians may have died. Stalin may well have been much less conscious of his strength than his weakness when the war ended. True, Russian governmental methods relieved him of any need, such as faced Western countries, to demobilize the huge land forces which gave him supremacy on the spot in Europe. But Russia had no atomic bomb, nor a significant strategic bomber force. Stalin's decision to develop nuclear weapons put a further grave strain on the Russian economy, at a time when general economic reconstruction was desperately needed. Some students have judged that the years immediately after the war were as grim for Russians as had been those of the industrialization race of the 1930s. Yet, in 1949, an atomic explosion took place in Russia, and in the following March it was officially announced that she had an atomic weapon. By then, much had changed. Piecemeal, relations between the United States and Russia had deteriorated very badly, and this happened mainly because of Europe, the area most in need of imaginative and coordinated reconstruction in 1945. Europe's destruction has never been accurately measured in the places where it was worst, Germany and Russia. Leaving out the Russians, about 14.25 million Europeans were dead. If they were included, the total might rise as high as 40 million. Those who survived lived amid shattered factories and communications. One estimate is that about 7.5 million dwellings were destroyed in Germany and Russia. There was nothing with which to pay for the imports Europe needed, and currencies were in ruins. Allied occupation forces found that cigarettes and bully beef were better than money. Civilized society had collapsed, not only under the horrors of Nazi warfare, but also because occupation had transformed lying, swindling, cheating, and stealing into acts of virtue. They were not only necessary to survival, but they could be glorified as acts of resistance. The struggles against German occupying forces had bred new divisions. As countries were liberated by the advancing Allied armies, the firing squads got to work in their wake, and old scores were wiped out. It is said that in France more perished in the purification of liberation than in the Great Terror of 1793. Above all, more finally even than in 1918, the economic structure of Europe had disintegrated. European economic life had long had the unity of a machine whose flywheel was industrial Germany. But even if the communications and the productive capacity to restore the machine had been there, the Allies were at first bent on holding down German industrial production to prevent her recovery. Furthermore, Germany was divided. From the start, the Russians had been carrying off capital equipment as reparations to repair their own ravaged lands. As well they might. The Germans had destroyed 39,000 miles of railway track alone in their retreat in Russia, and Russia may have lost a quarter of her gross capital equipment. A political division between Eastern and Western Europe was also coming to be evident before the end of the war, and it would have economic implications. The British in particular had been alarmed by the handling of Poland's future, because it seemed to show that Russia would only tolerate governments in Eastern Europe which were subservient. This was hardly what the Americans had envisaged as freedom for nations in Eastern Europe to choose their own rulers. But until the war was over, neither government nor public opinion in the United States was much concerned or doubted the possibility of coming to reasonable agreement with the Russians. Broadly speaking, Roosevelt was sure that his country could get on with the Russians, given the common ground of fears of a revival of German power, and shared support of anti-colonialism. Neither he nor the American public sensed the historic tendencies of Russian policy in southeastern Europe. They disapproved strongly of British intervention in Greece against the communist guerrillas, who sought to overthrow the monarchy after the German withdrawal. Stalin, on the other hand, did not object. He agreed with Churchill that Great Britain should have a virtually free hand in Greece, in return for Russia having one in Romania. President Truman, who succeeded Roosevelt on his death in April 1945, and his advisers, came to change their views about Russia largely as a result of their experience in Germany. The early omens had been good. The Russians had been punctilious in carrying out their agreement to admit British and American, and later French, armed forces to Berlin and share the administration of the city. There is every indication that they wished Germany to be governed as a unit, as envisaged by the victors of the Potsdam Conference in 1945. They had a powerful incentive in that this would give them a hand in controlling the Ruhr, potentially a treasure house of reparations. Yet the German economy soon bred friction between West and East. Russian efforts to ensure security against German recovery led to the increasing separation in practice of her zone of occupation from that of the three other occupying powers. Probably this was at first intended to provide a solid and reliable, that is, communist, core for a united Germany, but it led in the end to a solution by partition to the German problem, which no one had envisaged. First, the western zones of occupation were, for economic reasons, integrated without the eastern zone. Meanwhile, Russian occupation policy aroused increasing distrust the more it was considered. Its methods of ensuring communist superiority in its zone of Germany seemed to repeat a pattern seen in other Eastern European countries, though there were in 1945 communist majorities only in Bulgaria and Yugoslavia, and elsewhere the communists shared power in coalition governments. It increasingly appeared to outsiders that Eastern European governments could, in fact, do little more than behave as Russian puppets. Something like a bloc was appearing in Eastern Europe in 1946. It is rash to dogmatize about Russian motives at that moment. Stalin obviously feared any reunification of Germany except under a government he could control. Russia had too much historical experience of attack from the West to trust a united Germany. It would always have a potential for aggression, which a satellite could not have, and this would have been true whatever the ideological character of the Russian regime. It only made it worse that a united Germany might be capitalist. Elsewhere, though, more flexibility was shown by the Russians. While they were anxiously organizing Eastern Germany on the Russian side of a line slowly appearing across Europe, they were still in China officially supporting the KMT. In Iran, on the other hand, Anglo-American concern was aroused by the reluctance of Russia to withdraw her forces, as had been agreed. And even when they went, they left behind a satellite communist republic in Azerbaijan, later to be obliterated by the Iranians. By 1947, the Americans were giving Iran military aid. In the Security Council, the Russian veto was more and more employed to frustrate her former allies, and it was clear that the communist parties of Western Europe were manipulated in Russian interests. Stalin's calculations at this moment must remain in doubt, though it seems likely that he was expecting and relying upon economic collapse in the capitalist world. There was still much goodwill for Russia among her former allies. When Winston Churchill drew attention to the increasing division of Europe by an Iron Curtain, he by no means spoke either for all his countrymen or for his American audience. Yet though the British Labour government elected in 1945 was at first hopeful that left could speak to left, it soon came to be more sceptical. British and American policy began to converge during 1946, as it became clear that the British intervention in Greece had in fact made possible free elections, and as American officials had more experience of the tendency of Russian policy. Nor did President Truman have the disadvantage of having to shed his predecessor's prejudices in favor of Russia. The British, moreover, were by now clearly embarked upon a deliberate policy of leaving India, and that counted much with American official opinion. These were the circumstances in which Mr. Truman took a momentous decision in February 1947. The occasion was a communication from the British government which, perhaps more than any other, embodied the long-resisted admission that Great Britain was no longer a world power. The British economy had been gravely damaged by the huge efforts made during the war. There was urgent need for investment at home. The first stages of decolonialization, too, were expensive. One result was that it became clear in 1947 that the British balance of payments could only be maintained if forces were withdrawn from Greece. President Truman at once decided that the United States must fill the gap by giving financial aid to Greece and Turkey so as to enable them to survive the pressure they were under from Russia. He deliberately drew attention to the implication. Much more than propping up two countries was involved. Although only Turkey and Greece were to receive aid, he deliberately offered the free peoples of the world American leadership to resist, by efforts which would have American support, attempted subjugation by armed minorities or by outside pressures. This was a reversal of the apparent return to independence of Europe, which the United States had seemed to wish to pursue in 1945, and a greater break than any earlier one with the tradition imposed by history and geography upon American foreign policy. The decision to contain Russian power, as it was called, was possibly the most important in American diplomacy since the Louisiana Purchase. Ultimately, it was to lead to unrealistic assessments of the effective limits of American power, but this could not be seen at the time. It was provoked by Russian behavior and the growing fears Stalin's policy had aroused over the previous 18 months, as well as by British weakness. A few months later, the Truman Doctrine was completed by another much more pondered step, an offer of American economic aid to European nations, which would come together to plan jointly the economic recovery. This was the Marshall Plan, named after the American Secretary of State, who announced it in a public speech. Its aim was a non-military, unaggressive form of containment. It surprised everyone. The British Foreign Secretary, Ernest Bevin, was the first foreign statesman who revealed a grasp of its implications, and, with the French, pressed for the acceptance of the offer by Western Europe. It was made, of course, to all Europe, but the Russians would not participate, nor did they allow their satellites to do so. More, they bitterly attacked the plan. When, with obvious regret, the Czechoslovakian coalition government also declined to adhere, that country, the only one in Eastern Europe still without a fully communist government, and not regarded as a Russian satellite, was obviously having to toe the line, too. Any residual hope of Czechoslovakia's independence was removed by a communist coup in February 1948. Another sign of Russian intransigence was an old pre-war propaganda device, the Comintern, revived as the Cominform in September 1947. It at once began the denunciation of what it termed a frankly predatory and expansionist course to establish the world supremacy of American imperialism. Finally, when Western Europe set up an Organization for European Economic Cooperation to handle the Marshall Plan, the Russians replied by organizing their own half of Europe in Comecon, a Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, which was for a long time largely window dressing. The Cold War had begun, and the first phase of Europe's post-war history was over. The next phase was one in global history too, and was to continue well into the 1960s. In it, two groups of states, one led by the United States and one by Soviet Russia, strove throughout a succession of crises to achieve their own security, by all means short of war, between the principal contenders. Much of what was said was put into ideological terms, and the Cold War therefore in some Western countries also appeared as civil war or near war, and as moral debate about values such as freedom, social justice, and individualism. Some of it was fought in marginal theatres by propaganda and subversion, or by guerrilla movements sponsored by the two great states. Fortunately, they always stopped short of the point at which they would have to fight with the nuclear weapons, whose increasing power made the notion of a successful outcome more and more unrealistic. The Cold War was also an economic competition by example and by offers of aid to satellites and uncommitted nations. Inevitably, much opportunism was mixed up in the process with doctrinaire rigidity. In retrospect, for all the simple brutalities of the language it generated, the Cold War now begins to look somewhat like the complex struggles of religion in 16th and 17th century Europe, when ideology could provoke violent emotion, but could never wholly contain the complexities and cross-currents of the day. Above all, it could not contain those introduced by national interest. Like the religious struggles of the past, too, though somewhat more rapidly, there was soon every sign that although the Cold War might die down and disaster be avoided, the rhetoric and mythology of the struggle would go rolling on long after it ceased to reflect reality. The most important complication cutting across the Cold War, and continuously influencing it, was the existence of a growing number of states which did not feel committed to one side or the other. Many new nations came into existence within a few years after 1945, as a result of decolonialization, which caused just as great an upheaval in international relations as the Cold War. The United Nations General Assembly was more important as a platform for anti-colonial than for Cold War propaganda. There were many differences of circumstance and timing, but by and large the Asian nationalist movements were guaranteed eventual success when the war exploded the card castle of European imperialism. This was first obvious in Southeast Asia and Indonesia, but its repercussions were great even in areas such as the Indian subcontinent, where the imperial power was not displaced by the Japanese. The surrender of 60,000 British, Indian, and Dominion troops at Singapore in 1942 was the signal that empire in Asia was doomed. No efforts could retrieve a loss of face far worse than Yorktown, for it compromised the confidence and prestige of every European in the Far East. It did not matter that the Japanese often behaved badly to their new conquests. Parachuting arms to formally subject peoples to resist the Japanese only strengthened the likelihood that they would be used in due course against their former rulers in London, Paris, or The Hague. Furthermore, though life went on in most Asian villages undisturbed by comparison with the upheavals caused by bombing, fighting, labor conscription, starvation, and disease in Europe, There had been notable side effects. There was a big potential for change when the Japanese were defeated. In the end, imperial possessions in the Far East were all but swept away within a few years of 1945. Yet this was not all that was at stake. Though Russian and American spheres of influence in Europe were, with the possible exception of Berlin, clearly enough demarcated in 1948 to remain unchanged for a quarter of a century, the settlement of spheres of interest in the Far East was to be in doubt for much longer. In part, this was because two new great powers would appear on the scene, a communist China and a revived Japan. Some thought India might become a great power too, but this did not happen, although the subcontinent's history took a new turn. Even before 1939 it was plain that what was at issue there was no longer the survival of imperial rule, but the timetable and form of its replacement. Englishmen who favoured Indian independence hoped to keep it linked to the British Commonwealth of Nations, the name usually given to the Empire since the Imperial Conference of 1926. That conference had produced the first official definition of dominion status, as independent association to the Commonwealth in allegiance to the Crown, with complete control of internal and external affairs. This set a conceivable goal for India, though it was not one which British governments could see as an immediate aim before 1940. Yet, though unevenly, some progress was made before this, and this is a part of the explanation of the absence in India of so complete a revulsion of anti-Western feeling as had occurred in China. Indian politicians had been deeply disappointed by their treatment after the First World War. They had for the most part then rallied loyally to the Crown. India had made big contributions of men and money to the imperial war effort, and Gandhi had been one of those who had worked for it in the belief that this would bring a due reward. In 1917, the British government had indeed announced that it favoured a policy of steady progress towards responsible government for India within the Empire, home rule, as it were, though this was short of the dominion status some Indians were beginning to ask for. Reforms announced in 1918 were very disappointing, but satisfied some moderates. Unfortunately, even this limited success was soon dissipated. Moreover, those Indian soldiers who had served abroad had sometimes seen their masters defeated, and their respect and loyalty was no longer unquestioning. One of the factors influencing the situation was the continuing isolation of the British community in India. Convinced that Indian nationalism was a matter of a few ambitious intellectuals, its members pressed merely for strong measures against conspiracy, a course which recommended itself to administrators now confronted with the consequence of the Bolshevik Revolution, though the Indian Communist Party was not founded until 1923. The result was legislation against the wishes of all the Indian members of the Legislative Council, which suspended normal legal safeguards in order to deal with conspiracy. This provoked Gandhi's first campaign of strikes and pacifist civil disobedience. In spite of his efforts to avoid violence, there were riots, and when some Englishmen were killed and others were attacked at Amritsar in 1919, a foolish general decided to disperse a crowd by force. When the firing stopped, nearly 400 Indians had been killed and over 1,000 wounded. A bad blow to British prestige was then made worse by the very vocal approval by British residents in India, and some members of Parliament, for what this man had done. A period of boycott and civil disturbance followed, in which Gandhi's programme was adopted by Congress, which became a mass party. Although he himself emphasised that his campaign was non-violent, there was nevertheless much disorder, and Gandhi was arrested and imprisoned for the first time in 1922. He was soon released because of the danger that he might die in prison, but this was the end of a significant agitation in India for the next few years, and in 1927 British policy began to move slowly forward again. A commission was sent to India to look into the working of the last series of constitutional changes, though this caused more trouble because no Indians had been included in it. Much of the enthusiasm which had sustained unity among the nationalists had by now evaporated, and there was a danger of a rift, bridged only by Gandhi's efforts and prestige, between those who stuck to the demand for complete independence and those who wanted to work for Dominion status. Congress was, in any case, a less solid structure than its rhetoric suggested. It was less a political party with deep roots in the masses than a coalition of local bigwigs and interests. Finally, a more serious division still was the now deepening one between Hindu and Muslim. The leaders of the two communities had watched the relations between their followers deteriorate rapidly in the 1920s. Every year there was communal rioting and bloodshed. By 1930, the president of the Muslim Political League was proposing that the future constitutional development of India should include the establishment of a separate Muslim state in the northwest. That year was a violent one. The British Viceroy had announced that a conference was to take place, with the aim of achieving Dominion status. But this undertaking was made meaningless by opposition in Great Britain. The result was that Gandhi would not take part. Civil disobedience was resumed after a second conference foundered on the question of minorities' representation, and intensified as distress deepened with the world economic depression. But the wheels of the India office were beginning to turn as they absorbed the lessons of the discussions and the 1927 Commission. A real devolution of power and patronage came in 1935, when a Government of India Act was passed, which took still further the establishment of representative and responsible government, leaving in the Viceroy's sole control only such matters as defence and foreign affairs. This was the culmination of legislation by the British, which effectively called national politics into being by making it increasingly clear that at all levels the decisive struggles between Indians would have to be fought out within the Congress Party. The Act once more affirmed the principle of separate communal representation, and almost immediately its working provoked further hostility between Hindu and Muslim. Congress was by now, to all intents and purposes, a Hindu organization, though it refused to concede that the Muslim League should therefore be the sole representative of Muslims. But Congress had its internal problems too, divided as it was between those who still wished to press forward to independence, and those, some of them beginning to be alarmed by Japanese aggressiveness, who were willing to work the new institutions in cooperation with the imperial government. The evidence that the British were in fact devolving power was bound to be a divisive force, as different interests sought to protect themselves against an uncertain future. Under the surface, the tide was running fast by 1941. Nearly 2 decades of the working of representative institutions in local government and the progressive Indianization of the higher civil service had already produced a country which could not be governed except by the substantial consent of its elites. Though the approach of war made the British increasingly aware of their need of the Indian army, they had already abandoned the notion of making India pay for it. By 1941, the British were bearing the cost of its modernization. Then the Japanese attack forced the hand of the British government, but too late. It offered the nationalists autonomy after the war and a right of secession from the Commonwealth. But they now demanded immediate independence. Their leaders were arrested, and India continued to be ruled by Great Britain. A rebellion in 1942 was crushed much more rapidly than had been the mutiny nearly a century earlier. But the sands were running out if the British wanted to go peacefully. One new factor was pressure from the United States. President Roosevelt discussed confidentially with Stalin the need to prepare for Indian independence, as well as that of other parts of Asia, and the need for trusteeship for French Indochina. The involvement of the United States implied revolutionary change in other people's wars, just as it had done in 1917. In the end, it also mattered that in 1945 the Labour Party, which had long had the independence of India and Burma as part of its programme, came to power at Westminster. On the 14th of March 1946, while India was torn with Hindu-Muslim rioting, and its politicians were squabbling over the future, the British government offered full independence. Nearly a year later, it put a pistol to the head of the Indians by announcing that it would hand over power not later than June 1948. Thus, the tangle of communal rivalries was cut, and the partition of the subcontinent followed in August 1947. The only complete governmental unity it had ever enjoyed was ended, and two new dominions appeared within it, Pakistan and India. The first was Muslim and was itself divided into two slabs of land at the extremities of northern India. The second was officially secular, but was overwhelmingly Hindu in composition and inspiration. The cost of such a partition was enormous. The psychic wound to many nationalists was symbolized by the murder of Gandhi by a Hindu fanatic for his part in it. Huge massacres occurred in areas where there were minorities. Something like 2 million people fled to where their co-religionists were in control. Almost the only clear political gain on the morrow of independence was the solution, a bloody one, of the communal problem for the foreseeable future. Apart from this, the only assets of the new states were the goodwill, arising from very mixed motives, shown to them by great powers, the inheritance of a civil service already largely native before independence, and an important infrastructure of institutions and services. These inheritances were, however, not equally shared, India tending to enjoy more of them than Pakistan. Such advantages could not do much to deal with the grave problems of the subcontinent's economic and social backwardness. The worst problem was that of demographic growth. A steady rise in population had begun under British rule. Sometimes it was briefly mitigated by Malthusian disasters like the great influenza epidemic at the end of the First World War, which struck down 5 million Indians, or a famine in Bengal during the Second World War which carried off other millions. But in 1951 there was famine again in India, and in 1953 in Pakistan. The spectre of it lingered into the 1970s. The subcontinent's industrialization, which had made important strides in the 20th century, notably in the Second World War, did not offset this danger. It could not provide new jobs and earnings fast enough for a growing population. Though the new India had most of what industry there was, her problems were graver in this respect than those of Pakistan. Outside her huge cities, most Indians were landless peasants, living in villages where, for all the egalitarian aspirations of some of the leaders of the new republic, inequality remained as great as ever. The landlords, who provided the funds for the ruling Congress Party and dominated its councils, stood in the way of any land reform which could have dealt with this. India has seemed more resistant to change than any other developing nation, and this was part of the legacy of traditional Hindu society. The past lay heavy on a state proclaiming ideals and aims essentially Western, democracy, secularism, material progress, and it tangled the path of reform every inch of the way. Since the outlawing of untouchability in the last days of the Raj, little has been done to tackle the enormous obstacles to change presented by Hindu social practice. In India, marriage outside one's caste is still improbable. In 1947 it was virtually unthinkable. Sati is still practiced, and auspicious days can still determine the calendar of a businessman or even a public servant. China, of course, had for a long time seemed as resistant to change as India, but she had also been engaged longer in fighting off a different sort of imperialism. The completion of this long revolution was made possible by the Second World War. The political phase of this transformation began in 1941, when the Sino-Japanese War merged in a world conflict. This gave China powerful allies and a new international standing. Significantly, the last vestiges of the unequal treaties with Great Britain, France, and the United States were then swept away. This was more important than the military help the Allies could give. For a long time they were too busy extricating themselves from the disasters of early 1942 to do much for China. A Chinese army indeed came instead to help to defend Burma from the Japanese. Still hemmed into the West, though supported by American aircraft, the Chinese had for a long time to hold out as best they could, in touch with their allies only by air or the Burma Road. Nonetheless, a decisive change had begun. China had at first responded to Japanese attacks with a sense of national unity, long desired, but never hitherto forthcoming, except perhaps in the May the 4th movement. There had been friction between the communists and the nationalists, sometimes breaking out into open conflict, but on the whole this unity survived until 1941. Then the new fact that the United States was now Japan's major enemy, and would eventually destroy her, subtly began to transform the attitude of the nationalist government. It came to feel that as ultimate victory was certain, there was no point in using up men and resources in fighting the Japanese, when they might be husbanded for the struggle against the communists after the peace. Some of its members went further. Soon the KMT was fighting the communists again. Two Chinas appeared. Nationalist China increasingly displayed the lethargy, self-seeking, and corruption, which had from the early 1930s tainted the KMT because of the nature of the support on which it drew. The regime was repressive and stifled criticism. It alienated the intellectuals. Its soldiers, sometimes badly officered and undisciplined, terrorized the peasant as much as did the Japanese. Communist China was different. In large areas controlled by the communists, often behind the Japanese lines, a deliberate attempt was being made to ensure the support of as wide a spectrum of interests as possible by moderate but unambiguous reform and disciplined behavior. Outright attacks on landlords were usually avoided, but peasant goodwill was cultivated by enforcing lower rents and abolishing usury. Meanwhile, Mao published a series of theoretical writings designed to prepare the new communist cadres for the task that lay ahead. There was a need for political education, as the party and the army grew steadily in numbers. When the Japanese collapsed in 1945, there were about 1 million Chinese communist soldiers. The suddenness of victory was the second factor which shaped the last stage of the Chinese Revolution. Huge areas of China had suddenly to be reoccupied and reincorporated in the Chinese state, but many of them were already effectively under communist control before 1945, and others could not possibly be reached by nationalist forces before the communists dug themselves in there. The Americans did what they could by sending soldiers to hold some of the ports until the nationalists could take them over. In some places, the Japanese were told to hold on until the Chinese government could re-establish its authority. But when the final and military phase of the revolution opened, the communists held more territory than they had ever done before, and held it in the main with the support of the population, who found that communist rule was by no means as bad as they had heard. All unwittingly, the Japanese, by launching their attack on the KMT regime, had in the end brought about the very triumph of the Chinese Revolution that they had long striven to avoid. It is at least possible that if the nationalists had been undistracted by foreign invasion, and had not suffered the crippling damage it inflicted, they might have been able to master Chinese communism in the short run. In 1937, the KMT could still draw heavily on patriotic goodwill. Many Chinese believed that it was the authentic carrier of the revolution. The war destroyed the chance of exploiting this, if it existed, but also enabled China to resume for the last time her long march towards world power, from which she'd been deflected, first by Europeans, and then by fellow Asians. The long frustration of Chinese nationalism was about to end, and the beneficiary would be communism. The defeat of the KMT took 3 years. Although the Japanese usually sought to surrender to the KMT or Americans, the communists had acquired authority in new areas, and often large stocks of arms, when they gave in. The Russians, who had invaded Manchuria in the last days before the Japanese surrender, helped them by giving them access to the Japanese arms there. Against this background, Mao made deliberately moderate policy pronouncements and continued to push forward with land reform. This conferred a further great advantage on the communists in the Civil War, which continued until 1949. Victory in that war was essentially a victory of the countryside over a city-based regime. American policy was increasingly disillusioned by the revealed inadequacy and corruption of the Chiang Kai-shek regime. In 1947, American forces were withdrawn from China, and the United States abandoned the efforts it had hitherto made to mediate between the two Chinas. In the following year, with most of the North in communist hands, the Americans began to cut down the amount of financial and military aid given to the KMT. From this time, the nationalist government ran militarily and politically downhill. It became obvious, and more employees of government and local authorities sought to make terms with the communists, while they might still do so. The conviction spread that a new era was dawning. By the beginning of December, no important nationalist military force remained intact on the mainland, and Chiang withdrew to Formosa, Taiwan. The Americans cut off their aid while this withdrawal was underway, and publicly blamed the inadequacies of the nationalist regime for the debacle. Meanwhile, on the 1st of October 1949, the People's Republic of China was officially inaugurated at Peking, and the largest communist state in the world had come into existence. Once again, the mandate of heaven had passed. In Southeast Asia and Indonesia, the Second World War was as decisive as elsewhere in ending colonial rule, though the pace was faster in Dutch and French colonies than British. The grant of representative institutions by the Dutch in Indonesia had not checked the growth of a nationalist party before 1939, and a flourishing communist movement had appeared by then too. Some nationalist leaders, among them one Ahmed Sukarno, collaborated with the Japanese when they occupied the islands in 1942. They were in a favorable position to seize power when the Japanese surrendered, and did so by proclaiming an independent Indonesian republic before the Dutch could return. Fighting and negotiation followed for nearly 2 years, until agreement was reached for an Indonesian republic still linked to Holland under the Dutch crown. This did not work. Fighting went on again, the Dutch pressing forward vainly with their police operations, in one of the first campaigns by a former colonial power to attract the full blast of communist and anti-colonial stricture at the United Nations. Both India and Australia, which had concluded that she would be wise to conciliate the independent Indonesia, which must eventually emerge, took the matter to the Security Council. Finally the Dutch gave in. The story begun by the East India Company of Amsterdam 3.5 centuries before thus came to an end in 1949, with the creation of the United States of Indonesia, a mixture of more than 100 million people scattered over hundreds of islands, of scores of races and religions. A vague union with the Netherlands under the Dutch crown survived, but was dissolved 5 years later. For a time, the French in Indochina seemed to be holding on better than the Dutch. That area's wartime history had been somewhat different from that of Malaysia or Indonesia, because although the Japanese had exercised complete military control there since 1941, French sovereignty was not formally displaced until early 1945. The Japanese had amalgamated Annam, Cochin China, and Tonkin to form a new state of Vietnam under the Emperor of Annam, and as soon as the Japanese surrendered, the chief of the local Communist Party, the Viet Minh, installed himself in the government palace at Hanoi and proclaimed the Vietnam Republic. This was Ho Chi Minh, a man with long experience in the Communist Party, and also in Europe. The revolutionary movement quickly spread. It was soon evident that if the French wished to re-establish themselves, it would not be easy. A large expeditionary force was sent to Indochina, and a concession was made in that the French recognized the Republic of Vietnam as an autonomous state within the French Union. But now there arose the question of giving Cochin China a separate status, and on this all attempts to agree broke down. Meanwhile, French soldiers were sniped at, and their convoys were attacked. At the end of 1946 there was an attack on residents in Hanoi and many deaths. Hanoi was relieved by French troops, and Ho Chi Minh fled. Thus began a war in which the Communists were to struggle essentially for the nationalist aim of a united country, while the French tried to retain a diminished Vietnam which, with the other Indo-Chinese states, would remain inside the French Union. By 1949 they'd come round to including Cochin China in Vietnam and recognizing Cambodia and Laos as associate states. But new outsiders were now becoming interested. The government of Ho Chi Minh was recognized in Moscow and Peking, that of the Annamese emperor, whom the French had set up, by the British and Americans. In Asia, the processes of decolonialization had thus quickly escaped from the simple forms in which they had been envisaged by Roosevelt. The British began to liquidate their recovered heritage too. Burma and Ceylon had become independent in 1947. In the following year, communist-supported guerrilla war began in Malaya. Though it was to be unsuccessful and not to impede steady progress towards independence in 1957, it was one of the first post-colonial phenomena to present American policy with a problem which was to dog it. The development of antagonism with the communist world soon cut across the simplicities of American anti-colonialism. Only in the Middle East was the outlook still relatively uncomplicated for the United States in 1948. In May that year there came into being in Palestine a new state, Israel. This marked the end of an era lasting since 1918, in which the Middle East's fundamental stability had rested on the fact that only two great powers had to agree in order to dominate the area. France and Great Britain had not found this too difficult, but as in other parts of the world, the war had greatly changed things. In 1939, the French still held mandates in Syria and the Lebanon. Their original mandate had been divided into two, and the British retained theirs in Palestine, but elsewhere in the Islamic lands they exercised varying degrees of influence or power according to terms negotiated with individual states. The most important areas were Iraq, where a small British force, mainly of Air Force units, was maintained, and Egypt, where there was a substantial garrison to protect the Suez Canal. This had become a more and more important matter in the 1930s, as Italy showed increasing hostility to Great Britain. After Italy's entry to the war, when Egypt suddenly found herself with a war on her western border, it became one of the most vital areas of British strategy. Egypt remained neutral almost to the end, but was in effect a British base, and little else. The war also made it far more vital to assure the supply of oil from the Gulf, and this increased the importance attached to Iraq. This led to intervention when Iraq threatened to move in a pro-German direction after yet another nationalist coup in 1941, a British and Free French invasion of Syria to keep it, too, out of German hands, led in 1941 to an independent Syria. Soon afterwards, the Lebanon proclaimed its independence. The French tried to re-establish their authority at the end of the war, but unsuccessfully, and during 1946 these two countries saw the last foreign garrisons leave. The French also had difficulties further west, where fighting broke out in 1945 in Algeria. There, nationalists were at that moment asking only for autonomy and federation with France, and the French went some way in this direction in 1947, but this was far from the end of the movement. Where British influence was paramount, anti-British sentiment was still a good rallying cry for agitators, and in both Egypt and Iraq there was much hostility to British occupation forces in the post-war years. In 1946 the British announced that they were prepared to withdraw from Egypt, but negotiations on the basis of a new treaty broke down so badly that Egypt referred the matter, unsuccessfully, to the United Nations. By this time, the whole question of the future of the Islamic lands had been overtaken by the Jewish decision to establish a national state in Palestine by force. It has dogged the politics of the area ever since. The catalyst in the Palestine question was the Nazi revolution in Germany. At the time of the Balfour Declaration there had been 600,000 Arabs in Palestine and 80,000 Jews, a number already felt by Arabs to be threateningly large. In some years after this, though, Jewish emigration actually exceeded immigration, and there was ground for hope that the problem of reconciling the promise of a national home for Jews with respect for the civil and religious rights of the existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, as the Declaration had put it, might be resolved. Hitler changed this. From the beginning of the Nazi persecution, the numbers of those who wished to come to Palestine rose, and as the extermination policies began to unroll in the war years, They made nonsense of British attempts to restrict immigration, which were the side of British policy unacceptable to the Jews. The other side, the partitioning of Palestine, was rejected by the Arabs. The issue was dramatized as soon as the war was over by the World Zionist Congress, demanding that 1 million Jews should be admitted to Palestine at once. Other new factors now began to operate. The British in 1945 had looked benevolently on the formation of an Arab League of Egypt, Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, the Yemen, and Transjordan. There had always been in British policy a strand of hopefulness that pan-Arabism might prove the way in which the Middle East could be persuaded to settle down, and that the coordination of the policies of Arab states would open the way to the solution of many problems. In fact, the League was soon preoccupied with Palestine, to the virtual exclusion of anything else. The other novelty was Russian and American interests in the Middle East. In the immediate post-war era, Stalin seems to have been impressed still with the pre-war communist view that Great Britain was the main imperialist power and prop of the international capitalist system. Attacks on her position and influence therefore followed, and in the Middle East this, of course, coincided with traditional Russian interests. This was a revival. Russia had shown little interest in the area between 1919 and 1939. It was also accompanied by pressure brought to bear at the same time on Turkey at the Straits. Accordingly, Russian policy was deployed continuously in support of Zionism, the most disruptive element in the situation. It did not need extraordinary political insight to recognize the implications of a resumption of Russian interest in the area of the Ottoman legacy. At just the same time, American policy became anti-British, or rather, pro-Zionist. This could hardly have been avoided. In 1946, mid-term congressional elections were held, and as they approached, Jewish votes became important. Since the Roosevelt revolution in domestic politics, a Democratic president could hardly envisage an anti-Zionist position. Thus beset, the British sought to disentangle themselves from the Holy Land. From 1945 they faced both Jewish and Arab terrorism and guerrilla warfare in Palestine. Unhappy Arab, Jewish, and British policemen struggled to hold the ring, while the British government once more strove to find a way acceptable to both sides of bringing the mandate to an end. On one occasion it even enlisted American help, but to no avail. Truman wanted a pro-Zionist solution. In the end, the British took the matter to the United Nations. It, too, recommended partition, still a non-starter for the Arabs. Warfare between the two communities grew fiercer, and the British decided to withdraw without more ado. On the day that they did so, the 14th of May 1948, the State of Israel was proclaimed. It was immediately recognized by the United States and Russia. They were to agree about little else in the Middle East for the next quarter-century. Israel was also attacked almost at once by Egypt, whose armies invaded a part of Palestine which the United Nations proposal had awarded to Jews. Jordanian and Iraqi forces supported Palestinian Arabs in the territory proposed for them. But Israel fought off these attacks, and a truce, supervised by the United Nations, followed, during which a Zionist terrorist assassinated the United Nations mediator. In 1949, the Israeli government moved to Jerusalem, a Jewish national capital again for the first time since the days of Imperial Rome. Half of the city was still occupied by Jordanian forces, but this was almost the least of the problems left to be solved. Through American and Russian diplomatic support and American private money, Jewish energy and initiative had successfully established a new national state, where no basis for one had existed 25 years before. But at enormous cost, the disappointment and humiliation of the Arab states assured their continuing hostility, and therefore opportunities for great power intervention in the future. Here was the fruit of the unhappy and tangled policies followed by Great Britain in the Middle East since 1914. Moreover, the deliberate terrorism of some Zionist extremists and the far from conciliatory behavior of Israeli forces in 1948-9 led to an exodus of Arab refugees. Soon there were 750,000 of them in camps in Egypt and Jordan. a social and economic problem, a burden on the world's conscience, and a potential military and diplomatic weapon in Arab hands. It would hardly be surprising were it true, as some students believe, that the first president of Israel quickly began to encourage his country's scientists to begin work on a nuclear energy program. Thus, many currents flowed together in a curious and ironical way to swirl in confusion in an area always a focus of world history. Victims for centuries, the Jews were in their turn now seen by Arabs as persecutors. The problems with which the people of the area had to grapple were poisoned by forces flowing from the dissolution of centuries of Ottoman power, from the rivalries of successor imperialisms, from the rise of two new world powers which dwarfed these in their turn, from the interplay of 19th century European nationalism and ancient religion, from the strategical needs of European states, and the first effects of the revolution implied in the growing 20th century dependence of developed nations on oil. There are few moments in the 20th century so soaked in history as the establishment of Israel, and it is a good point at which to pause before turning to the last part of this book, the story of the contemporary world. Book 8. The Post-European Age. For most of the time since 1945, great powers have at least been able to avoid fighting one another openly, unlikely though this has sometimes seemed. On the other hand, for all the hopes and rhetoric swirling about the infant United Nations organization, nations belonging to it have gone to war with one another many times. There has been no return to what, from this distance, seems the Augustan peace of the late 19th century. We have frequent enough reminders of persistent divisions within mankind, and enough reports of new ones to take it for granted that the world has never been so fragmented. Nationality, ideology, and economic interest still cut across it with irresistible force, as debates at the United Nations show. Yet this is a view from a particular perspective, and there are others. It is also true, and has already been argued here, that in many ways there has never been a time when world civilization has been more of a reality. Mankind is now tied together by common experience, as it has not been tied together since it was liberated from the simplest and most crushing restraints of environment. From that moment, many paths led for many thousands of years to human diversity. They began to move back together once again, when a pattern of life first evolved in Europe was gradually spread worldwide from that geographical base by the process called modernization or westernization. Of course, it is just as important not to exaggerate the completeness of this change as it is not to underestimate it. The disparities of experience between rich and poor are greater than ever. Furthermore, some traditions have shown great tenacity in resisting disruption by European civilization. The East Asian sphere of civilization, whose roots lie in the diffusion of Chinese culture, has been especially impervious to fundamental change, and the Islamic lands in India have in varying degree rejected much of Western civilization, especially its individualism. Yet it remains true that as a consequence of the European political supremacy of the 18th and 19th centuries, and of advances in communications in our own, experience and assumptions are shared more widely than ever. The Second World War released many currents which put new force behind the urge to modernize, and this complicated force seems to lie at the heart of the latest era. It is difficult to seize, not only because of its vastness, though that makes it hard enough to distinguish major trends from accidental details, but also because our perspective in the last quarter-century changes almost day by day. The war in the Middle East in 1973 was, from one point of view, merely one more of many indecisive conflicts which have followed the collapse of Ottoman Empire. But in another perspective, it was the first to reveal a reversal of the relations of some great industrial societies to the Islamic world because of dependence on its oil. After another decade, that reversal seemed less permanent and important. The view had changed again. We have to try to understand such changes historically. This is almost a definition of the responsibility of the historian. If we can discern the general tendencies in the background to the events, their shape may sometimes make the overwhelming rush of those events just a little more comprehensible. 1. A world civilization. Anything that happens anywhere in the world nowadays can produce effects very rapidly elsewhere. All parts of the world are increasingly tangled up in one large process. It is striking, moreover, that much of the human race, or at least many of its leaders, seem to recognize this. At first sight, after all, it for a long time seemed surprising that Indians should demonstrate against nuclear weapon tests in the South Pacific, or a Chinese government should interest itself in an Arab-Israeli war. Some of the reasons for this new sense of worldwide interconnection lie in ideology, some simply in the more rapid communication of information, but something more fundamental is involved too. This is the spreading of an idea once confined to cultures of European origin, the notion that human life and the condition of the world may be indefinitely improved for the better. This is a very new idea in most parts of the globe. It is still true, too, that few people could formulate it clearly or consciously if asked. Nonetheless, it now affects human behavior all over the world. It has not been diffused so much by conscious preaching as by the simple pressure of material changes on an enormous scale. One of the most important aspects of all the many material changes which have affected more and more people in this century is the fact that they happened at all. They broke up the cake of custom. This has had a great psychological impact, simply by bringing to many parts of the world the idea that change is in fact possible, that things need not always be what they have been. Though a huge gulf still separates, say, the European factory worker from the Asian peasant, and it is one wider than that between their ancestors 1,000 years ago. To implant the assumption that change is possible, inevitable, perhaps desirable, is the last and most important conquest to be made by European culture. Such an effect can be seen, paradoxically, in the response to one of the changes wholly unwilled and seemingly uncontrollable by man, the huge and accelerating rise in world population which is now going on. Accuracy is still a highly relative business in computing populations. We can only estimate to within 100 or 200 millions how many people are now alive. But the degree of error in our estimates is not such that the general bearing of what has happened is not clear. In round numbers, a world population of about 720 million in 1750 more than doubled by 1900, when it stood at about 1600. Thus, about 850 million had been added to it in about a century and a half. But it took only 50 years to add the next 850 million and more. By 1950, the population of the world stood at about 2,500 million. Even more striking, the next 850 million had been added by the middle of the 1960s, in, say, 15 years, and now the total is over 5,000 million. That magic figure having probably been passed on the first Monday in July 1986. Though it had taken at least 50,000 years for Homo sapiens to increase to 1,000 million, a figure reached in 1840 or so, the last 1,000 million of his species took only 15 years to be added to a total growing more and more rapidly. Fortunately, as Malthus himself observed, no estimate of future population or depopulation, formed from any existing rate of increase or decrease, can be depended upon. We cannot be sure what may change or modify such an acceleration. Nonetheless, much understandable alarm has been generated by such figures. The spectre of Malthusian disaster has been revived. In 1974, the first World Conference on Population ever to be held met in Romania. Uneasiness about its future, for the first time, compelled the human race to unite to consider the problem. Uncontrolled change had already led many societies in the preceding 20 years to accept for the first time the possibility that conscious control of their shape and size is feasible. In one sense, of course, this is not a new idea. Infanticide and abortion have long played a part in controlling demands upon scarce resources in some countries. Babies were exposed to die in medieval Japan, and female infanticide was widespread in India a century and a half ago. What is new is that in some countries, simpler and more humane means of population control are now being provided, with the authority of governments behind them. Their aim is positive economic improvement instead of merely the avoidance of family and personal disaster. Such efforts are not made in all poor countries, and are all but unknown in rich ones. This is one aspect of the complex truth that population growth, though a worldwide fact, neither everywhere takes the same form, nor can be expected to produce the same effects. It is only approximately true to say that a trend first visible in Europe has now spread to the rest of the world. Certainly we cannot now expect a pattern shown there to be simply repeated elsewhere. Though most non-European countries have followed 19th century Europe in first showing a fall in death rates, without a corresponding fall in reproduction rates, it would be rash to prophesy that they will go on to repeat the next phase of population history in developed countries, or that they will not. The dynamics of population growth or decline are exceedingly complex, and reflect not only the limits set by man's control of nature, but also social and personal attitudes, a very tricky area for interpretation. There is indeed plenty of scope in many countries for the further development of trends already seen. They may mean, at the very least, that some poor countries will not achieve population stability for a long time. The European world only began to reduce its natality as growing prosperity made it more attractive to individuals to have smaller families. Few countries with fast-growing populations today are anywhere near this point. Further progress may in fact make things much worse. Medicine, whose own advances have been colossal since the 19th century, and which has made especially huge strides in the last 30 years, still has to cut into mortality in some of them as dramatically as it did in Europe between 1800 and 1900. When it does so, a great new acceleration will be given to the rise in humanity's numbers. One of the best rough indicators of the potential for further growth is infant mortality. In the century before 1970, this fell from an average of about 225 per 1,000 live births to under 20 in developed countries. In 1967, the comparative figures for Mexico, the United States, and Great Britain were 63 to 1, 22 to 1, and 18 to 8. Such discrepancies exist. Sometimes they are much greater between many of the poor and rich countries. There are comparable differences in life expectancy, too. In developed countries, life expectancy at birth rose from rather more than 40 in 1870 to slightly over 70 100 years later, and now shows a remarkable evenness. Life expectancy at birth in the United States, Great Britain, and Russia in 1967, for example, was 70.5, 71.6, and 70 years, respectively. In India, it was 41.8, and in Haiti, 32.6 in that year. The last figure is rather better than either India's at the beginning of this century, or that of France in 1789. The possibility of reducing such discrepancies makes it unlikely that the steam will go out of the curve of population growth for some time yet, because there are good prospects that the worst rates can be improved. For the present and immediate future, rising population is likely to mean important economic and political divergences. They will greatly offset the worldwide technical and cultural pressures towards uniformity. For most of human history, for example, all societies have resembled pyramids, with very large numbers of young people and a few old. They were all alike in this respect. Now developed society is beginning to look like slowly tapering columns. They have a larger proportion of older people than in the past. The consequences and implications of this are too complicated for discussion here, but it emphasizes the fact that overall population growth is a somewhat unreal notion. Although the world's population grows mightily, it does so in ways which have different historical origins and produce different historical effects. Big changes in population balances are among them. In 1975, world population was distributed roughly as follows: Europe, 635 million, 16.3%; Asia, 2,300 million, 59.2%; Africa, 385 million, 9.9%; Latin America and the Caribbean, 312 million, 8%; North America, 233 million, 6.6%; Australasia and Oceania, 23 million, 0.6%. The fall in Europe's share of world population since the 19th century is striking. Until the 1920s, moreover, Europe had been an exporter of manpower to other continents, notably the Americas. This emigration was cut by restrictions on entry to the United States in the 1920s and dwindled even more during the World Depression. It has never recovered its importance, though some countries still send out many emigrants. In the early 1970s, more Britons still left their country each year than were needed to balance an inflow from abroad. Instead, industrialized Europe began in the 1950s to attract North Africans, Turks, Asians, and West Indians, who sought employment lacking at home, nor is the present pattern of world population likely to be unchanged for long. Asia now contains over half mankind, and one country, China, 1/5 of it. But huge as the rates of growth have been which have produced these totals, they are not so fast as those of South America. World population increase averages out at about 2% per annum, while that of Brazil, for example, was running at about 3.5% in the early 1960s. In some Latin American countries, though standards of living and life expectancy are still not very much better than the European levels in the first quarter of this century, high growth has continued in spite of this, and when the death rate has begun to fall, high birth rates are kept up. In such countries, the Roman Catholic Church exercises great influence, and there has long been resistance to contraception and legal abortion. But religion is very far from the whole story. The attitudes of Latin American males have very complex historical sources, and so have the social disciplines which impose large families on Latin American women, who are, because of these same disciplines, often unquestioningly compliant. It matters, too, that South American countries have lots of room. Both Argentina and Brazil have population policies. But one's based on the assumption that they need many more people if they are to exploit their national potential. Such cultural and political differences add to the difficulties of guessing what will be the effect of any conscious attempts to stem population growth. For a long time, the communist states did not warm to the ideas of population stabilization or reduction, but now they have begun to do so. With very different historical backgrounds, both China and Russia have now accepted the view that population growth should be controlled by encouraging people to delay marriage and have smaller families. China has had great success using tax incentives and social pressure. Elsewhere, propaganda for contraception, the Western answer to overpopulation, was tried in poor countries with high natality. But it has now become clear that there is no universal relation between the resources put into this and the results achieved. In India, large sums have been spent, but with negligible effect. Once again, the weight of history can be felt. India was revolutionized neither by industrialization, as was Japan, nor by a political attack on its traditional institutions, as was China. It remained an agrarian society in which numerous children provided an insurance against starvation in old age, and British administrators after the mutiny and Indian governments after independence have been, for different reasons, equally respectful of social tradition, where it was not grossly objectionable. The upshot has been the survival of a whole complex of ideas and institutions, making population control very difficult. One example is the continuance, outside a tiny minority among India's ruling and economic elites, of a vast and traditional inequality in the status and employment prospects of men and women. Were attitudes towards women's independence which are taken for granted in Europe or North America, and frequently denounced there as inadequate, even partially introduced to India, it would be likely to have a dramatic effect in raising the average age of women at marriage, and therefore in reducing the number of children in the average family. But to bring about this change would imply a much more fundamental revolution in Indian life, in the provision of new opportunities of employment, and in the redistribution of authority inside the family and village. It would be a much more radical break with the Indian past than the achievement of independence in 1947. No country should be expected to shake off its past easily, and no great tradition of civilization can be got rid of painlessly. Where countries have achieved real breaks with their past, they appear usually to be coupled with economic growth. This causes upsets, always painful for the losers, and sometimes for conservatives, whether achieved within a free market or socialist system. But perhaps it suggests that we need not be too gloomy and Malthusian. A solution to population growth may after all be found along the lines of Western experience. Even in Latin America, economic growth has been followed by at least the beginning of a decline in natality in the teeth of hostility from tradition and authority. There is still a huge revolutionary power in the expanding, developing civilization of the European tradition. Whether it comes packaged as capitalism or communism, it is the most powerful solvent of traditional structures in all history. A change in population structure in one way or another seems as unavoidable a concomitant of it as the weakening of religious culture, the building of factories, or the liberation of women. And the list can be hugely extended. Meanwhile, differences of population mean differences of power. There cannot be a quite simple translation of one term to the other, for culture and resources also come into the matter, and power for one purpose is not always power for another. But China, now again part of a world which she long shunned, is bound to be a great power on grounds of population alone, for in a sense she is militarily unbeatable. Her social revolution may have begun to increase her wealth, whereas the most obviously distorting influence preventing many other highly populated countries from being very powerful is their poverty. This is sometimes absolute in the sense that natural resources are poor, and sometimes relative in that they are swallowed by population growth which is too fast. In many countries, the cashing of the cheque of aid from abroad and the reaping of the reward of improved technology and planned investment have been overtaken by population growth so rapid that it has at once consumed any new wealth which has resulted. It is not easy, though, to generalize about this complicated subject. India, for example, was in the early 1970s thought to be about to enter a period of self-sufficiency in food. Her agricultural output doubled between 1948 and 1973. Yet this only just succeeded in holding the line for a population increasing at present by 1 million a month. It was true that the country grew richer, and the fact of overall world population increase is in itself revealing. The gross output of world food must have risen dramatically, for though many have starved, many others have lived. Though millions have died in local famines, there has been, so far, no disaster on a worldwide scale. Undeniably, the world has proved able to feed a growing population. If it had not, that population would be smaller. Whether this can continue is another matter. Some experts have concluded that a phase of agricultural plenty is drawing to a close. Ominously, in the middle of the 1970s, these fears coincided with other economic and political trends which threatened to disrupt world trade and throw markets into disarray. If this is so, a reversion to an earlier and tragic pattern of history might occur, with one of those appalling collapses through famine and disease, such as punctuated the growth of all pre-industrial societies, when population pressed too closely upon the margins of production. There is one hopeful sign here. For thousands of years, agricultural production was edged upwards by clearing and breaking in new land, rather than by technical improvement. There is still a lot of land left which, with proper investment, could raise crops, and much has been done in the last 25 years to use such land, even in a crowded country like India. Yet it is not by such means that world output has recently risen so dramatically. The explanation is a continuation of the innovatory era in agriculture, which began in early modern Europe. Down to the 1930s, wheat crops were still being successfully introduced to lands in which, for climatic reasons, they had not been grown hitherto. One of the first of the 20th century scientific contributions to agriculture, comparable in effect to the improvement of earlier times. It was mainly the work of plant geneticists to evolve new strains of cereals. Such work continues to be important. There is only a finite amount of land in the world, and the more that can grow food, the better. Still greater contributions to world food supplies have come from increasing the production of existing grain-growing areas, and this is a consequence of improvement in the chemistry of fertilizers, as well as of the engineering of new strains. An unprecedented rate of replacement of nitrogen in the soil is the basic explanation of the huge yields which have now become commonplace in countries with advanced agriculture, and these methods are beginning to be extended to other areas. Of course, they have their costs, too. A huge energy input is now needed to raise the huge crops and herds of advanced Western agriculture. This is part of a change which, even more than the transformations of earlier times, has the right to be called an agricultural revolution. Fertilizers are only one theme in a story of radical innovation in agricultural chemistry. Effective herbicides and insecticides began to be available commercially in the 1940s and 1950s. At the same time, the use of machinery in agriculture in the developed countries enormously increased. England had the most mechanized farming in the world in terms of horsepower per acre cultivated in 1939. But English farmers then still did much of their work with horses, while combine harvesters, already common in the United States, were rare. Now working horses are preserved as interesting curiosities by rich farmers, though there are grounds for thinking that there may be some reintroduction of them for certain types of work, where the rising cost of petrol would not justify the use of a tractor as a prime mover. But the fields are not the only part of the farm to be mechanized. The coming of electricity has brought automatic milking, grain drying, threshing, the heating of animal sheds in winter. Now the computer and automation have begun to reduce dependence on human labor even more. The agricultural workforce has continued to fall, while production per acre has risen. One social result is that subsistence farming is on the retreat. There are probably more subsistence farmers in the world today than in 1900, but only because there are more people. Their relative share of cultivated land and of the value of what is produced has fallen. In Europe, the peasant is fast disappearing, as he disappeared in Great Britain 200 and more years ago. But this change is unevenly spread and easily disrupted. In one of the great traditional agricultural economies, Russia, there was a famine in 1947 so severe as once more to provoke cannibalism in some areas, according to Khrushchev. Such local disasters are even more likely in countries with large and rapidly growing populations, in which subsistence agriculture is the norm and productivity remains low. Just before the First World War, the British yield of wheat per acre was already more than 2.5 times that of India. By 1968, it was roughly 5 times. Over the same period, the Americans raised their rice yield from 4.25 to nearly 12 tons an acre, while that of Burma, sometimes called the Rice Bowl of Asia, rose from 3.8 to 4.2. Another way of looking at these facts is to consider how many families can be provided for by one agricultural worker in different countries. In 1968, the answer for Egypt was slightly more than 1, while for New Zealand the figure was over 40. Such divisions have origins more complicated than a simple presence or absence of technique, and they are too complicated to go into here. Usually, though, advanced agriculture is found in countries advanced in other ways. This has helped to penalize countries where there is most need to increase agricultural productivity, because unless they have a special mineral resource like oil, or a particular agricultural speciality, they have found it very difficult to produce more cheaply something which the industrial countries need than can those countries themselves. Ironic paradoxes result. The Russians, Indians, and Chinese, big grain and rice producers, have found themselves buying American and Canadian wheat. The consequence has been growing disparities between developed and undeveloped countries, and the most striking index of this has been their relative consumption of the world's resources. Roughly half the world's population consumes about 6/7 of the world's production, and the other half consumes the other 1/7. Moreover, even among the wealthy nations there are wide disparities. In 1970 there were about 6 Americans in every 100 human beings, but they used about 40 of every 100 barrels of oil produced in the world. Per capita, they consumed about a quarter ton of paper products a year. The corresponding figure for China was about 20 pounds. The electrical energy used by China in a year would, it has been said, just sustain the supply of power to the United States air conditioners. These are extreme instances of differences between rich and poor societies. At first sight they seem to make nonsense of the thesis that world history is a unity. A rough division can be drawn in all parts of the world between rich and poor nations, in which the disparity since 1945 has grown more and more marked. This is not because the poor have grown poorer, but because the rich have grown much richer. The usual measurements of this are the growth of the gross national product, or the per capita income. Even spectacular accelerations of production, Asian countries, for example, augmented their agricultural production between 1952 and 1970, more than Europe, and much more than North America, have rarely succeeded in improving the position of poor countries in relation to that of the rich. On the one hand, the poor countries have been beset by the problems of rising population, and on the other, advanced countries began at a higher level. As a result, though their ranking in relation to one another has changed, much the same countries which enjoyed the highest standards of living in 1950 still enjoy them today, and their lead over poorer countries has increased. Roughly speaking, it is the most industrialized countries which are richest. In 1970, 3 of the great industrial agglomerations of the world were still, as in 1939, the United States, Europe, and Russia. The only important Asian industrial society of 1939, Japan, has now joined these. No single European country alone can any longer match the others. The American recovery from the Depression began with the approach of war and the beginnings of rearmament, and the war and the subsequent continuing federal expenditure provided a firm undertone for expansion to continue. The outcome is an industrial economy which is the greatest in the world, though its rate of growth seems to have been nowhere near as rapid as that of Soviet Russia, where, if we are to believe the official figures, central planning succeeded in pushing up industrial production at more than 12% a year after 1945. The major industrial economies no longer much resemble their 19th century predecessors, although the old, heavy and manufacturing industries still provide the backbone of economic strength. There have been changes of emphasis. Modern industry is much more than a simple extrapolation in technology and structure from the past. Much of the economic growth of rich countries has been in industries. Electronics and plastics are examples, which barely existed even in 1945. Coal, which replaced wood in the 19th century as the major source of energy, has long since been joined by hydroelectricity, oil, and natural gas. Very recently, power generated by nuclear fission has been added to these, and may yet lead to more revolutionary changes still in the comparative standing of industrial countries. What has not changed is the steady accretion in all of them of wealth, which has been more and more widely spread in the form of cheaper and more numerous commodities. Advances in the basic industries have helped to raise standards of living at a fundamental level by providing cheaper power and materials. By improving transport, they have further lowered the cost of goods indirectly. But industrial growth in advanced countries has now for a century or so been characterized by an enormous growth in the production of goods directly for the use and pleasure of the consumer. Many illustrations could be given of this, but one must suffice. In 1885 there appeared the first machine propelled by an internal combustion engine, one, that is to say, in which the energy produced by heat was used directly inside the cylinder of an engine driving a piston instead of being transmitted from an external flame through the making of steam. 9 years later came a four-wheeled vehicle, which is a recognizable ancestor of the modern car. It was the French Panhard, and France and Germany for some time kept a lead in producing cars in the next decade or so. They were few and rich men's toys. This was automobile prehistory. Its history began in the United States when Henry Ford in 1907 set up a production line for his Model T. The price of the first was $950, an unprecedentedly low one. Ford was deliberately planning for a mass market. By 1926, his price had fallen to less than $300. An enormous success was underway. Demand rose so rapidly that by 1915 Ford was producing 1 million cars a year. This was the beginning of mass consumption of something previously regarded as a luxury. There are now more cars than households in the United States. Ford's achievement was thus not only technical and commercial, but cultural. He changed the world by allowing people of modest incomes to enjoy a mobility unavailable to millionaires 50 years earlier. This is a huge increase in amenity. Subsequently, it gradually penetrated all parts of the world. Ford also changed history by stimulating a new and rising demand for oil, though transport is not its only major consumer. Finally, he carried through in his factories a social and technical revolution by showing what could be done with mass production. Like many great revolutionaries, he brought together other men's ideas, as well as providing his own. But the result was the assembly line, the characteristic modern form of the manufacture of consumer goods. By it, the article under manufacture was moved steadily from worker to worker, each one of them carrying out in the minimum necessary time the precisely delimited, and if possible small task, in which he was skilled. The costs of mass production and the psychological effect on the worker was soon apparent, but the technique was fundamental to a wider sharing of the wealth of the industrial economy. Ford saw that such work would be very boring, and paid high wages to compensate for it, thereby contributing to another revolutionary economic change, the fueling of economic prosperity by increasing purchasing power and therefore demand. An expanding market, falling unit costs, and improvement in the technique of their mass production all helped to cheapen a huge range of goods. As they became more accessible, the idea has steadily spread that articles once thought luxuries are now to be taken for granted. Furthermore, there seems to be no reason why the further cheapening and availability of luxury goods should not be limitless. In the second half of this century, rising expectations became normal for the majority of those who live in the developed countries. For many people, the flow of consumer goods shattered the last links that held them to the idea that they lived in a world of stable expectations, and the effect has begun to spread. The spectacle of the new wealth of industrial societies is most striking in the undeveloped nations, where cheap consumer goods, transistor radios, for example, often bring in their train important social changes. Such goods are often important signs of status and provide an incentive for men and women to seek work where they can get higher wages to buy them. This often involves leaving the villages, in which a majority of mankind lives even today, and severing ties with an ordered, stable society. The always hastening onrush of a modernity rolling outwards from industrial societies has strained such ties in many ways. Aeroplanes are now the normal form of long-distance travel, but the first flight by a man-carrying, powered, heavier-than-air machine was only made in 1903. Flight now offers a mobility to the individual which was hardly imaginable at that date. By then, though, Marconi had already exploited electromagnetic theory to make possible the sending of the first wireless messages. The first to cross the Atlantic did so, appropriately, in 1901, the first year of a century whose communications were revolutionized by the invention. A large-scale radio broadcasting service existed by 1930. A few years earlier, the first demonstration had been made of the technical devices on which television was based. In 1936, the BBC opened the first regular television broadcasting service. 20 years later, the medium was commonplace in the leading industrial countries. Technical progress as fast as this has had an incalculable impact. Its ramifications cannot be traced here, but it has usually acted as a solvent of inherited ways. Sometimes it has affected mentality very directly and obviously. It is too soon to measure its extent, but it is difficult not to feel that radio and television imply a qualitative change in the history of culture, greater even than the coming of print. Technical progress has also affected mentality in less direct ways, too. One way in which this has happened is through its tendency to emphasize the seemingly magical power of science to transform life by way of technology. For a long time, this was almost the only way in which science had a positive impact on the lives of most people. In some industrial processes, the science is very obvious to the eye. The use of nuclear fission to generate energy, or of computers to control a factory, will serve as recent examples. In others, and the production of plastic materials for almost every conceivable requirement is one of the most common, the basic science still lies concealed from the layman in processes fairly remote from manufacture. Industry, though, was by the last quarter of the 20th century already dependent on science as never before, whether directly or indirectly, whether obviously or not. And the transformation of fundamental science into an end product has now become very fast indeed. The accumulation of technological and scientific skill has steadily reduced the time between scientific discovery and its practical application. The gap between the first use of penicillin and its large-scale manufacture was about 3 years. The generalization of the use of the motor car after the principle of the internal combustion engine was grasped took more like half a century. One reason for this is structural and economic, the gradual spread of the idea of purposive research and of a willingness to put money into it. Most practical results of 19th century science were byproducts of scientific curiosity and sometimes accidental. By 1900 a change was underway. A few scientists were beginning to see that consciously directed and concentrated research was sensible. 20 years later, large industrial companies were beginning to accept the idea that research was a proper call on their investment, albeit a small one. The research departments of some industrial concerns were in the end to grow into enormous establishments in their own right, as petrochemicals, plastics, electronics, and biochemical medicine made their appearance later in the century. Nowadays, the ordinary citizen of a developed country would find great trouble in leading a life which did not rely on applied science. This pervasiveness of science, coupled with its impressiveness in its most spectacular achievements, was one of the great reasons for the ever-growing recognition given to it. Money is one yardstick. The Cavendish Laboratory at Cambridge, for example, in which some of the fundamental experiments of nuclear physics were carried out before 1914, had then a grant from the university of about £300 a year, roughly $1,500 at rates then current. When, during the War of 1939-45, the British and Americans decided that a major effort must be mounted to produce nuclear weapons, the resulting Manhattan Project, as it was called, is estimated to have cost as much as all the scientific research previously conducted by mankind from the beginnings of recorded time. Such huge sums, and there were to be much larger bills to meet once scientists began to take up the investigation of space, mark another momentous change, the new importance of science to government. For centuries, the object of occasional patronage by the state, science has now become a major political concern. Only governments can provide resources on the scale needed for some of the things done since 1945. Unfortunately, the usual benefit they sought was better weapons, and this undoubtedly explains much of the huge scientific investment of the United States and Russia, which are of comparable magnitude, while the whole of Western Europe's research expenditure is less than a third of the Russian. The mobilization of science in 2 world wars showed its importance to war-making power. The increasing interest and participation of governments has not, on the other hand, meant that science has grown more nationalistic. Indeed, the reverse is true. Science is bound to be international for theoretical and technical reasons, to say nothing of the tradition of international communication among scientists, which is one of their most splendid inheritances from the first great age of science in the 17th century. The general psychological effect of the growth of science has been to create a much wider acceptance of its omnipresence and importance than ever before. There are more scientists about than ever. More attention than ever is given to science and education. There is more widely diffused and readily comprehensible scientific information. Most of this has only come about since 1918. A significant break in scale becomes observable about then. Paradoxically, this has perhaps led to some diminution of the wonder felt in earlier times at what science could do. Success provides diminishing returns in awe. When more and more things prove possible, there's nothing very surprising about the latest marvel. There is even irrational disappointment and irritation when some problems prove recalcitrant. Meanwhile, the master idea of our civilization, the notion that purposive change can be imposed upon nature if sufficient resources are made available, has undoubtedly grown stronger. This is a European idea. The science now carried on around the globe is all based on the European experimental tradition. In the 20th century, science continued to throw up ideas and implications disruptive of traditional, theocentric views of life. This was the high phase of the long process of dethroning the idea of the supernatural. Newtonian physics had provided a satisfying philosophical framework for a century and a half. It was not until the 19th century that James Clerk Maxwell, the first professor of experimental physics at Cambridge, did the work in electromagnetism and thermodynamics, which broke effectively into fields and problems left untouched by the 17th century. Maxwell's theoretical work and its experimental investigation profoundly affected the post-Newtonian view that the universe obeyed natural, regular, and discoverable laws of a somewhat mechanical kind, and that it essentially consisted of lumps of indestructible matter in various combinations and arrangements. To this picture had now to be fitted a new component, the electromagnetic fields whose technological possibilities quickly fascinated laymen and scientists alike. It was on this basis that the crucial work which founded modern physical theory was done between 1895 and 1914 by Röntgen, who discovered X-rays, Becquerel, who discovered radioactivity, Thomson, who identified the electron, the Curies, who isolated radium, and Rutherford, who carried out the investigation of the atom's structure. As a result of their work, it became possible to see the physical world in a new way. Instead of lumps of matter, the universe began to look more like an aggregate of atoms, which were tiny solar systems of particles in particular arrangements. These particles seemed to behave in a way which blurred the established distinction between lumps of matter and electromagnetic fields. Moreover, such arrangements of particles were not fixed, for in nature one arrangement might give way to another, and thus elements could change into other elements. Rutherford's work was decisive in establishing that atoms could be split because of their structure as a system of particles, and thus that matter, even at this fundamental level, could be manipulated. Though as late as 1935 he said that nuclear physics would have no practical implications, and no one rushed to contradict him. Two such particles were soon identified, the proton and the electron. Others not until after 1932, when Chadwick discovered the neutron. But Rutherford, together with Bohr, provided the scientific world with an experimentally validated picture of the atom's structure as a system of particles. What this radically important experimental work did not do was supply a new theoretical framework to replace the Newtonian one, which it had damaged beyond repair. This was only achieved by a long revolution in theory, beginning in the last years of the 19th century and coming to its culmination in the 1920s. It was focused on two different sets of problems which gave rise to the work designated by the terms relativity and quantum theory. The pioneering work was done by Max Planck and Albert Einstein, who provided experimental and mathematical demonstration by 1905 that the Newtonian laws of motion were an inadequate framework for explanation of a fact which could no longer be contested. This was that energy transactions in the material world took place not in an even flow, but in discrete jumps, quanta, as they came to be termed. Planck showed that radiant heat from, for example, the sun was not, as Newtonian physics required, emitted continuously. He argued that this was true of all energy transactions. Einstein argued that light was propagated not continuously, but in particles. Though much important work was to be done in the next 20 or so years, Planck's contribution had the most profound effect, and it was once more unsettling. Newton's views had been found wanting, but there was nothing to put in their place. Meanwhile, after his work on quanta, Einstein had published in 1905 the work for which he was to be most celebrated, the statement of the theory of relativity. This was essentially a demonstration that the traditional distinctions of space and time, and mass and energy, could not be consistently maintained. Instead of Newton's three-dimensional physics, he directed men's attention to a space-time continuum, in which the interplay of space, time, and motion could be understood. This was soon to be corroborated by astronomical observation of facts, for which Newtonian cosmology could not properly account, but which could find a place in Einstein's theory. One strange and unanticipated consequence of the work on which relativity theory was based was Einstein's demonstration of the relations of mass and energy, which he formulated as E equals mc squared, where E is energy, m is mass, and c is the constant speed of light. The importance and accuracy of this theoretical formulation was not to be clear until much more nuclear physics had been done. It would then be apparent that the relationships observed when mass energy was converted into heat energy in the breaking up of nuclei also corresponded to this formula. While these advances were absorbed, attempts continued to rewrite nuclear physics in the light of Planck's work. These did not get far until a major theoretical breakthrough in 1926 finally provided a mathematical framework for what Planck had observed, and indeed for nuclear physics. So sweeping was the achievement of Schrödinger and Heisenberg, the two mathematicians mainly responsible, that it seemed for a time as if quantum mechanics might be of virtually limitless explanatory power in the sciences. The behavior of particles in the atom, observed by Rutherford and Bohr, could now be accounted for. Further development of their work led to predictions of the existence of new nuclear particles, notably the positron, which was duly identified in the 1930s. Quantum mechanics seemed to have inaugurated a new age of physics. By mid-century, much more had disappeared in science than just a once-accepted set of general laws now shown to be inadequate, and in any case it remained true that, for most everyday purposes, Newtonian physics was still all that was needed. In physics, from which it had spread to other sciences, the whole notion of a general law was being replaced by the concept of statistical probability as the best that could be hoped for. The concept, as well as the content of science, was changing. Furthermore, the boundaries between sciences collapsed under the onrush of new knowledge made accessible by new theories and instrumentation. Any one of the great traditional divisions of science was soon beyond the grasp of any single man. The conflation involved in importing physical theory into neurology or mathematics into biology put a further barrier in the way of attaining that synthesis of knowledge which had been the dream of the 19th century. It would be implausible to suggest that much of this filtered through to laymen. Most of humanity rested undisturbed in its traditional and diluted pieties, whether Christian, Hindu, Marxist, or anything else. Yet we need to try to achieve at least a tentative idea of the role of science in changing generally accepted views, if we are to have a balanced view of the history of our culture. One distinction which makes for difficulty is that between the effects of ideas on intellectual elites, who are of course disproportionately prominent in histories of thought and culture which stress their major documents, and that which is exercised by ideas, even if in nonsensically distorted forms, on masses of men who respond to the climate of opinion in which they live. The second effect is perhaps more important in recent history than at earlier times, because rising literacy and increasing rapidity of communication have made mass culture more responsive to new ideas than ever before. Unfortunately, the impact of scientific ideas on elites is much easier to trace. Newtonian cosmology had been able to settle down in the 18th century into coexistence with Christian religion and other theocentric modes of thought, and managed to leave untroubled the wide range of social and moral beliefs which were tied to them. As time passed, though, science seemed increasingly hard to reconcile with any fixed belief at all. It appeared to stress relativism and the pressure of circumstance to the exclusion of any unchallengeable assumption or viewpoint. This was especially easy to see in some attempts to investigate human behavior scientifically. The most important of these were made by the practitioners of the new branch of study, psychology, which had evolved from the traditional study of mental philosophy. Psychology tended to take one of two paths after 1900. On the one hand was that which was eventually followed by, among others, Freud, the social impact of whose work has already been touched upon. Here certainly is a clear example of something which a layman, though not all scientists, would call science having an important and widespread effect. In the first place, Freud undermined the confidence of an elite in many traditional assumptions. His ideas were then diffused further through advanced societies in derivative forms, such as a new attitude to sexuality, or to responsibility, and therefore to punishment. In the second place, his teaching and writing led to a body of work which, whatever its exact status and method, was based on the belief that therapy could be pursued and relevant material assembled by interrogating subjects about their wishes, feelings, and thoughts, and interpreting this data in accordance with an appropriate body of theory. This was the foundation of the activities, which may conveniently be grouped under the name applied to Freud's own work, psychoanalysis. The other 20th century approach to psychology was much more mechanistic, but generated a body of experimental data certainly as impressive, if not more so, as the successes claimed by psychoanalysis. The outstanding name associated with this branch of psychological study is that of the Russian I.P. Pavlov. In a series of celebrated experiments with dogs, he established generalizations which, with appropriate modification, proved to be applicable to human beings. His most important single discovery was the conditioned reflex. Essentially, this was the manipulation of one of a pair of variables in an experiment in order to produce a predicted piece of behavior by a conditioned stimulus. The classical experiment provided for a bell to be sounded before food was given to dogs. After a time, the sounding of the bell produced salivation in the dog, which had earlier been produced by the production of food. Subsequently, many refinements and developments of such procedures were explored. This remarkable work has not only been the source of a great deal of insight into human psychology, but has also been exploited to provide instrumentation for a number of purposes. One of the most depressing features of our age, perhaps, is that it has been put to work by torturers, though not with a success which conclusively demonstrates their superiority to earlier practitioners. Scientifically, this school of psychology, which may be called behaviorist, made great advances, many of which were put to beneficent use, notably in the treatment of mental illness and teaching techniques. But if an attempt is to be made to grasp so shapeless a subject, the diffused effect of behaviorism, though confined consciously to relatively few, seems curiously parallel to that of Freudianism, in that its bias is toward the demolition of the sense of responsibility and individualism, which is the heart of European and Christian moral tradition. It is indeed difficult to believe that such studies, like those of other sciences, have not contributed importantly to a decline of religious belief. But this fact, often alleged to be characteristic of the contemporary era, needs very careful qualification. When people talk about the waning power of religion, they often mean only the formal and organized authority of Christian churches. They may also mean that there are changes in widely held assumptions in advanced societies, and that these have a tendency which goes beyond inimical effects on formal Christianity. They point, for example, to the fact that India is now a republic which is non-confessional and secular in its constitution. Confessional states and religious establishments are now unusual, but they do not usually mean that the real power of Islam or Hinduism over their adherents has declined, or that there have not appeared new religions in other parts of the world which are important, or that it is not true that probably more people than ever in history give serious attention to what is said by the Pope. They tend, nevertheless, to believe that in this matter, as in others, Western society has indicated a path which other societies will follow. It may be so, but it may not be, and the interplay of religion and society is so complex that it is best to be cautious. It is obvious, for example, that Islam has survived corruption by the technology and materialism of the European tradition, that it appears also to have been able to resist that tradition's latest ideological expression, atheistic communism, that it is still an expanding and missionary faith, and even that the notion of Islamic unity is not dead in the Arab lands. In the last respect, it shows that religion can still nerve men to political action, and should remind us that this is not only true of Islam. This sometimes destructive aspect of religion can be seen in many places still. United with strong social forces, religion has produced terrifying massacres in the Indian subcontinent, both during the months of partition in 1947 and since, in the struggles which led to the breaking away of East Bengal from Pakistan, and the establishment of the new state of Bangladesh. In Ulster, some Irishmen still bitterly dispute the future of their country in terms of the religious wars of the 17th century, though the hierarchies and leaders of different religions find it appropriate to exchange public courtesies, and occasionally provide a gaping world with such bizarre spectacles as the hobnobbing of Tibetan lamas with Anglican bishops. It cannot be said that religion has ceased to be a divisive force. Whether, on the other hand, that means that the supernatural content of religion is losing its hold, and that it is important today merely as a badge of group membership, is debatable. What is less debatable is that within the world, whose origins are Christian, the decline of sectarian strife has been a concomitant of a general decline of religious belief and a loss of nerve. Ecumenism, the Christian movement, whose most considerable achievement to date has been the setting up of the World Council of Churches in 1948, has been easier because many Christians have had a growing sense of living in a hostile environment and of uncertainty about what Christianity ought to claim. The only unequivocal sign of the advance of Christianity has been the growth of the Roman Catholic Church overseas, largely by natural increase. Most Roman Catholics are now non-Europeans. Attention was drawn to this shift by the first papal visits to South America and Asia in the 1960s. As for the papacy's position within the Church, that appeared to be undergoing some weakening, of which an ecumenical council held at the Vatican in the 1960s provided some symptoms. But 1978, a year of 3 popes, brought to the throne of St. Peter John Paul II, the first Polish pope ever, the first non-Italian for 4.5 centuries, and the first whose investiture was attended by the Anglican Archbishop of Canterbury. But his pontificate soon showed a determination to exercise the historic possibilities of his office. It is hazardous to project trends in the history of an institution whose fortunes have shown such fluctuations in the past. Up with Hildebrandine reform, down with schism and conciliarism, up with Trent, down with the Enlightenment, up with the First Vatican Council. And safe is simply to recognize that a new issue, contraceptive practice, may face it for the first time with a mortal threat to its unquestioned authority in the eyes of millions of Catholic believers. Like the notion of a fixed, unchanging moral law, often closely associated with it, religion has been until now always among the most impressive of mankind's achievements in social regulation, Recently they have both much weakened, but the other great historic agent of social order, the state, has kept up its end much better. If anything, it has emerged with enhanced powers from the dangers of an era of revolutionary change, which were once thought to threaten it. The world contains more states than ever before, and more people look to governments than ever before as the ultimate source of their well-being. In many countries, politics has apparently replaced religion or liberal economics as the focus of a faith that can move mountains, and the source of expectations of a new heaven and earth. This is partly because the state has everywhere, for the greater part of a century, been asked to do more and more, and has been given more power to do it. Great wars, and even the international tensions of peacetime, have helped. They threw unprecedented powers into the hands of government because of the huge mobilizations of resources they were thought to require. To such effects have been added those arising from demands that governments promote the welfare of their subjects directly, and undertake the provision of services left in earlier times to individuals or such natural social units as the family or village. Finally, there has been the urge to modernize. Few countries outside Europe achieved this without direction from above, and even in Europe some countries have owed much of their modernization to government. The 20th century's outstanding examples, though, are Russia and China, two great agrarian societies which undertook their modernization by using the power of the state to impose it. The success of the state, if we may so put it, has not gone unquestioned, but it has thus far proved very difficult to resist, even in settled states where there is a tradition of distrusting governmental power, and where institutions exist to check it. There is a sense that it is much stronger and less resistible than even a few years ago. The strongest checks on the abuse of power remain those of habit and assumption. So long as electorates in liberal states can assume that governments will not quickly fall back on the use of force, they do not feel very alarmed. But the cause of liberal democracy worldwide looks much less hopeful than in 1918. There are now many more dictators and many more illiberal political regimes in the world than in 1939, though, since changes in Greece, Portugal and Spain in the 1970s, none in Western Europe. Like the collapse of market economics and the undermining of liberal intellectual assumptions, this is a measure of the narrowing base of what was once thought the ideology of the future, but was only that of a few advanced societies of the 19th century. This does not mean that the forms of its politics have not survived. They have indeed prospered in one sense, for the rhetoric of democracy and constitutionalism has never been more widely employed, and nationalism is stronger than ever. Yet the freedoms once associated with these ideas are more conspicuously in danger, and the lack of connection between nationalism and liberalism is more obvious than ever. One reason for this is that they have been exported to contexts inimical to them. It is unhistorical to deplore what has followed. As Burke pointed out long ago, political principles take their color from circumstances. It has, in many instances in the last 25 years, been shown that representative institutions and democratic forms cannot work properly in societies lacking solid foundations in habits which are coherent with them, or where there are powerful divisive influences. In such circumstances, the imposition of an authoritarian style of government has often been the best way of resisting the fragmentation of a nation once the discipline imposed by a colonial power is withdrawn. Only too obviously, this has not meant greater freedom in all post-colonial countries, though whether greater happiness has not followed may be more debatable. The role of the urge to modernize in strengthening the state, something prefigured long ago outside Europe in such figures as Muhammad Ali or Kemal, was an indication of new sources from which the state increasingly drew its moral authority, instead of resting as it once had done on personal loyalty to a dynasty or on supernatural sanction. It rested increasingly on the democratic argument that it was able to satisfy collective desires. Usually these were for material improvement, but sometimes not. If one value more than any other legitimizes state authority today, it is that of nationalism, still the motive force of much of world politics. It has proved astonishingly tenacious, as communist Europe has shown, and has been successful in mobilizing allegiance as no other force has been able to do. Against it, ideologies have not proved effective. The forces telling against it and helping to make the whole world one political system have been economics, communications, and technology, not comparably powerful moral ideas or mythologies. Finally, of course, the state has continued to benefit from its virtual monopoly of the main instruments of physical control. Even 100 years ago, the police and armed forces of governments, unshaken by war or revolution, gave it virtual assurance of survival. Improved technology has only increased this near certainty. New repressive techniques and weapons, moreover, are now only a small part of the story of state power. State intervention in the economy, through its power as consumer, investor, or planner, and the improvement of mass communications in a form which leaves access to them highly centralized, are also political facts of great importance. They did not appear suddenly in 1945. The welfare state was a reality in Great Britain before 1914. Hitler and Roosevelt made great use of radio, though for very different ends, and the regulation of economic life is as old as government itself. These were, however, all only slight prefigurings of an increase in state power, whose results we have witnessed since 1945, and which is, in its intense form, still very new. When a British Foreign Secretary said, in the late 1940s, that he wished to see a state of affairs in which a man could set off for a foreign country with no need to worry about anything except buying a ticket, without passport, visa, or other officially imposed documentation, he was virtually asking for the return of conditions taken for granted 80 years earlier. Unfortunately, they still remain virtually unthinkable today. 2. The politics of a new world. Cold War. A revolution in both the economic and political organization of the world has been going on ever since the end of the Second World War. The result is a world still in movement, whose structure is already very different from what might have been expected 20 or even 10 years ago. Some of it derives from forces which have been detected at work long before the 1940s. They can, for example, be related to the energy needs of industrial societies, which have grown steadily for a century or more, or to the triumph of ideas first announced in the French Revolution. But such forces are far from being the whole story. Other great changes seem to have more of accident, circumstance, or personality about them. They are not easy to explain, for both the evidence and the perspective needed to understand many of them are unavailable. Tracing the steps by which one sort of world turned into another is nonetheless the first step towards historical judgment. One fact is indisputable. World history was long dominated by a prolonged and bitter Soviet-American antagonism, the Cold War, as it was called. This brought into the forefront of world affairs a rupture in the diplomatic history of the modern era, which had opened in 1917. A state then made its appearance which, for the first time in more than a century, and far more vigorously than any predecessor, approached international society with radically new assumptions. Soviet Russia was an ideological state, which regarded diplomacy not as a civilized way of doing business, but as a weapon for the advance of ideology, however qualified in practice. Moreover, the Bolsheviks said they wanted to overthrow the social institutions of non-communist societies. After 1945, other states came into existence which took the same view. The result was a world which looked as if it were divided into two camps, one led by Russia, one by the United States. The opening of the Marshall Aid Program was almost at once followed by what was to prove to be the first battle of the Cold War, and the decisive one for Europe, over the fate of Berlin. It established the point at which, in Europe, the United States was prepared to fight. It does not seem that this outcome was anticipated by the Russians, who provoked it. Their basic concern was to prevent the re-emergence of a reunited and economically powerful Germany, which was not under their influence. The Western powers had a different interest, to reanimate the economy of at least Western Germany. They sought to get on with this before the future political shape of Germany was settled, holding that it was essential to the recovery of Western Europe as a whole. Among other things, they introduced a new currency reform in their sectors without Russian agreement. Following on Marshall aid, which of course extended to the Western occupied zones but not to the Russian, this decision cut Germany in two, because it meant that the recovery of the eastern half would not proceed as a unit integrated with Western Europe, but that a strong Western Germany might emerge by itself. That the Western powers should get on with the business of putting German industry on its feet was undoubtedly economic sense, but the decision put Eastern Germany decisively on the other side of the Iron Curtain. Moreover, the introduction of the currency reform in Western Berlin divided that city, too, and thereby prejudiced Russian chances of a political putsch there. The Russians duly responded by interference with communications between the western zones of Germany and Berlin. Whatever their motives at this stage, the dispute escalated. Some Western officials had already had it in mind that a severing of Western Berlin from Western Germany might be attempted before this crisis, and the word blockade had been used. Now the Russians' acts were interpreted in this sense. To keep up communication with West Berlin, the British and Americans organized an airlift to supply the city. When this happened, a trial of strength was underway. The Western powers, in spite of the enormous cost of maintaining such a supply of food, fuel, and medicine as would just keep West Berlin going, announced they were prepared to keep it up indefinitely. The implication was that the Russians could stop them only by force. For the first time since the war, American strategic bombers moved back to bases in England. The Russians, on the other hand, wanted to demonstrate to the West Berliners that the Western powers could not stay there if the Russians did not want them to. They hoped thus to remove the obstacle which the presence of elected non-communist municipal authorities presented to Soviet control of Berlin as a prelude to the reuniting of Germany. The blockade lasted over a year, and the Russians lost. They were neither able to prevent Allied supply, nor to intimidate the West Berliners. The Russians made the best of this by deliberately splitting the city and refusing the mayor access to his office. Meanwhile, the Western powers got on with the organization of West Germany, and had signed a treaty setting up a new alliance for Atlantic security, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. The blockade ended in May 1949. Remarkable though it was as a technical achievement, there was only one airfield, and it handled over 1,000 aircraft a day for most of the time, with an average daily delivery of 5,000 tons of coal alone. The real significance of the crisis had been political. It had been shown that neither side wanted to fight, but also that all hope of cooperation on the basis of the wartime agreement to create a centralized German administration was dead. Henceforth, there were to be two Germanys as well as two Europes. It was also beginning to appear that there might be two worlds. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization was the first Cold War creation to transcend Europe. The United States and Canada were members, as well as most Western European states. Only Sweden, Switzerland, and Spain did not belong to it. It was explicitly a defensive alliance, providing for the mutual defense of any member attacked. This was another break with the now almost vanished isolationist traditions of American foreign policy. It can be argued that NATO and the Berlin crisis ended the dangerous phase of the Cold War in Europe, but it soon re-erupted in Asia. In 1945, Korea had been divided, its industrial north and agricultural south being occupied respectively by Russian and American forces. The problem of reunification was eventually referred to the United Nations, which, after efforts to obtain elections for the whole country under its supervision, recognized a government set up in South Korea as the only lawful government of the Republic of Korea. Meanwhile, the Russian zone had also produced a government claiming sovereignty over the whole country. When Russian and American forces had both been withdrawn, North Korean forces invaded the South in June 1950. Within 2 days, President Truman intervened by sending American forces to fight them, acting in the name of the United Nations, which had voted to resist aggression. As the Russians were at that moment boycotting the Security Council, they could not use their veto to prevent United Nations action. The Americans always provided the bulk of the United Nations forces in Korea, but other nations sent contingents. Within a few months, it seemed likely that the North Koreans would be overthrown. United Nations forces were operating well north of the 38th parallel, which had divided the country, and were soon nearing the Manchurian border. At this point, Chinese Communist forces intervened and drove them back. There was now a danger of a much bigger conflict. China was the second largest communist state in the world, and the largest in terms of population. Behind it stood Russia. A man could walk from Erfurt to Shanghai without once leaving communist territory. The question arose of direct action, possibly with nuclear weapons, by the United States against China. This did not occur thanks to Truman's insistence that the United States must not become involved in a major war on the Asian mainland. It began to seem likely that although the Chinese might be able to keep the North Koreans in the field, so long as the war was not extended to their territory, they could not overturn South Korea against American wishes. Armistice talks began. The new American administration, which came to office in 1953, was Republican and unequivocally anti-communist, but knew its predecessor had demonstrated its will and capacity to uphold an independent South Korean state, and felt that the real center of the Cold War was in Europe rather than in Asia. The armistice was signed in July 1953. All subsequent efforts to turn this into a formal peace have failed. Yet in Korea, as well as in Berlin, Americans could see that they had halted the expansion of communism into non-communist areas. They had won the first battles of the Cold War. Shortly before the armistice, Stalin had died. It was very difficult for observers outside Russia to interpret what this might mean. In due course, it appeared that this was something of a break in the continuity of Russian development and policy. But that was not clear at the time, and President Eisenhower was as distrustful of Russian intentions as ever. In the middle of the 1950s, the Cold War was at its most intense. Shortly after Stalin's death, the new Russian government revealed that they, too, had the improved type of nuclear weapon known as the hydrogen bomb. It was, in a way, a memorial to his achievement in assuring Russia her proper status in the post-war world. What is not clear is that this status could only have been achieved, or was worth achieving, at such cost. Russia was now a great industrial power, showing the trends in urbanization and population growth which had marked other industrializing nations. But her peoples had been rewarded with precious little but the knowledge of their international strength. Domestic consumption was still kept down in post-war Russia, and both the propaganda to which they were subjected and the brutalities of the police system seemed, if anything, to have been intensified after some relaxation during the war. In such things, Stalin had only carried to their logical conclusion the repressive policies of Lenin, but he was of greater historical importance than his predecessor because he gave Russia the strength for her new role in world history. Outside Russia, Stalin's monument was a divided Europe. The western half was by 1953 substantially rebuilt, thanks to American financial support. Germany was split down the middle. From 1949, the Federal Republic in the west and the German Democratic Republic in the east had moved further and further apart. On 2 successive days in March 1954, the Russians announced that the Eastern Republic now possessed full sovereignty, and the West German president signed the constitutional amendment permitting the rearmament of his country. In 1955, West Germany entered NATO, and the Russian riposte was to set up its own reply to NATO in the Warsaw Pact. Berlin's future was still in doubt, but it was clear that the NATO powers would fight to resist changes in its status, except by agreement. In the east, the new German state had agreed to settle with old enemies. The line of the Oder-Neisse would be the frontier with Poland. Hitler's dream of realizing the greater Germany of the 19th century nationalists had ended only by destroying Bismarckian Germany and delivering historic Prussia helpless to rule by a revolutionary communist regime. The new West Germany was federal in structure, non-militarist in tradition, and dominated by Catholic and social democratic politicians, whom Bismarck would have seen as enemies of the state. So ended the problem of containing the German power, which had twice devastated Europe by war. We cannot, of course, attribute to Stalin, or any one person, another division worldwide after the establishment of communism in China, that between what we may call capitalist and socialist economic systems. Yet Stalin's policies contributed importantly to its deepening. Trade between Soviet Russia and other countries had from the start been encumbered by political obstacles. There had also been a great disruption of patterns of world trade after 1931, by the collapse of capitalist economies. After 1945, nonetheless, the divisions of the world market were transcended by a great new one. Two methods of organizing the distribution of scarce resources increasingly divided the world between them, and intercourse between them was henceforth limited. The essential determinant of one system, the capitalist, was the market, though a market very different from that envisaged by the old liberal free trade ideology, and in many ways a very imperfect one. In the communist-controlled group of nations, political authority was the decisive economic factor. Neither economic system remained unchanged, and contacts between them multiplied as the years passed. Nonetheless, they competed as models of economic growth for nations seeking to achieve it. The competition had been negligible before 1945, but was both inflamed by the political struggles of the Cold War and actually helped to spread its antagonisms. This was not a static situation. In due course, the one system would come to be less completely dominated by the United States, and the other less completely dominated by Russia than in 1950. Both shared in the continuing growth which dominated world economic history in the 1950s, and, a little less markedly, in the 1960s. Nonetheless, the distinction between the two economic systems remains fundamental to an understanding of the pattern of world economic development since 1945, for it shut off some possibilities and suggested others. The entry of China to the socialist economic systems was, of course, of great importance, but tended to be seen almost purely in Cold War terms. In fact, by the time of Stalin's death, there were many other signs that the prophecy made by the South African statesman Smuts, more than a quarter-century before, that the scene had shifted away from Europe to the Far East and the Pacific, had been realized. Although the German problem persisted as the focus of the Cold War, Korea was only the most dramatic evidence that the center of gravity of world history was again on the move, this time from Europe to the Orient. Asian Revolution. The collapse of imperial power in Asia was bound to be followed by further changes as the new states which emerged there came to be aware of their interests and power, or lack of it. In some instances their shape and unity had been given them by imperial rule, and was not long to outlast it. The subcontinent of India lost its unity at the moment of decolonialization, and Malaysia and Indochina were to undergo important changes. They were not always welcome. There were internal strains in some of these new nations too. Singapore and Indonesia, for example, had large numbers of Chinese inhabitants who often had a disproportionate share of economic power. Whatever their political arrangements, moreover, all these countries had fast-growing populations and were economically backward. Taken all round, the end of European domination now seems less of a turning point than once thought. The limits of Europe's impact on their destinies began to appear after independence. Europe had swayed the fate of millions of Asians, but had often barely touched the hearts and minds of any but the ruling elites. This was largely because European civilization had contended with much deeper-rooted and more powerful traditions in Asia than in any other part of the world. Asian culture could not be swept aside as easily as that of pre-Columbian America. As in the Arab-Islamic world, both the direct efforts of Europeans and the indirect diffusion of European culture through self-imposed modernization, met formidable obstacles. The deepest layers of thought and behavior often remained undisturbed, even in those who believed themselves most emancipated from their country's past. Nativities are still cast in educated Hindu families when children are born and marriages are contracted. And the Chinese Marxist draws on an unassailable sense of moral superiority, grounded in age-old Chinese attitudes to the non-Chinese world. Very roughly, Asia can be divided into two zones for the purpose of understanding her recent role in world history. There is a western sphere, whose boundaries are set by the mountain ranges of northern India, the Burmese and Siamese highlands, and the huge archipelago of which Indonesia is the major component. Its center is the Indian Ocean, and in its history the major cultural influences have been three: Hindu civilization spreading from India to the southeast, Islam, which also spread eastward across it, and the European impact, felt over long periods, not only of commercial and religious activity, but of direct political domination. The other sphere is East Asian. It is dominated by China, in large measure by the simple geographical fact of that country's huge mass, but also indirectly through the numbers and sometimes the migration of her people, and, more remotely, by the fundamental cultural influence she has exercised on East Asia's peripheral nations. The most important of these are Japan, Korea, and Vietnam. In this area, too, direct European political domination had been short-lived. It did not compare with the extent and duration of that in the Indian Ocean zone. It has been easy to lose sight of the important differences between these two Asias since 1945, because in the first stages of decolonization, each of them showed much in common. Both provided instances of angry rejections of the West and expressed them in Western forms, notably in a touchy nationalism and appeals to world opinion. India showed her truculence, for example, by absorbing, within a few years of independence, both the princely states which had survived during the Raj and the remaining enclaves of French and Portuguese territory. But India also quarrelled with her neighbour, Pakistan. This was mainly because of Kashmir, a princely state containing a majority of Muslims under a Hindu prince. In 1947, fighting broke out there when the Muslims tried to bring about union with Pakistan. The Maharaja asked for Indian help and acceded to the Indian Republic. By way of complication, the Muslim spokesmen of Kashmir were themselves divided. India refused to hold a plebiscite recommended by the Security Council, and the question has remained a running sore in Indo-Pakistan relations, while some 2/3 of Kashmir are in Indian hands. Fighting went on until 1949. It broke out again in 1965-6, and in 69-70. The issue was further complicated by demarcation disputes and quarrels about the fair use of the Indus waters. In 1971 came more fighting, when East Pakistan broke away to form a new state on its own, Bangladesh, under Indian patronage, but with economic problems possibly even graver than those of the other two republics of the subcontinent. In these troubled passages, India sometimes showed great ambitions, perhaps going so far as a wish to reunite the subcontinent, and blatant disregard of the interests of other peoples, such as the Nagas. The hostility aroused by Indian aspirations was moreover further complicated by the behavior of outside powers. The Indian Republic soon asserted its determination to remain independent of either side in the Cold War. In the 1950s, this meant in practice the cultivation of warmer relations with Russia and Communist China than with the United States. Indeed, India's Prime Minister Nehru appeared to relish opportunities of criticizing American action. They fitted comfortably alongside the adoption of mildly socialist programs in domestic affairs to maintain an image of progressive, peaceful, non-aligned India. It came as all the more of a shock, therefore, to the Indian public to learn in 1959 that quarrelling had been going on with the Chinese about the northern borders for 3 years before the government admitted it. At the end of 1962, large-scale fighting began, Nehru took the improbable step of asking the Americans for military aid, and even more improbably of receiving it at the same time as he took it, in the form of aeroplane engines, from Russia. Logically, Pakistan had not courted the same friends as India. The young Pakistan was much weaker than her neighbour. She had only a tiny trained civil service. Hindus had joined the old Indian civil service in much larger numbers than Muslims, was divided geographically in two, and almost at once had lost her ablest leader, Jinnah. Even under the Raj, Muslim leaders had always, and perhaps realistically, shown less confidence in democratic forms than Congress. For most of her history, Pakistan has been ruled by authoritarian soldiers who have sought to ensure military survival against India, economic development, including land reform, and the safeguarding of Islamic society. India, meanwhile, preserved parliamentary forms, though restrictions on opposition and press in 1975 suggested that she, too, might be at the end of the road of constitutional government. This displeased some of India's former admirers in the West, who had never grasped how shallow the roots of liberal politics were bound to be in Asia, let alone Africa. The assassination of the Indian Prime Minister, Indira Gandhi, in 1984, by Sikh terrorists was another shock, reviving doubts of the Republic's capacity to contain its minority problems. Her son's emergence as her successor, too, struck many as a confirmation of the dynastic reality behind India's electoral facade. His mother had been Nehru's daughter. Though Pakistan is Muslim and the Indian Republic constitutionally non-confessional and secular, religious questions affected their relations less than the Cold War. As the decade went on, a new grouping also made its appearance, which further confused the patterns of diplomacy in Asia and the relations of India and Pakistan. An association of professedly neutralist powers, known by the vague and sometimes misleading name of the Third World, resulted from a meeting of representatives of 29 African and Asian states at Bandung in 1955. The conference included China, and the group later took in Yugoslavia, a country long excommunicated from Western communist orthodoxy. Most of the other Third World nations were ex-colonial territories, poor and needy, more suspicious of the United States than Russia, and more attracted to China than to either. But the term is unsatisfactory because their vague similarities masked important differences between them. Thus, not very surprisingly, the coherence of Third World politics was not to prove very enduring. Nevertheless, this was the first time the post-war world learnt that the weak had power if they chose to use it, and that greater states in search of allies would have to take them into account. In the 1950s, there were signs already in China's relations with the Bandung states that there was a divergence of interest between that country and Russia, in that both wished to claim the leadership of the underdeveloped and uncommitted world. At first this emerged obliquely, and in the disguise of differing attitudes to the Yugoslavs. It was in the end to be a worldwide contest. One early result was the paradox that Pakistan drew closer to China, in spite of a treaty with the United States, and Russia closer to India as time passed. After the United States declined to supply arms during her 1965 war with India, Pakistan asked for Chinese help. She got much less than she hoped, but this was an early example of a new fluidity which began to mark international affairs in the 1960s. No more than the communist states were the Americans able to ignore this. Indeed, the Cold War quickly produced an ironical change in the role of the United States in Asia. From being the patron of the anti-colonialism which had done so much to dismantle its allies' empires, it began in some areas almost to appear as their supplanter. This was less true, though, in the Indian Ocean sphere than in the Far East. Nor did the change in United States policy for a long time appear unambiguous to its allies, who were former colonial powers. Long and unrewarded American efforts to placate India still pointed the other way. Perhaps the clearest example, though, of the difficulties facing great powers by the new Asia was provided in Indonesia. The most obvious problems confronting the new Indonesia were posed by the variety of communities and the wide divergence of political interest in its vast sprawl of territories. The basic culture of the Sumatrans and Javanese was Hindu. Indonesia had long been a part of the Indian cultural zone, but there were also large numbers of Muslims. Islam had been brought to Indonesia centuries before by Arab traders. As if this were not enough, the Chinese immigration was also long established and had tended to produce a preponderance of Chinese in administrative and commercial positions. The departure of the Dutch released some of the communal tensions from the discipline imposed by a common ruler. Meanwhile, the usual post-colonial problems of overpopulation, underdevelopment, and inflation began to make their impact. In the 1950s, central government was increasingly resented, and by 1957 it was only in control of Java. Attempts to use the time-honored device of distracting opposition by a nationalist campaign against the continued Dutch presence in West New Guinea were not successful in rebuilding popular support. Under Sukarno, Indonesian government moved rapidly away from the liberal forms adopted at the birth of the new state. This meant leaning more heavily on Russian support and, in 1960, the dismissal of parliament. In 1963, Sukarno was named president for life, yet the Americans long stood by him because of fears that he might turn to China for help. After swallowing the independent state which had emerged from West New Guinea, to the irritation of the Dutch, Sukarno turned to a confrontation with the new Federation of Malaysia, set up in 1957 from the fragments of British Empire in Southeast Asia. Indonesian attacks on Borneo and Sarawak, and eventually on the Malayan mainland, were mastered with British help. Although he still enjoyed American patronage, President Kennedy's brother appeared in London to advocate a settlement favorable to Indonesia. This failure seems to have been the turning point for Sukarno. The distraction of foreign adventure had just enabled him to ride the storm at home when food shortages and inflation went out of control. The details of what followed are obscure, but it seems that an attempt by Sukarno to forestall his opponents by killing several army officers antagonized the armed forces. The people's agitation over economic crisis was exploited by those who feared Sukarno's dependence on the mainly Chinese communists. Significantly, the traditional shadow plays, which are one of the distinctive forms of Indonesian art, were for months presenting the old Hindu epics, which were their staple material, with political allusions and overtones of coming change. Finally, the storm broke. The army stood back ostentatiously, while popular massacres of communists removed possible support on which Sukarno might have relied. He was set aside by a military regime in 1966. American sympathy for him reflected the belief that the best opponents of communism were strong and prosperous national states. It appears from the history of Far Eastern Asia in the last quarter century or so that there was indeed much to be said for this, but its expression in American policy cannot be said to have been an unqualified success. There is a big gap between appreciating the principle and drawing the right practical conclusion from it. Even more than in the Indian Ocean sphere, the dominant fact of post-war history to the east of Singapore was the revival of Chinese power. Though regimes appeared in both South Korea and Japan, which successfully resisted communism, they too benefited in growing independence of the West from the Chinese Revolution. The East Asians had always defended themselves more successfully against the Europeans than the Indian Ocean countries, and since 1947 they have shown increasing ability to assert their independence in both communist and non-communist forms. It is difficult not to see in this the effects of the continuing operation of fundamental attitudes in societies drawing so much upon Chinese example, in their discipline, capacity for constructive social effort, disregard for the individual, respect for authority and hierarchy, and deep self-awareness as members of civilizations proudly distinct from the West. The East Asians drew on something much deeper than the Chinese Revolution, and indeed that revolution is only comprehensible against the background dominated by that something. We may nevertheless begin with that revolution's installation in power in 1949. In retrospect, it may be thought notable that Peking was again chosen as capital of the new China. It seemed to indicate that China might again be more aware of pressure from her land frontiers in the north than of the threat she had faced for a century from the sea. However this may be, Russia had been the first state to recognize the new China, closely followed by the British, Indian, and Burmese governments. Given Cold War preoccupations elsewhere, and the circumstances of the nationalist collapse, the new China did not in fact face any real threat from the outside to distract her rulers from the long-overdue task of modernization. The nationalists, cooped up in Taiwan, could be disregarded, even though they might for the time being be irremovable. When a major threat did materialize, as the United Nations forces approached the Yalu River frontier of Manchuria and Korea in 1950, the Chinese reaction was strong and immediate. They sent a large army to Korea. But the main preoccupation of the first years of Communist China was the internal state of the country. Material and physical construction and reconstruction were overdue. Population pressure on land was as serious as ever, and the moral and ideological void presented by the collapse of the Ancien Régime over the preceding century had to be filled. The peasants were the starting point. Here, 1949 is not a very significant date. A process of land reform had been going on since the 1920s, largely carried out by the peasants themselves under party leadership. By 1956, China's farms were collectivized in a social transformation of the villages, which gave control of the new units to their inhabitants. The essential change was the overthrow of the local village leaders and landlords. It was often violent, and such persons must have made up a large number of the 800,000 Chinese who were reported later by Mao to have been liquidated in the first 5 years of the People's Republic. Meanwhile, a program of industrialization was also pressed forward. This depended largely upon Russian help, the only source from which China could draw. By 1956 it had produced an increase in the Chinese net domestic product, proportionately greater than the increase in the production of food. By then, China was already again a major influence abroad. Though her independence was long masked by the superficial unity of the Communist bloc, and her continued exclusion from UNO at the insistence of the United States. A Sino-Russian treaty in 1950 was interpreted abroad, especially in the United States, as evidence that China was entering the Cold War on the Russian side. Certainly the regime was communist and talked revolution and anti-colonialism. Moreover, its choices were bound to be confined by the parameters of the Cold War. Yet in a longer perspective, traditional concerns now seem to have had important weight in Chinese communist policy from the start. At a very early point, there emerged a concern to re-establish Chinese power within the area it had always tended to fill up. The security of Manchuria is by itself enough to explain Chinese military intervention in Korea, but the peninsula had also long been an area of dispute between Imperial China and Japan. An occupation of Tibet in 1951 was another incursion into an area which had for centuries been under Chinese suzerainty. It called into question, inevitably, borders with India established by British force. But from the start, the most vociferous demand made for regaining control of the Chinese periphery was for the eviction of the nationalist government from Taiwan, which had been taken from the Chinese in 1895 by the Japanese, and only restored in 1945 to control by the mainland. By 1955, a United States government was so deeply committed to the support of the nationalist regime there that the President announced that the United States would protect not merely the island itself, but the smaller islands near the Chinese coast, which were thought essential to its defense. About this issue, and against a background provided by a sense of inexplicable rebuff by a China long patronized by American philanthropy and missionary effort, the interest of the United States in Chinese affairs tended to crystallize for over a decade. It did so obsessively that at times it seemed that the Chinese nationalist tail was wagging the American dog. Conversely, during the 1950s, both India and Russia supported Peking over Taiwan, insisting that the matter was one of Chinese internal affairs. It was therefore all the more sensational when the next decade brought about actual armed conflict between China and these two powers. The quarrel with India grew out of the Chinese occupation of Tibet, which was later to be declared an autonomous region. Indian policy still seemed basically sympathetic to China, when in 1959 the Chinese further tightened their grasp on Tibet. India discountenanced an attempt by Tibetan exiles to set up a government on her soil. But by then the Chinese advance had already provoked territorial disputes, and they led to clashes even in 1959. In the course of discussing them in the following year, the Chinese announced that they did not recognize a border with India along lines drawn by a British-Tibetan negotiation in 1914, and never formally accepted by any Chinese government. 40-odd years' usage was hardly significant against the background provided by China's historical continuity. This resulted in much heavier fighting in the autumn of 1962, when Nehru demanded a Chinese withdrawal. The Indians did badly. Suddenly, early in 1963, a startled world heard Russia bitterly denounced by the Chinese Communist Party for, on the one hand, helping India, and on the other for stopping economic and military aid to China 3 years before. The second charge indicated complicated origins to this quarrel, but by no means went to the root of the matter. Some Chinese communists, Mao among them, could, after all, remember the consequences of the subordination of the Chinese Revolution to the international interest of communism, as interpreted by the Russians, as far back as the 1920s. Since that time there had always been a division in the leadership of the Chinese Party between Russian and native forces. Mao represented a sinicized Marxism. He envisaged a society different from Soviet Russian as well as from capitalist. Unfortunately, such subtleties were difficult to disentangle, because Chinese resentment of Russian policy had to be presented to the rest of the world in Marxist jargon. Since the new leadership in Russia was engaged in the dismantling of the Stalin myth, this almost accidentally led the Chinese to sound more Stalinist than Stalin in their public pronouncements, even when they were pursuing radically non-Stalinist policies. It is also worth recalling an even more remote past. Well before the foundation of the CCP, the Chinese Revolution had been a movement of national regeneration, whose primary aim was the recovery of China's control over her own destiny from the foreigners. Among these foreigners were the Russians. The long history of their encroachment upon the Chinese sphere went back to Peter the Great, and it had continued in the Soviet era. A protectorate over Tannu Tuva was established in 1914 by the Tsars. The area was annexed by the Soviets in 1944. In 1945, Russian armies entered Manchuria and North China and reconstituted the Tsarist Far East. They remained in Xinjiang until 1949, in Port Arthur until 1955. In Mongolia, they left behind a satellite Mongolian People's Republic, originally set up in the 1920s. Even after 1955, the Russians and Chinese shared something like 4,500 miles of frontier, if Mongolia is included, and there was great potential for dispute along its huge length. Finally, we should take into account the personal views of Mao Zedong. Although his later intellectual formation had been Marxist, and although he found its categories helpful in explaining his country's predicament, he appears always to have combined with them a certain pragmatism. He escaped the Marxist dogma of the Bolshevik period because of a firm attachment to lessons of experience. Mao's attitude to knowledge and ideas was predominantly utilitarian and moralistic. In this, it is very much in the Chinese tradition. The whole complex of phenomena presenting itself to him at any time was classified by him into contending forces on which human willpower could play to bring about morally valuable and creative change. Mao's relationship with the CCP had not always been smooth. His great opportunity had come when his policy towards the peasantry provided a way ahead after disaster had overtaken urban communism. After a temporary setback in the early 1930s, he was virtually supreme within the party from about 1935. Rural influences within the party were on top at last. The way was also open for Mao later to have an enormous international influence. The notion of a protracted revolutionary war waged from the countryside and carried into the towns had huge potential in parts of the world for which the orthodox Marxist belief that industrial development was needed to create a revolutionary proletariat was not attractive. The Sino-Russian conflict continued fiercely after 1963 until it involved the whole communist world. It was accentuated by Russian tactlessness. Not content with alarming the Chinese by signs of doctrinal deviation, the Russians seem to have been as careless as any Western imperialists of relations with Asiatic allies. Khrushchev later made the revealing remark that when touring in China, he and other Russians used to laugh at their primitive forms of organization. The worst affront had been the withdrawal of Russian economic and technical help in 1960, just when natural disasters, such as floods, said by official Chinese sources to have affected 150 million acres of agricultural land, had followed the collapse of a great economic offensive launched in 1958 by Mao, the Great Leap Forward. What happened is obscure. The aim appears to have been to decentralize the economy into communes, of which there were some 25,000, thus setting aside centralized planning on the Russian model with its bureaucratic dangers, and also calling directly upon the participation of local forces from which the regime had previously benefited. Clearly it failed. Mao's own standing appears to have suffered until the later 1960s. By then, his rivals had arranged to put the economy back on the road to modernization again. The most striking evidence, perhaps, was the explosion of a Chinese nuclear weapon in 1964, an expensive admission card to a very exclusive club. Even more important was the fact that the regime managed to avoid crippling famine and to keep the loyalty of the people. Though more slowly than in the early 19th century, the Chinese population has continued to rise, and to rise in colossal totals. 590 million has been thought a reasonable estimate for 1950, and 25 years later it had risen to 835 millions. Though China's share of world population may have sometimes been higher in the past, perhaps she contained nearly 40% of mankind on the eve of the Taiping Rebellion, she was in the 1960s stronger than ever before. Her leaders even talked as if they were unmoved by the possibility of nuclear war. Their enormous population made it likely that Chinese would survive in greater numbers than the peoples of other countries. More positively, there were signs that Russia was alarmed by the presence of so great a power on the border of her most thinly populated regions. China is, after all, not only one of the most highly, but also one of the most densely populated countries in the world. Meanwhile, the revolution seemed not to have lost any of its dynamic, and the parties strove to keep it going, much turned on the evidence of what had happened in the USSR. There was fear that something similar might happen in China. This lay behind the Cultural Revolution of 1966-9, a consequence also of the re-establishment of Mao's supremacy. It was a huge upheaval sweeping through party and administration in an attempt to offset the danger that a new ruling class would emerge and to revitalize the cult of Maoism for a new generation. One way in which it expressed itself was by closing universities and imposing practical work on all citizens. This had as its object a changing of traditional attitudes towards intellectuals. The emphasis of the Cultural Revolution was upon self-sacrifice and subordination to the thought of Mao Zedong. By 1968, the country had been turned upside down by Red Guards, fighting entrenched officialdom. In the end, there were signs that Mao himself believed things had gone too far. After the army re-established order and instituted new cadres, a party congress reconfirmed Mao's leadership. The moral preoccupation of this still mysterious episode is very striking. Mao clearly felt a danger that the revolution might congeal and lose the moral élan which had carried it so far. In seeking to protect it, old ideas, the traditional honor paid to the intellectual in China, for example, had to go. This should not seem surprising. Of the great revolutions of world history, the Chinese has been unquestionably one of the most far-reaching, because it had to be. Society, government, and economy were enmeshed and integrated with one another into a whole system in China as nowhere else. The demotion of intellectuals was a necessary consequence of the desire to make a new China, for their prestige embodied the old order just as had the examination system, whose abolition more than 50 years earlier had been one of the announcements that a real revolution, and not just a change of regime, was underway in the most unchanging society on earth. It is in this perspective that Chinese communism's achievement and direction stand out from the mystifying welter of events which bemuse the foreign reader of the newspapers. The deliberate attack on the family as an authority was not merely an attempt by an insecure regime to encourage informers and delation, but an attack on the most fundamental of all Chinese social institutions. The deliberate advancement of women and propaganda to discourage early marriage have a dimension going beyond progressive feminist ideas or population control. They are an assault on the past such as no other revolution has ever made, for in China the past meant a role for women far inferior to anything to be found in pre-revolutionary America, France, or Russia. The attacks on party leaders, which accuse them of flirtation with Confucian ideas, are more than the jibes which comparable attacks would be in Western countries. Indeed, they could not occur in them, for no vision of a past to be rejected which was so total could exist in the West, which has known cultural pluralism for hundreds of years. Yet rejection is not the whole story. More than 2,000 years of essential continuity, stretching back to the Qin and perhaps further, must be taken into account if we are to penetrate the meaning of the Chinese Revolution. The clue is the role of authority in it. For all its cost and cruelty, the revolution is a heroic endeavor. In scale, it is matched only by such gigantic social efforts as the coming of Islam, or Europe's assault on the world in early modern times. The difference is that this movement is at least in intention centrally controlled and directed by the state. It is the paradox of the Chinese Revolution that it rests on popular fervor, but is unimaginable without conscious direction from a state inheriting all the mysterious prestige of the traditional bearers of the mandate of heaven. Chinese tradition respects authority and gives it a moral endorsement long hard to find in the West. No more than any other great state can communist China shake off its history. This history sometimes gives communist China a paradoxically conservative appearance. No large society had for so long driven home to its peoples the assumptions that the individual mattered less than the collective whole, that authority could rightfully command the services of millions at any cost to themselves in order to carry out great works for the good of the state, that the government's authority is unquestioned so long as it is exercised for the common good. The notion of opposition is so distasteful to the Chinese because it suggests a disruption of society. What such ideas imply, of course, is the rejection of the kind of revolution involved in the adaptation of Western individualism. Mao himself fitted well into the Chinese popular tradition of the ruler sage. He was presented as much as a teacher as a politician. Western commentators were amused by the status given to his thoughts, by the omnipresence of the little red book, though there have been areas of the West since the Protestant Reformation where similar adulation has been given to the Bible. But the utterances of great teachers have always commanded respect in China. Mao was the spokesman of a moral doctrine which was presented just as much as the core of society as Confucianism ever had been. There was also something traditional in Mao's artistic interests. He was admired by the people as a poet, and his poems won the respect of qualified judges. The regime over which he presided benefited from the Chinese past, as well as destroying it, because Mao was easily comprehensible within its idea of authority. Traditionally, power has been sanctioned in China by the notion that the ruler did good things for his people. This has sometimes presented certain obstacles to the communists' effort to get things done by the people themselves, but it has also helped to make easy the acceptance of action by the authorities for the collective good. The weight of the past was also obvious in Chinese foreign policies. The new regime came to patronize revolutions all over the world, but its main concern was with the Far East, and in particular with Indochina, where Russian and Chinese policy often diverged. After the Korean War, the Chinese began to supply arms to the communist guerrilla forces in Vietnam. In 1953, the French had to give up both Cambodia and Laos. In 1954, they lost a battle at a base called Dien Bien Phu, which was decisive both for French prestige and the will to fight of the French electorate. After this, it was impossible for the French to maintain themselves in the Red River Delta, and a conference at Geneva agreed to partition Vietnam between a South Vietnamese government and the communists who had come to dominate the North, pending elections which might reunite the country. The elections never took place. What happened instead was that there soon opened in Indochina the fiercest phase since 1945 of the Asian War begun in 1941 against the West. The Western contenders were no longer the former colonial powers, but the Americans. On the other side was a mixture of Indo-Chinese communists, nationalists, and reformers supported by the Chinese and Russians. American anti-colonialism and the belief that the United States should support indigenous governments led it to back the South Vietnamese government as it backed South Koreans and Filipinos. Unfortunately, in neither Laos nor South Vietnam, nor in the end in Cambodia, did there appear regimes of unquestioned legitimacy in the eyes of all their subjects. American patronage often identified its clients with the Western enemy disliked almost universally in East Asia. Another weakness was that American support often removed the incentive to carry out essential reforms, which would have united people behind these regimes. This was especially true in Vietnam, where de facto partition did not produce good or stable government in the South. While Buddhists and Roman Catholics quarreled bitterly, and the peasants were more and more alienated from the regime by the failure of land reform, an apparently corrupt ruling class seemed able to survive government after government. This benefited the communists. They sought reunification on their own terms, and maintained from the north support for the communist underground movement in the south, the Viet Cong. By 1960, the Viet Cong had won control of much of the South. This was the background to a momentous decision taken by President Kennedy in 1962, when he authorized the dispatch not only of financial and material help, but also of 4,000 American advisors to help the South Vietnam government put its military house in order. This was the beginning of a road which led to the situation Truman had been determined to avoid, the involvement of the United States in a major war on the mainland of Asia, and, in the end, to the loss of more than 50,000 American lives. Washington's response to Cold War in Asia had also been to safeguard as long as possible the special position arising from the American occupation of Japan, which was virtually a monopoly, with only token participation by British Commonwealth forces. This had been possible because of the Russian delay in declaring war on Japan, and the speed of Japan's surrender, which had taken Stalin by surprise. The Americans firmly rejected Russian requests for a share in an occupation they had done nothing to bring about. The results of this were startling, for the Japanese once more demonstrated their astonishing gift for learning from others only what they wished to learn, while safeguarding their own society against fundamental change. When the war ended in defeat, the Japanese faced deep and troubling problems. These went far beyond those of physical reconstruction. They concerned the national identity and purpose. The westernization of the Meiji era had eventually produced the dream of Asia for the Asians. In its Japanese version, this idea was now blown away by defeat. It had really meant a kind of Japanese Monroe Doctrine, underpinned by the anti-Western sentiment so widespread in the Far East. The slogan was realized in a different sense after 1945 by the rolling back of colonialism. This did not leave Japan with an obvious Asian role. In any case, at that moment she seemed unlikely for a long time to have the power to act in one. Moreover, the war had shown Japan's vulnerability, and it had been a great shock. Like the United Kingdom, she had depended on shipping, and loss of control of the surface of the sea had doomed her. Then there were the other results of defeat: the loss of territory to Russia on Sakhalin and the Kuril Islands, and the occupation by the Americans. Finally, there was huge material and human destruction to repair. On the credit side, the Japanese in 1945 still had the unshaken central institution of the monarchy, whose prestige was undimmed, and indeed had made possible the surrender. The American commander in the Pacific, General MacArthur, believed in maintaining it as an instrument of a peaceful occupation, and took care to have a new Japanese constitution adopted before Republican enthusiasts in the United States could interfere. There was also a great resource in Japanese social cohesiveness and discipline, though for a time it seemed that the American occupation might undermine this by the determination with which it pressed democratic institutions upon the Japanese. By 1951, this democratic education was deemed adequate for a peace treaty to be made between Japan and most of her former opponents, except the Russians and nationalist Chinese. Terms with them followed within a few years. Japan regained her full sovereignty, including a right to arms for defensive purposes, but gave up virtually all her former overseas possessions. Thus, Japan emerged from the post-war era to resume control of her own affairs. Although an agreement with the United States provided for the maintenance of American forces on her soil, she was confined to her own islands and faced a China stronger and better consolidated than for a century. In less than 20 years, this much-reduced status was to be transformed again. The Cold War had changed the implications of the American occupation even before 1951. Japanese territory was separated from Russians and Chinese by respectively 10 and 500 miles of water, and Korea, Japan's old area of expansion, was only 150 miles away. The spread of the Cold War to Asia guaranteed to Japan even better treatment from the Americans, now anxious to see her working convincingly as an example of democracy and capitalism, and also gave her the protection of the United States nuclear umbrella. The Korean War gave her a new importance as a base, and galvanized the Japanese economy. The index of industrial production quickly went back up to the level of the 1930s. The United States promoted Japanese interests abroad through diplomacy. Finally, Japan long had no burden of defense costs, since she was until 1951 forbidden to have any armed forces. Japan's close connection with the United States, proximity to the communist world, and her advanced and stable economy and society all made it natural that she should take her place in the security system built up after 1945 by the United States in Asia and the Pacific. Its foundations were treaties with Australia, New Zealand, and the Philippines, given their independence in 1946. Others followed with Pakistan and Thailand. These were the Americans' only Asian allies other than Taiwan. Indonesia and, much more important, India remained aloof. These alliances reflected in part the new conditions of Pacific and Asian international relations after the British withdrawal from India. For a little longer there would still be British forces east of Suez, but Australia and New Zealand had discovered during the war that the United Kingdom could not defend them, and that the United States could. The fall of Singapore in 1942 had been decisive. Though British forces still supported the Malaysians against the Indonesians in the 1950s and 1960s, their important colony at Hong Kong survived, they knew, only because it suited the Chinese that it should. On the other hand, there was no question of sorting out the complexities of the new Pacific by simply lining up states in the teams of the Cold War. The peace treaty with Japan itself caused great difficulty, because the United States policy saw Japan as a potential anti-communist force, while others, notably Australia and New Zealand, remembered 1941 and feared a revival of Japanese power. Thus, American policy was not only made by ideology. Nonetheless, it was long overshadowed by what was believed to be the disaster of the communist success in China. The people who pointed to Chinese patronage of revolutionaries as far away as Africa and South America were misled. There had certainly been a transformation in China's international position, and it would go further. But its essence lay in China's re-emergence as a power in her own right. This, in the end, did not reinforce the dualist, Cold War system, but made nonsense of it. Though at first only within the former Chinese sphere, it was bound to bring about a big change in relative power relationships. The first indication of this was seen in Korea, where United States land power was stopped, and it became necessary to consider whether air power would be used against China. But the rise of China was also of the most acute importance to Russia, which, from one pole of a bipolarized system, became the corner of a triangle, as well as losing its unchallenged preeminence in the world revolutionary movement. And it was in relation to Russia, perhaps, that the wider significance of the Chinese Revolution most readily appeared. Overwhelmingly the most important example of it, though it might be, the Chinese Revolution was only the outstanding fact of a rejection of Western domination, which was Asia-wide, and which had begun in 1941, or perhaps 1904. Paradoxically, of course, that rejection in all Asian countries was most obviously expressed in forms borrowed from the West itself, whether they were industrial capitalism, nationalism, or Marxism. The inheritance of empire in Africa and the Middle East. The establishment of Israel in 1948 was the first of three big upheavals in the politics of the Arab world. The others were the coming of the Cold War and a huge rise in the world's consumption of oil. Israel focused Arab nationalism as even Great Britain had not done. On the injustice of the seizure of what were regarded as Arab lands, the need for the Palestine refugees to return and the obligations of the great powers, and the United Nations to act on their behalf, all the Arab states were able to agree. After their defeat in 1948-9, they were not for some time disposed again to commit their own forces openly, though there were continuing border incidents in the early 1950s. More reliance was placed upon raids from Egyptian and Syrian territory upon Israel by bands of young guerrilla soldiers recruited from the refugee Arabs of the camps. Meanwhile, immigration, hard work, and foreign money consolidated the new Israel. A series of armistices established de facto borders with Jordan, Syria, and Egypt, which lasted until 1967, though the formal state of war was to last too. A sense of siege helped to stabilize Israeli politics. The prestige of the party which had brought about the very existence of the new state was scarcely troubled. Helped by a flow of official and unofficial aid from abroad, above all from the United States, the Jews transformed their new country. Within a few years they could show massive progress in bringing barren land under cultivation and establishing industries. The gap between Israel's per capita income and that of the Arab states steadily widened. This gap was another irritant for the Arabs. Although Arab countries received foreign aid, it did not produce anything like the dramatic change in their condition that followed in Israel. In particular, Egypt, the most important of the Arab states, faced grave problems posed by a high rate of population growth. This social strain gave fuel to continuing agitation against the foreigner, but this was often in itself a distraction from badly needed social reform. Arab countries were ruled by small, wealthy, sometimes traditional and conservative, sometimes nationalist and westernized elites, often uninterested in the poverty-stricken peasants and slum dwellers who were their countrymen. In Egypt, the British, who still had a garrison there, and were now blamed for their part in allowing the establishment of Israel, were a good scapegoat for domestic injustice. The British government, for its part, did its best to cooperate with the Arab states and prevent revolution in them because of its fears of Russian influence in the area. Pan-Arabism's inability to transcend Arab divisions began to show some signs of being overcome in the 1950s. The Hashemite kingdoms, the Arabian sheikdoms, and the Europeanized urban states of North Africa and the Levant, had, of course, divergent interests and very different historical traditions. Islam was a cultural tie, but seemed not much more. Few Muslims seemed to see it any longer as a militant, aggressive faith. This gave added importance to the Israeli issue, which provided a common enemy, and to a revolution in Egypt from which emerged a leader who for a time seemed likely to unite much of the Arab world and to open the way to social change, the young soldier Gamal Abdel Nasser. In 1954, he became the leader of a military junta which had overthrown the monarchy 2 years previously. At that time, strong anti-Western currents were appearing elsewhere in the Arab world. In 1951, the King of Jordan had been assassinated. His successor would have to make it clear that he had severed the old special tie with Great Britain if he was to survive. At the other end of the Mediterranean, the French had been forced to recognize the complete independence of Morocco and Tunisia soon after the war, and in 1954 an Algerian national rebellion began. It was to become a full-scale war because the French government was not disposed to abandon a country where there were over 1 million settlers of European stock. Moreover, oil had just been discovered in the Sahara. In these circumstances, Nasser's program of social reform and nationalism strongly appealed to Arab radicals. His anti-Israeli feelings were not in doubt. One of his first successes was the negotiation at last of a treaty with Great Britain, which provided for the evacuation of the Suez base within 20 months. The Americans, increasingly aware of Russian menace in the Middle East since the Republican administration had taken over in 1953, looked on him for a while with favor as a spotless anti-colonialist and a potential client. Nasser's independence soon made him less attractive to them. The guerrilla raids from Egyptian territory, the Gaza Strip, where the most important Palestinian refugee camps lay, on Israel provoked retaliation. The British, French, and Americans had in 1950 already said they would supply no arms to anyone in the area, and so Nasser turned to the communists. This brought the Cold War seriously to the Middle East. An Egyptian arms deal with Czechoslovakia on the security of the cotton crop and the Egyptian recognition of communist China prompted second thoughts in the United States about Nasser. By way of indicating displeasure, an American and British offer to finance a cherished project of internal development, a high dam on the Nile, was withdrawn. As a riposte, Nasser seized the assets of the private company which owned and ran the Suez Canal, saying its profits should finance the dam. This touched an old nerve of British imperial sensibility. Ironically, the loss of India had not made Suez seem less important to Great Britain, for a new problem had arisen, that of the security of the oil supplies brought through the canal from the Gulf. Instincts only half disciplined by imperial withdrawal seemed for once to be coherent both with anti-communism and with friendship towards more traditional Arab states, whose rulers looked askance at Nasser. The British and French protested over the seizure of the canal. The latter felt they had additional grievance in Nasser's support for the Algerian insurrection. Then, in October 1956, the Israelis suddenly invaded Egypt to destroy, they said, the bases from which guerrillas harassed their settlements. The British and French said freedom of movement through the canal was in danger and called for a ceasefire. When Nasser rejected this, they launched first an air attack and then a seaborne assault on Egypt on Guy Fawkes Day. Collusion with Israel was denied, but the denial has remained incredible. By then, the Americans were thoroughly alarmed. They saw a danger of Russia profiting from this resurrection of imperialism. Financial pressure by them forced a British acceptance of a ceasefire negotiated by the United Nations. The Suez affair was disastrous for Western interests in the Middle East in the short run, but in the long run had little importance. It had badly distracted the West at a crucial moment from Eastern Europe, where a revolution in Hungary against its Soviet satellite government was crushed by the Russian army, while the Western powers were quarreling. It confirmed Arab hatred of Israel. The suspicion that she was indissolubly linked to the West made them yet more receptive to approaches from the East. Nasser's prestige among Arabs soared still higher, but the essentials of Middle East history were more or less as before. An attempt was made to unite Syria and Egypt in a united Arab republic in 1958. The pro-Western government of the Lebanon was overthrown in the following year, and the monarchy in Iraq was swept aside by revolution. But differences between Arab countries soon reasserted themselves. The world watched the curious spectacle of American forces being summoned to the Lebanon and British to Jordan for brief periods to help maintain their governments against pro-Nasser forces. Meanwhile, fighting went on sporadically on the Syrian-Israeli border, though guerrillas were for a time held in check. Until 1967, the most important event in the Islamic Arab world after Suez was the final success of the Algerian Revolution. The intransigence of the French settlers and the bitterness of many soldiers who felt they were asked to do an impossible job there nearly brought about a revolution in France itself. The government of General de Gaulle nevertheless opened secret negotiations with the Algerian Provisional Government, and in July 1962, after a referendum, France formally granted independence to Algeria. As Libya had become independent under United Nations trusteeship at the end of the war, the entire North African coast was now clear of European supremacy. Yet external influences still bedeviled the history of the Arab lands, as they had done ever since the Ottoman conquests centuries before. They now worked indirectly, through aid and diplomacy, as the United States and Russia sought to buy friends among the Arab states. The United States labored under the disadvantage that its governments could not abandon Israel because of the importance of Jews among American voters. Also, in spite of Suez, Arab policy had more and more alienated the United States since 1946. Russia, on the other hand, had reversed its early support of Israel as soon as it ceased to be a useful weapon with which to embarrass the British. It was replaced by a steady pro-Arab line, and the fanning of Arab resentment over survivals of British imperialism still to be found at Aden and in the Gulf. Marginally, too, by harassing their own Jews in the later 1960s, the Russians earned a cheap bonus of Arab approval. The other factor slowly changing the terms of the Middle Eastern problem was oil. In the 1950s, two important developments occurred. One was a much greater rate of discovery of oil than hitherto, particularly on the southern shores of the Persian Gulf, in the small sheikdoms then still under British influence, and in Saudi Arabia. The second was that there began to be noticeable the great acceleration of energy consumption in Western countries, especially in the United States, which has gone on ever since. The prime beneficiaries were Saudi Arabia, Libya, Kuwait, and some way behind, Iran. This had two important consequences. The great powers which were dependent upon Middle Eastern oil, the United States, Great Britain, Germany, and soon Japan, had to take this into account in their diplomacy. It also meant big changes in the relative standing of Arab states. None of the three leading oil producers was either heavily populated or traditionally very important, unless Saudi Arabia is thought to be. The full impact of oil was still not apparent in the last Middle East crisis of the 1960s, which began when a much more extreme government took power in Syria with Russian support. The King of Jordan was threatened if he did not act in support of the Palestinian guerrillas, organized since 1964 as the Palestine Liberal Organization, or PLO. Jordanian forces therefore began to group themselves for an attack on Israel alongside Egypt and Syria. Provoked by an attempt to blockade their Red Sea port, the Israelis struck first. In a brilliant campaign, they destroyed the Egyptian Air Force and the army in Sinai and hurled back the Jordanians, winning, in 6 days' fighting, new frontiers on the Suez Canal, the Golan Heights, and the Jordan. For defense, these were far superior to the previous boundaries of Israel, and the Jews announced that they would keep them. Outright colonialism had less striking expressions north of the Sahara than in Black Africa, where the scramble for Africa had occurred. With the exception of Algeria and the Italian colonies, direct European rule had always been less obvious in the Islamic lands of Atlantic and Mediterranean Africa. The map of equatorial and sub-equatorial Africa therefore changed much more radically after 1945. Yet, though the legal status of most of Africa was transformed in the 1950s and 1960s, this was for a long time a surprisingly peaceful process. Only in the Algerian War did the making of a new Africa of national states provoke much bloodshed, though there was plenty to come in the post-colonial era. With the exception of Portugal, which only gave in after a domestic revolution in 1974, the major colonial powers in Africa ceded their powers peacefully, concentrating their attention on trying to retain some sort of influence by showing ostentatiously benevolent interest in their former subjects. The new black Africa owed its form in the main to decisions of 19th-century European statesmen, for the new nations were usually defined by the boundaries of former colonies. These boundaries often enclosed peoples of many languages, stocks, and customs, over whom colonial administrations had hardly ever ruled long enough to provide more than a formal unity. Nor was there in Africa the offsetting and unifying influence of great indigenous civilizations to counteract the colonial division of the continent, as there had been in Asia. The result was the balkanization of Africa. The doctrine of nationalism, which appealed to westernized African elites, confirmed the fragmentation of the continent, sometimes ignoring important realities which the theory and practice of colonialism had been able to contain or manipulate. One response to the dangers of centrifugal factors was the strident nationalism of the new rulers. West Africans combed the historical record, such as it was, of ancient Mali and Ghana, while East Africans brooded over the past, which might be hidden in relics, such as the ruins of Zimbabwe, in order to forge national mythologies like those of earlier nation-makers in Europe. Nor were internal divisions the only or worst problems facing the new Africa. In spite of the continent's great economic potential, the economic and social foundations for a prosperous future were shaky. The colonial regimes had left behind feebler cultural and economic infrastructures than in Asia. Rates of literacy were low, and Africa's important economic resources, especially mineral, required for their exploitation skills, capital, and marketing facilities, which could only come from the world outside. And white South Africa counted as outside to many black politicians. This would long continue to be so. In these circumstances, it is not surprising that discontent and disillusion sometimes followed decolonization. In 1945, the only completely independent countries in Africa, other than Egypt, had been Ethiopia and Liberia, though the Union of South Africa was a self-governing dominion of the British Commonwealth, and is therefore excluded from this category only in a formal sense, while a slightly vaguer status cloaked also the virtual independence of the British Crown colony of Southern Rhodesia. By 1961, when South Africa was a fully independent republic, 23 other new African states had come into existence, and more were to follow. 10 years later, Portugal was the only former colonial power to retain her black African possessions, and by the end of 1975 they had gone too. Fittingly, the Iberians, who may justly claim to have launched Europe on her adventure of overseas dominion, were almost the last to abandon it. As Africa shook off colonialism, the dangers facing the new states quickly became apparent in their politics. There were two especially bad outbreaks of strife. In the former Belgian Congo, an attempt by the mineral-rich region of Katanga to break away provoked a civil war, in which rival Russian and American influences quickly became entangled, and the United Nations strove to restore peace. Then, at the end of the 1960s, came a distressing civil war in Nigeria, hitherto one of the most stable and promising of the new African states. This, too, drew non-Africans to dabble in the bloodbath. One reason was that Nigeria had joined the ranks of the oil producers. In other countries there were less bloody but still fierce struggles between factions, regions, and tribes, which distracted the small westernized elites of politicians and quickly led them to abandon the democratic and liberal principles so many had talked of in the heady days when a colonial system was in retreat. In almost all the new nations, the need, real or imaginary, to prevent disintegration, suppress open dissent, and strengthen central authority had led by the 1970s to one-party authoritarian government or to the exercise of political authority by soldiers. It was not unlike the history of South America after the Wars of Liberation. Nor did an older independent Africa escape. Impatience with an ancien regime, seemingly incapable of providing peaceful political and social change, led in 1974 to revolution in Ethiopia, and the setting aside of the Lion of Judah. It was almost incidentally the end of the oldest Christian monarchy in the world, and of a line of kings, supposed in one version of the story, to run back to the son of Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. A year later, the military regime which had taken power seemed just as discredited as its predecessors. From such changes there sometimes emerged tyrant-like political leaders who reminded Europeans of early dictators. But this comparison may be misleading. Africanists suggest that many of the strong men of the new nations are more understandable as the inheritors of the mantle of pre-colonial African kingship than in Western terms. Some were simply bandits. Such troubles, and the violent nationalism they stimulated, did nothing to diminish the frequent irritation with which Africans reacted to the outside world. Some of the roots of this may lie very deep in, for example, the mythological drama built on the old European slave trade as a supreme example of racial exploitation, or in the sense of political inferiority which lay near the surface in a continent of little states, whose total population was less than that of some of the nations of Asia. Nigeria, with some 50 million inhabitants, contained about a quarter of the whole population of Africa in 1970. In political and military terms, a disunited Africa could not expect to have much weight in international affairs. Attempts were therefore made to overcome the weakness which arose from division, and an abortive attempt in 1958 to found a United States of Africa opened an era of alliances, partial unions, and essays in federation, which culminated in the emergence in 1963 of the Organization for African Unity, largely thanks to the Ethiopian Emperor, Haile Selassie. In political terms, the organization's success has been limited. In economic affairs, though, it had some success, bringing to a conclusion in 1975 a successful negotiation with Europe in defense of African producers. The very disappointment of much of the early political history of independent Africa directed the attention of thoughtful politicians towards the possibilities of an economic development which implied cooperation with one another, above all in relation to Europe, whose former colonial powers remain Africa's most important market and most important source of capital, skill, and counsel. Unfortunately, the economic record of black Africa has been dreadful. Unsuitable schemes have led to agricultural decline. Political concern with urban voters and prestigious investment have played havoc with commercial and industrial policy. Meanwhile, population inexorably rises, and famine inexorably recurs. The onset of world economic recession after the 1973 oil revolution had a shattering effect on Africa, one worsened within a few years by the impact of recurrent drought. Against this background, political cynicism flourished, and the leaders of the independence era often seemed to lose their way. Yet they seemed to show an almost total lack of self-criticism, and to express their frustration in the encouragement of new resentments. Yet, with one exception, the completeness and rapidity of decolonialization in Africa and its geographical remoteness, to say nothing of the lack of real power of the new states, tended to focus such resentments less on the former imperial rulers than on the racial division of black and white in Africa itself. This was flagrant in the most powerful of African states, the Boer-dominated Union of South Africa. Boer grievances, which went back as far as the Great Trek and had been intensified by defeat in the Boer War, had led to the progressive destruction of ties with the British Commonwealth after the First World War. South Africa, it is true, entered the Second and supplied important forces to fight in it on the British side. But even then, intransigent Boers, or Afrikaners, as they increasingly called themselves, supported a movement favouring cooperation with the Nazis. Its leader became Prime Minister in 1948. As the Afrikaners steadily engrossed power inside the Union and built up their economic position in the industrial and financial sectors, the prospect of imposing a policy towards the black African which diverged from their deep prejudices was soon inconceivable. The eventual result was the construction of a system of separation of the races, apartheid, which systematically embodied and reinforced the reduction of the black African to an inferior status justified by Boer ideology. This system sometimes appealed, on even less excusable grounds than the primitive superstitions or supposed economic necessities of the Afrikaners, to white people elsewhere in Africa. The only country where a similar balance of black and white population and a similar concentration of wealth existed was southern Rhodesia, which, to the great embarrassment of the British government, seceded from the Commonwealth in 1965. The aim of the secessionists, it was feared, was to begin a slow evolution towards a society which seemed likely to become more and more like the Republic of South Africa. The British government dithered and missed its chance. There was nothing that the African states could immediately do about Rhodesia, and not much that the United Nations could do either, though sanctions were invoked in the form of an embargo on trade with the former colony. Many black African states ignored them. Meanwhile, Great Britain's stock sank in the eyes of Africans who, understandably, did not see why a British government could not intervene militarily to suppress what was, formally speaking, a colonial rebellion as flagrant as that of 1776. Many British reflected that it was precisely that precedent which made the outlook for intervention by a remote and militarily weak imperial sovereign look so discouraging. Though South Africa, the richest and strongest state in the area, seemed secure, she was, together with Rhodesia and the Portuguese colonies, the object of growing black African anger as the 1970s began. The drawing of the racial battle lines was hardly offset by such minor concessions as South Africa made to her own blacks, and the importance of her economic ties with some black states. There was growing danger, too, that outside powers might soon be involved. After the Portuguese withdrawal from Angola, a Marxist regime took power there with the support of foreign communist soldiers and equipment. The Cold War was coming to Africa. The South African government soon showed it was having second thoughts, and sought to detach itself from the embarrassment of association with an unyielding Rhodesia, whose prospects had sharply worsened when Portuguese rule also came to an end in Mozambique, and a guerrilla campaign was launched against her. The American government contemplated the outcome if Rhodesia collapsed at the hands of black nationalists, depending on communist support, and applied pressure to the South Africans. They, in turn, applied it to the Rhodesians. In September 1976, the Rhodesian Prime Minister sadly told his countrymen that they had to accept the principle of black majority rule. The last attempt to found an African country dominated by whites had failed. It was another landmark in the recession of European power. Yet the guerrilla war continued, worsening as black nationalists sought to achieve unconditional surrender. At last, in 1980, Rhodesia briefly returned to British rule before re-emerging into independence, this time as the new nation of Zimbabwe. This left South Africa alone as the sole white-dominated state in the continent, and the focus of black resentment. Although the OAU had been split by civil war in Angola, other African states could usually combine for denunciation of South Africa. In 1977, the United Nations Commission on Human Rights deftly sidestepped demands for an investigation of the horrors of Amin's Uganda, and set about castigating South Africa, along with Israel and Chile. From Pretoria, the view northwards looked more and more menacing as Russia showed its power of strategic action through Cuban troops. With the arrival in power of a new Prime Minister, P.W. Botha, in 1978, a policy of concession to South African blacks slowly began to unroll, to the dismay of many Afrikaners. This did not prevent growing unrest in the black townships and the appearance of urban terrorism in the early 1980s. By the middle of the decade, the issue no longer seemed to be the dismantling of the more obnoxious features of apartheid, but the concession of black majority rule by South African whites, with or without armed conflict. Latin America. By the end of the 19th century, many Latin American states had settled down to stability and prosperity. Their upper classes were highly Europeanized. To the original colonial implantation of culture had been added the influence of 19th century France, to which Latin American cities had been drawn in the post-colonial period. Although manufacturing industry was inconsiderable, almost all of these states were primary producers. They were relatively highly urbanized, but this did not seem to have thrown up the problems of 19th century Europe. The only important revolution in a Latin American state before 1914, as opposed to mere changes of personnel, overthrew the Mexican dictator Porfirio Diaz in 1911, and opened the way to nearly 10 years fighting, and 1 million deaths. In it, the primary role was played by a middle class, which felt excluded from the benefits of the regime, not by an industrial proletariat. Latin American countries did not appear to share the class conflict of industrialized Europe, although there had been large-scale European immigration in the 19th century. In the rural areas, though, there was class conflict aplenty. These promising-looking societies survived the First World War prosperously. It brought important changes in their relations with other continents. Before 1914, though she was the predominant political influence in the lives of the Caribbean countries, the United States did not yet exercise her later weight in South America's affairs. In 1914, she supplied only 17% of all foreign investment south of the Rio Grande. Great Britain was overwhelmingly ahead of her. The liquidation of British holdings in the Great War changed this. By 1929, the United States was the largest investing power in South America, providing about 40% of the continent's capital from abroad. Then came the world economic crisis. 1929 was, for the Latin American states, the doorway to a new and unpleasant era, the beginning of their 20th century. Many of them defaulted on their payments to foreign investors, and it became almost impossible to borrow further capital abroad. The collapse of prosperity led to growing nationalist assertiveness, sometimes against other Latin American states, sometimes against the North Americans and Europeans. Foreign oil companies were expropriated in both Mexico and Bolivia. The traditional Europeanized oligarchies were compromised by their failure to meet the problems posed by falling national incomes. From 1930 onwards, there were military coups in every country except Mexico. 1939 began a period of improvement as commodity prices again rose because of wartime demand. In 1950, the Korean War prolonged this trend. By and large, the American republics were sympathetic to the Allies, who courted them. Most joined the United Nations side before the war ended, and one, Brazil, sent a small expeditionary force to Europe, a striking symbol of a changed relationship. The more important effects of the war, though, were economic, and they brought changes. One of great significance was that the dependence of Latin America on the United States and Europe for manufactured goods now became apparent in shortages. There was not enough to go round. An intensive drive to industrialize gathered speed in several countries. On the urban workforces, which industrialization built up, was founded a form of political power, which entered the lists as a competitor with the military and the traditional elites in the post-war era. These were the authoritarian but popular mass movements, which brought to power a new kind of strong man. That of Perón in Argentina was the most famous, but Colombia in 1953 and Venezuela in 1954 threw up similar regimes. It was striking that communism had no such conspicuous success among the masses. A significant change also came about, though not as a result of war, in the exercise of the preponderant power of the United States in the Caribbean. In the first 20 years of the century, American armed forces had intervened directly 20 times in affairs of neighboring republics. They even went so far as to establish protectorates over Haiti and the Dominican Republic. After 1920, there were only 2 such interventions before the Second World War, in Honduras in 1924 and Nicaragua 2 years later. Indirect pressure also declined. In large measure, this was a sensible recognition of changed circumstances. There was nothing to be got by direct intervention in the 1930s, and President Roosevelt made a virtue of this by proclaiming a good neighbor policy, which stressed non-intervention by all American states in one another's affairs. Yet after 1950 there was again to be a change of direction. While American policy was dominated by European concerns in the early phase of the Cold War, it began slowly to look southwards again after Korea. Washington had not been unduly alarmed by the earlier manifestations of Latin American nationalism, which always tended to find a scapegoat in American policy, but became increasingly concerned lest the hemisphere provide a lodgment for Russian influence. This led to covert operations, for example, to overthrow in 1954 a government in Guatemala which had communist support. At the same time, United States policy was anxious that the footholds provided for communism by poverty and discontent should be removed. It made available much more economic aid. Latin America had only a tiny fraction of what went to Europe and Asia in the 1950s, but much more by the next decade, and interested itself in governments which proclaimed they sought social reform. Unfortunately, whenever the programs of such governments moved towards the eradication of American control of capital by nationalization, American policy tended to veer into opposition, demanding compensation on such a scale as to make reform very difficult. On the whole, therefore, while it might deplore the excesses of an individual regime, such as Cuba before 1958, the American government tended to find itself, as in Asia, supporting conservative interests opposed to social reform. This was not invariably so. Some governments did act effectively, and a notable example was a land reform in Bolivia in 1952. But it was generally true that the worst-off Latin Americans, the Indian peasants, had virtually no hearing from any regime, whether populist or conservative, in that both listened only to the towns. Yet, in spite of American nervousness, the revolutionary potential for change in Latin America remained low. This was one of the lessons of the one successful revolution, that carried out with momentous consequences in Cuba. That country was in a number of respects very exceptional. One was geographical. Its island position in the Caribbean, within a relatively short distance of the United States, gave it special strategic significance. The approaches to the Canal Zone had even more importance in American thinking than Suez in the British. This had often been shown in earlier times. In the second place, Cuba had been especially badly hit in the Depression. It was virtually dependent on one crop, sugar, and that crop had only one outlet, the United States. This economic tie, moreover, was only one of several which gave Cuba a closer, special relationship with the United States than any other Latin American state. There were historic connections in the background to independence before 1898. Until 1934, the Cuban Constitution had included special provisions restricting Cuba's diplomatic freedom, and the Americans kept a naval base on the island, as they still do. There was heavy American investment in urban property and utilities, and Cuba's poverty and low prices made it an attractive holiday resort for Americans. All in all, there was no shortage of reasons for Cuba to produce, as it did, a strongly anti-American nationalist movement. Inevitably, the United States was seen as the real power behind the conservative post-war Cuban regime. Under the dictator, Batista, who came to power in 1952, this in fact ceased to be so. The State Department disapproved of him and cut off help to him. By the time this happened, in 1957, a young nationalist doctor, Fidel Castro, had already begun a guerrilla campaign against the regime. In 2 years he was successful, and incidentally something of a hero in the United States. In 1959 he became Prime Minister of a revolutionary Cuba, describing his regime as humanistic and, specifically, not communist. Castro's original views are still not known. Perhaps he was himself not clear what he thought. From the start he worked with a wide spectrum of people, from liberals to Marxists who wanted to overthrow Batista. This helped to reassure the United States, which patronized him as a Caribbean Sukarno. American public opinion idolized him as a romantic figure. This relationship quickly soured. Not surprisingly, Castro turned to interference with American business interests, starting with agrarian reform, which required the nationalization of sugar concerns. He also held up for public denunciation Americanized elements in Cuban society, which had supported the old regime. Anti-Americanism was a logical means, perhaps the only one, open to Castro for uniting his people behind the revolution. Soon, the United States broke off diplomatic relations with Cuba and began to bring to bear other kinds of pressure. Before long, the American government was convinced that Cuba was likely to fall into the hands of the communists, upon whom Castro increasingly relied. It did not help when Khrushchev warned the United States of the danger of retaliation from Soviet rockets if it acted militarily against Cuba, and declared the Monroe Doctrine dead. The State Department quickly announced that it was alive. Finally, after Castro had declared himself a Marxist, the American government decided to promote his overthrow by force. The plans which were made for this were to be carried out by Cuban exiles. When the presidency changed hands in 1961, John Kennedy thus inherited a policy which he had not initiated, but which he was neither cautious nor thoughtful enough to impede. This was a grave failure because there was much else in the new president's attitude to Latin America, where it had been obvious for some time that the United States needed to cultivate goodwill, which promised well. As it was, the possibilities of a more positive approach were blown to pieces by the fiasco known as the Bay of Pigs operation, when an expedition of Cuban exiles, supported by American money and arms, came to a miserable end in April 1961. Cuban policy now turned in earnest towards Russia. At the end of the year, Castro declared himself a Marxist-Leninist. Thus, the Cold War was, at last, truly extended to the Western Hemisphere, and it had started badly for the United States, which incurred disapproval everywhere for its attempt to overthrow a genuinely popular and solidly based regime. From this time, Cuba was a revolutionary magnet in Latin America. Meanwhile, Castro's torturers replaced Batista's, and his government pressed forward with policies which, together with American pressure, badly damaged the economy, but proclaimed the regime's egalitarianism and zeal for real social reform. Almost as a byproduct of the Cuban Revolution, there soon took place the events which provided the most serious confrontation of the whole Cold War, and perhaps its turning point. It cannot yet be known how the decision came to be taken that the Russians should install in Cuba missiles capable of reaching anywhere in the United States, and thus roughly double the number of bases or cities which were potential targets. Nor is it known where the initiative came from, though it seems likeliest that it was Russian. But whatever the circumstances, photographic reconnaissance confirmed in October 1962 that the Russians were building missile sites in Cuba. President Kennedy waited until this could be shown to be incontrovertible, and then announced that the United States Navy would stop any ship delivering further missiles to Cuba, and that those already in Cuba would have to be withdrawn. One Lebanese ship was boarded and searched in the days that followed. Russian ships were only observed. The American nuclear striking force was prepared for war. After a few days and some exchanges of personal letters between Kennedy and Khrushchev, the latter agreed that the missiles should be removed. This crisis by far transcended the history of the hemisphere. Its repercussions for the rest of the world are best discussed elsewhere, but it revealed that the United States was prepared to promise not to invade Cuba, but also that Cuba was being used as a pawn by the Russians in their own game of international chess. The United States continued to try to isolate Cuba as much as possible from the rest of the hemisphere, though this was ultimately a sterile hope. But though the appeal of Cuba's revolution seemed for a while to gain ground among the young in other countries, this did not make other Latin American governments more sympathetic towards Castro. This was increasingly evident as he began to make claims that Cuba should be a revolutionary center for the rest of Latin America. In the event, as an unsuccessful attempt in Bolivia showed, this was not likely to prove easy. Cuban circumstances had been very untypical. The hopes entertained of mounting a peasant movement to start a Vietnam in South America, as one revolutionary put it, proved illusory. The official communists, indeed, appear to have deplored this campaign. While there were in some places plenty of materials about for revolution, they turned out to be urban rather than rural, and it was urban guerrilla movements in Latin America which, within a few years, were taking the headlines. Though spectacular and dangerous, it is not clear that they enjoyed wide popular support. Yet anti-Americanism continued to run high. Kennedy's hopes for a new American initiative, based on social reform, an alliance for progress, as he termed it, made no headway against the animosity aroused by American treatment of Cuba. Kennedy's successor, President Johnson, did no better, perhaps because he was less interested in Latin America than in domestic reform, and tended to leave hemisphere policy to fellow Texans, who were interested in it. The initiative was never recaptured after the initial flagging of the alliance. Worse still, it was overtaken in 1965 by fresh evidence of the old Adam of intervention. This was in the Dominican Republic, where 4 years before, American help had assisted the overthrow and assassination of a corrupt and tyrannical dictator, and his replacement by a reforming democratic regime. When this was pushed aside by soldiers acting in defense of the privileged who felt threatened by reform, the Americans cut off aid. It looked as if, after all, the Alliance for Progress might be used discriminatingly. But aid was restored, as it was to other right-wing regimes, when Johnson came to power. A rebellion against this military regime in 1965 resulted in the arrival of 20,000 American troops to put it down. By the end of the decade, the alliance had virtually been forgotten, in part because of the persistent fears of communism, which led American policy to put its weight behind Latin American conservatives, in part because the United States had lost interest in Latin America, having plenty of problems elsewhere. One result was a new wave of attacks on American property by governments which did not have to fear the loss of American support, while the communist threat seemed to endure. Chile nationalized the largest American copper company, the Bolivians took over oil concerns, and the Peruvians plantations owned by Americans. In 1969 there was a historic meeting of Latin American governments, at which no United States representative was present, and much Yankee behavior explicitly and implicitly condemned. A tour, undertaken by a representative of the President of the United States that year, led to protests, riots, the blowing up of American property, and requests that he should not visit some countries. It was rather like the end of the previous decade when Eisenhower's vice president had been mobbed and spat upon by crowds during a goodwill tour. All in all, it looked as if, at the end of the 1960s, the nationalism of Latin America was entering a new and vigorous period. If Cuba-inspired guerrillas had ever presented a danger, they appeared to do so no longer, and with the spur of an internal fear removed, there was little reason for the governments of the Latin American countries not to try to capitalize on anti-American feeling, since, in a period when American policy was obviously regretting earlier positive initiatives, they need fear no reprisals. Yet it was still not certain that the real problems of Latin America were being met. For all its rapid industrialization, the continent was threatened by an appallingly fast growth of population. The 100 or so million Latin Americans and Caribbean islanders of 1950 are expected to have become 500 millions by the end of this century. This was a faster rate of growth than anywhere else in the world, and it began to be obvious just as the difficulties of the Latin American economies were again beginning to display their intractability. The aid program of the Alliance for Progress patently failed to cope with them, and failure spawned quarrels over the use of American funds. Moreover, the divisions of society still remained. There were great discrepancies of wealth and education, even in the most advanced Latin American countries. Their strength was clearly shown when Chile, a country with a more continuous history of constitutional democracy than other Latin American states, acquiesced in a military coup which overthrew in 1973 a government many believed to be under the control of communists. The counter-revolutionary movement had United States approval and possibly support. But many Chileans were willing to accept it because they'd been frightened by the revolutionary tendencies of the elected regime. What followed, the installation of a very authoritarian regime which seemed unable to extract the country from economic disaster, soon seemed to many observers to have destroyed even this limited consensus. Latin America remains an explosive, disturbed continent, full of nations increasingly unlike one another, for all their shared roots. Even culture is still a divisive force. To the layers laid down by Indian, slave, colonial, and post-colonial experiences, all of which were reflected strongly in differences of economic level, have now been added the differences brought by the arrival in the 1950s of the American high-technology culture of consumption, available to the better off but not to the poor who observe them. Just as in Asia, though perhaps less markedly, the strains of the impact of modern civilization on a historically deep-rooted society are now more obvious than ever before, even though Latin America has been undergoing some of them since the 16th century. Unfortunately, expressed through the terrorism displayed by radical revolutionaries and reactionary soldiers alike, they undermine civilized and constitutional standards already achieved. The end of bipolarity. When the series of congresses which followed the Treaty of Vienna at last came to an end, the British Foreign Secretary Canning is said to have been delighted. Things were getting back to normal in diplomacy, he thought, a state which he summed up as each for himself and God for us all. Many people might have echoed him, and perhaps his sentiments, as they contemplated the unrolling of international events in the 1960s. At last, it seemed, the rigid simplicities of the Cold War era were beginning to crumble. That meant less freedom of action for the two giants who had dominated the world since 1945. A world system of two more or less disciplined blocks in a sea of small fry trying to escape being swallowed by them was replaced by one in which the blocks showed signs of strain and even disintegration. New quarrels between new states cut across the old ideological divisions, and new aspirants to the role of superpower began to emerge. By the middle of the 1970s, too, it was evident that the United States had lost its former preponderance over Russia. It was at least uncertain that another Cuban crisis would result in Russian withdrawal. But it also seemed to some observers less likely that another Cuban crisis would occur. By the middle of the 1970s, the vague word détente was the fashionable diplomatic cant term for what had happened. There's nothing magical about the beginning of a decade, and to speak of so great a change as the process of the 1960s only means it came to a head then. But many of the factors behind it were at work before 1960, though they began to register their effect in a new fluidity of international relations only after 1962. The death of Stalin had produced no obvious immediate change in Russian policy, and even more difficulty in interpreting it. The changes of personnel in Russian government which followed resulted after nearly 2 years in the emergence in directing roles of Bulganin and Khrushchev. This still did not at once produce noticeable changes in policy. But in both 1955 and 1956, the Russian government announced it was reducing its armed forces because international tensions had lessened. In the latter year, too, Molotov, Stalin's old henchman and veteran of Cold War diplomacy, resigned his post as foreign minister. Above all, there arrived in the West news of a sensational speech made by Khrushchev at a secret session of the 20th Congress of the Soviet Communist Party, in which he denounced the misdeeds of the Stalin era and declared coexistence the goal of Russian foreign policy. All in all, 1956 seemed promising. Suddenly the atmosphere was fouled by the Suez invasion and a revolution in Hungary. The first had once led to Russian threats to Great Britain and France. The Russians were not going to jeopardize Arab goodwill by failing to support Egypt openly. The second event operated in a somewhat more complicated way. Ever since 1948, Russian policy had been almost morbidly sensitive to signs of deviation or dissatisfaction among its satellites. In that year, Russia recalled its advisers from Yugoslavia, whose communist ruler, Marshal Tito, had been showing too much independence. Yugoslavia was expelled from the Cominform. Her treaties with Russia and other communist states were denounced by them, and there followed 5 years of vitriolic attacks on Titoism by orthodox communists. In the end, the Russians climbed down and asked to reopen diplomatic relations. In 1955, Khrushchev went to Belgrade to apologize for what had happened. A return visit to Moscow by Tito soon followed. Yugoslavia's survival had been damaging and embarrassing, and made Russian policy sensitive to weakness in the Eastern camp. There had been anti-Soviet riots in East Berlin in 1953, and Poland in the summer of 1956. Nationalism was still stronger than communism. It was against this background that riots in Budapest in October grew into a nationwide movement which led to the withdrawal of Russian forces from Budapest and a promise from a new government of free elections and the end of one-party rule. Unfortunately, it soon went further, denouncing the Warsaw Pact and asking the United Nations to take up the Hungarian question. At this, the Russian army returned, with those of other Warsaw Pact countries, and crushed the Hungarian Revolution. The United Nations General Assembly recorded twice its condemnation of Russia's action. This episode hardened attitudes considerably on both sides. The Russians were once more made aware of how little they had reconciled the peoples of Eastern Europe, and therefore became even more distrustful of Western talk of liberating them. Western Europe, on the other hand, was once again reminded of the real face of Russian power, and sought to consolidate itself further. Attention was thus drawn back to Europe, where the Russians, much impressed with the potential danger of a rearmed West Germany, sought to strengthen their satellite, the German Democratic Republic, to which the continued existence of West Berlin inside its territory was a grave weakness. The city's frontiers were open and easily crossed, and its prosperity and freedom drew more and more East Germans, especially skilled workers, to defect to the West. This led the Russians to denounce the arrangements under which Berlin had been run since 1948. They said they would hand over their sector to the East Germans if better ones could not be found. This was in 1958. There followed some 2 years of long drawn-out diplomacy. Then, in August 1961, the East Germans suddenly erected a wall to cut off the Russian sector of Berlin from the Western. They felt driven to do this by a huge increase in the outflow of refugees, as the atmosphere of crisis over Berlin had deepened. 140,000 crossed in 1959, 200,000 in 1960, and more than 100,000 in the first 6 months of 1961. The wall raised the temperature in the short run, but in the long run probably helped to lower it. It met the essential concern of the East German state to stop emigration, and Khrushchev was not disposed to maintain his more extreme demands when it was clear that the United States was not prepared to yield a change in the legal status of Berlin, even at the risk of war. Substantially, this rhythm was repeated the following year in the Caribbean, although the risk was then far greater. The Allies of the United States were not directly involved in the Cuba crisis, as they had been over a possible change in the German settlement. Nor did the Russians give any sign of paying any attention to Cuba's interests. It was much more of a pure confrontation of superpowers, and the Russians were unambiguously forced to give way. While studiously avoiding action or language which might have been provocatively dangerous, because wounding, and while leaving a simple route of retreat open to them by confining his demands to the essential, President Kennedy nonetheless made no concessions and struck no bargains, such as, for example, would have been implied an acceptance of the Russian demand for a balancing withdrawal of American bombers from Turkey. It is difficult, even in ignorance of Russian thinking, not to believe that this was a major turning point. The prospect of nuclear war, as the ultimate price of Cold War, had been faced and found unacceptable. The Russians' withdrawal marked an epoch. It was symbolized in one way by the inauguration of direct telephone communication between the heads of the two states, the hot line. This was a recognition that the danger of conflict through misunderstanding made necessary some more intimate connection than that provided by the channels of ordinary diplomacy. It was also clear that in spite of Russian boasting to the contrary, American preponderance in weapons was then still as great as ever. The new weapon, which mattered for purposes of direct conflict between the two superpowers, was the intercontinental rocket missile. At the end of 1962, the Americans had a superiority in this weapon of more than 6-1 over the Russians. In the next few years, the Russians set to work to reduce this disparity, but for the moment it probably helped to achieve the conclusion of the first agreement between Great Britain, the United States, and Russia on the restriction of testing nuclear weapons in space, the atmosphere, or underwater. Disarmament had been pursued without success for many years. This was the first positive achievement of any negotiations about nuclear weapons. Cuba was a humiliation for the Russian leadership. We do not know how much it explains, but in 1964 Khrushchev was removed from office. It was clear that the Soviet Union had not yet mastered the techniques of orderly political change, for he was only set aside by colleagues whom he defended and alarmed, with the connivance of the army. But he was not killed, sent to prison, or appointed to run a power station in Mongolia. The contrast with earlier transfers of power was striking, and the nature of the regime such that people accounted this progress. Undoubtedly Russian society had undergone some relaxation after Stalin's death. The speech at the 20th Congress was itself bound to have effects. It could not be unsaid, even if much of it was aimed at diverting criticism from those who, like Khrushchev himself, had been participants in the crimes of which Stalin was accused. Symbolically, Stalin's body was removed from Lenin's tomb, the national shrine. In the next few years, there was what was sometimes called a thaw, in that marginally greater freedom of expression was allowed to writers and artists, while the regime appeared briefly to be a little more concerned about its appearance in the eyes of the world over such matters as its treatment of Jews. The evidence for this was fragmentary and hard to interpret. Overall, the authoritarian nature of Russian government seemed unchanged in principle, which is what might be expected. It may be that after Stalin's death, and particularly during the era of Khrushchev's ascendancy, the party re-emerged as a much more independent factor in Russian life. The dominance exercised by the police was reduced, and the party undertook more real scrutiny of policy and administration. It also seems likely that Khrushchev's own contribution to Russian development was to provide a great shaking up of Russian policy on every front. He had a huge failure over agriculture, a major impact in changing the emphasis of the Russian armed services towards the strategic rocket services, which became their elite arm, and undertook many initiatives in foreign policy besides the disastrous Cuban adventure. Meanwhile, there were also proceeding long-term changes in Russian society, which had their roots in the Stalinist era. Optimistically and exaggeratedly, it has been said that these developments have led to the United States and Soviet Russia growing more and more alike, and that this has played an important part in making Russian leaders less intransigent. This gives a distorted emphasis to the undoubted truth that Russia is now a rich, developed economy, but that general statement must be carefully glossed. Russian industrial growth, though very great, is overwhelmingly still a matter of heavy manufacture. The private consumer is still much less well supplied with goods and services in Russia than the United States, even though since 1953 there has been a very large relative change of emphasis, as the government has sought to improve what is available. Another important difference is that Russia has had nothing like the success of the United States in developing its agriculture. Paradoxically, it has found itself buying American grain. Yet Russia is regarded, rightly, by many undeveloped countries as a developed one and a rich one. In spite of the obvious disparity between the United States and Russia as consumer societies, to the poor they both look alike. Many Russians themselves must be more aware of the contrast with an impoverished Russia still within living memory than of one with the modern United States. Moreover, a comparison of the two industrial systems is by no means always as one-sided as in that of manufactured consumer goods. Russian investment in education, for example, has been so considerable and successful that it has actually achieved a literacy rate very slightly higher than the American one. Health services, too, while not commanding investment on the scale of American, nevertheless provide most Soviet citizens with support better than that available to some poor Americans. But such comparisons, which fall easily over the line from quantitative to qualitative judgment, do not alter the basic fact that the per capita national income of the Russian still lags far behind that of the American. There has been a long legacy of backwardness and disruption to eliminate. It was not until 1952 that real wages in Russia even got back to the 1928 level. What has been possible, nonetheless, has been the creation of a scientific and industrial base, which at its best matches that of the United States. The obvious expression of this, and one of the great sources of patriotic pride to the Soviet citizen, is the exploration of space. There is now so much ironmongery in orbit that it is difficult to recapture the startling impression made in 1957, when the first satellites were launched by the Russians. Although American successes speedily followed, some of them indeed spectacular, the Russians' space achievements have remained of the first rank. It was militarily significant that Russia relied on rockets of very large size. There were implications here for their offensive power. But there was also something in space exploration to feed the Russian imagination and reward Russian patience with other aspects of daily life. It is not too much to say that for some Russians, Russian space technology justified the revolution. Russia was shown by it to be able to do anything another nation could do, and much that only one other could do. Russia was modernized at last. Whether this meant that she was in some sense becoming a satisfied nation, less prone to disturb the international scene, with leaders more confident and less suspicious of the outside world, is an entirely different matter. Certainly Russian responses to the rise of China were not encouraging. There was talk of a preemptive nuclear attack on China in the 1970s, and a huge Russian army is still maintained on the Chinese border. Soviet society has also shown signs of strain as it grew more prosperous. Dissent and criticism, particularly of restraints upon intellectual freedom, became more obvious at the end of the 1960s. So did symptoms of antisocial behavior such as hooliganism, corruption, and alcoholism. But these probably held as little potential for significant change as in other countries. Less spectacular facts may turn out to be more important in the long run. It may be that later perspectives will reveal that one of the most important watersheds of Russian history was passed in the 1970s, when Russians, for the first time, became a minority in the Soviet Union. In the last resort, too, Russia remains a police state, where the limits of freedom and the basic privileges of the individual are defined in practice by an apparatus backed up by administrative decisions and political prisons. The real index of the differences between the Soviet Union and the United States, or any West European nation, is better provided by such yardsticks as her enormous expenditure on jamming foreign broadcasting than by statistics about economic well-being. For obvious reasons, changes in the United States since 1945 have been more easily observed than those in the Soviet Union, but this has not always made it easier to discern what is fundamental. Of the growth of American power there can be no doubt, nor of its importance to the world. In 1968 the American population passed the 200 million mark, only 1 in 20 of whom were not native-born. The United States had ceased to be a nation of immigrants, though within 10 years it was to be worrying about a huge Spanish-speaking immigration from Mexico and the Caribbean. Growth had followed an unexpected increase in births, at a time when death rates continued to drop. The United States was unique among developed countries in this respect. More of these Americans than ever lived in cities or the suburbs of cities. In the middle of the 1950s, the United States contained about 6% of the world's population, a figure which has remained roughly the same, and produced more than half the world's manufactured goods. Her immensely successful industrial structure was dominated by very large corporations, many of them possessing resources and wealth greater than those of some nations. Concern was often expressed for the public interest and the consumer's needs in such a structure, but no doubts existed about its ability to create wealth and power. As in Russia, the most dramatic evidence of it was space exploration, whose first great climax came when a man-carrying vehicle landed on the surface of the moon on the 21st of July 1979, and was seen to do so by millions of people watching their television sets. Though it was to be shown that the immense power which had brought this about could not do everything that might be asked of it, nevertheless it was the great constant of the post-war world. It sustained the huge military establishment upon which the conduct of American foreign policy mainly rested. Not surprisingly, American economic success deeply affected American politics, not least by the generation of mythologies. President Truman's second administration, and those of President Eisenhower, were marked by noisy symbolic struggles and debate about the danger of interference with free enterprise and the threat of socialism. Yet there was a lot of shadow boxing about all this. In the first place, government has, since 1945, continued to hold, and indeed increase, its importance as the first of the customers of the American economy. Government spending has been the primary economic stimulant, and hopes of balanced budgets and cheap business-like administration always ran aground upon this fact. A second fact was that the United States was a democracy, whatever the doctrinaire objections to it, and however much rhetoric might be devoted to attacking it, the welfare state had come to stay because voters wanted it. These facts made the old ideal of free enterprise, unchecked and uninvaded by the influence of government, more unrealistic than ever. They also helped to prolong the Democratic coalition. Republican presidents were elected in 1952 and 1968, but on each occasion they benefited from war weariness, and neither was able to persuade Americans that they should also elect Republican Congresses. On the other hand, signs of strain were already apparent in the Democratic bloc before 1960. Eisenhower appealed to some Southern voters, and by 1970 something a little more like a national conservative party had appeared under the Republican banner, because Southerners had been offended by Democratic legislation on behalf of the Negro. What was open to each president was the possibility of changing emphasis. The Eisenhower years leave an impression that little happened in the domestic history of the United States during them. It was not part of that president's vision of his office that he should provide a strong policy lead at home. By itself, Kennedy's election by a narrow margin of the popular vote in 1960, the arrival of a new man, and a young one too, helped to produce a sense of striking change. Too much was made at the time of the more superficial aspects of this, but in retrospect it can be seen that both in foreign and domestic affairs, the 8 years of renewed democratic rule from 1961 brought great change to the United States. Unhappily, this did not happen in the way in which Kennedy or his Vice President Lyndon Johnson can have hoped when they took office. One issue which had already begun to emerge was the Negro question. A century after emancipation, the black American was likely to be poorer, more often on relief, less well-housed, more often unemployed and less healthy than the white American. This suddenly began to appear so intolerable that it became a great political question. This was due to 3 facts. One was the transformation of a local Southern question into a national problem by black migration. Between 1940 and 1960, the black population of northern states almost trebled. New York became the state with the biggest black population of the Union. This brought blacks into view in a new sense. It also revealed that the problem facing them was not only one of legal rights, but a complex one involving economic and cultural deprivation too. The second factor pushing the question forward onto the national stage was the growing importance of the goodwill of other nations, many of which were themselves formed of colored peoples. It was an embarrassment, of which communist propaganda had always made good use, for the United States to have at home so flagrant a contravention of the ideals she espoused abroad, as was provided by her treatment of many blacks. Finally, the action of blacks themselves under their own leaders, often inspired by Gandhian principles of passive resistance to oppression, did much to alter white attitudes. In the end, the legal and political position of black Americans had been radically altered, even if they often remained poor and actually deprived. Bitterness and resentment had not been eliminated, but had in some places actually increased. The first and most successful phase of the campaign for equal status for the black was a struggle for civil rights, of which the most important was the unhindered exercise of the franchise, always formally available, but actually not in some southern communities, and new rights to equality of treatment in other ways, which began to be granted to him by decisions of the Supreme Court in 1954 and 55. The process began, that is to say, not with legislation, but with judicial interpretation. These important first decisions provided that the segregation of different races within the public school system was unconstitutional and should be brought to an end, where it existed, within a reasonable time. This was to challenge the social system in many southern states. By 1963, black and white children were attending public schools together in every state of the Union. Legislative action to help the blacks was not really important until after 1961. Kennedy then initiated a program of measures which were brought to maturity by his successor, and went beyond the securing of voting rights to attack segregation and deprivation of many kinds. This was after the inauguration of a successful campaign of sit-ins by black leaders, which itself achieved many important local victories. Yet when all this had been done, there still remained a hard core of black poverty and resentment, which legislation seemed powerless to touch. This provoked ugly manifestations in riot and arson in what came to be called ghetto areas of great American cities. More was involved than just the blacks' position. Poverty, poor housing, bad schools in run-down urban areas were symptoms of deep dislocations inside American society. Its inequalities had been made more irksome by the increasing affluence in which they were set. The Kennedy administration's appeal to Americans to see the removal of these evils as one of the challenges of a new frontier was followed by the even greater emphasis given to legislation to remove them by Lyndon Johnson, who succeeded to the presidency when Kennedy was murdered in November 1963. Potentially one of America's great reforming presidents, Johnson was to prove tragically unsuccessful in spite of great achievements and all his experience and skill. His own southern and poor background made him a convinced and convincing exponent of the great society in which he discerned America's future. But his great constructive and reforming work was soon forgotten when his presidency came to be overshadowed by an Asian war, which became terrifying enough before it ended to be called America's Sicilian Expedition. Under Eisenhower, American policy had come to rest on the dogma that Indochina was essential to security in Southeast Asia. The elections, stipulated in 1954 as the prelude to reuniting the country, had never been held, and the United States had therefore become the backer of the conservative government of South Vietnam. It was believed that this country had to be kept in the Western camp if other states of the area, perhaps as far away as India and Australia, were not to be subverted. Though disposed to be optimistic when he took office, President Kennedy had not questioned this view. He began to back up American military aid with advisers. At the time of his murder, there were 23,000 of them in South Vietnam. President Johnson took the same view of the importance of Vietnam and felt that pledges to other countries had to be shown to be sound currency by what the United States did there. But the governments which succeeded one another in Saigon were obviously inadequate, and at the beginning of 1965 Johnson was advised that they might collapse without additional American help. Soon afterwards, air attacks were made on targets in North Vietnam, and the first American combat units arrived. From this moment, the American participation soared out of control. In 1968, there were over 500,000 American servicemen in Vietnam, and by Christmas that year, a heavier tonnage of bombs had been dropped on North Vietnam than fell on Germany and Japan together in the entire Second World War. This was disastrous. It was almost the least of Johnson's worries that the American balance of payments was wrecked by the huge costs. The expense also took money from the badly needed reform projects at home. Worse was the bitter distaste for the policy which arose at home as the weight of effort and the casualties mounted, and the attempts to negotiate seemed to get nowhere. It was small consolation that Russia's costs in supplying arms to North Vietnam were also heavy. For all the rancor which Vietnam caused in the United States, it can now be seen that more was involved than the agitation of young people rioting in protest and distrust of their government, or the anger of conservatives who found their ideals outraged by ritual desecrations of the symbols of patriotism and refusals to carry out military service. Vietnam brought about a great transformation in the way Americans looked at the outside world. It was in Southeast Asia that the powerlessness of the United States to obtain any results she wanted, at any reasonable cost, was at last borne in on many of her citizens. The late 1960s were a sunset era, though the sunset was not of American power, but of what has been called the illusion of American omnipotence. Americans had approached the post-war world with this illusion intact. It was quite plausible to say that it was American power which had decided 2 world wars. Before them, there stretched back a century and a half of virtually unchecked and unhindered continental expansion, of immunity from European intervention, of the growth of a hegemony in the hemisphere which was all but limitless. It had been easy and natural for this to breed a careless assumption of limitless possibility, which was carried over all too easily from domestic to foreign concerns. It was understandable that Americans should forget the special conditions of continental isolation and the supremacy of British sea power on which their long success had been founded. The reckoning began to be drawn up in the 1950s, when many Americans had to be content with a lesser victory in Korea than they'd hoped for, and their open 20 years of frustrating negotiations with nations enjoying not a tenth of the power of the United States, but apparently able to thwart her. Then came the Vietnam disaster, in which both the full cost of power and its limits were at last revealed. It soon affected American politics. In March 1968, the strength of domestic opposition was shown clearly in the primary elections. Johnson had already drawn the conclusion that the United States could not win, had restricted bombing, and asked the North to open negotiations again. Dramatically, he also announced that he would not stand for re-election in 1968. Just as the casualties of the Korean War won Eisenhower election in 1952, so the casualties of Vietnam, on the battlefield and at home, helped to elect another Republican president in 1968, only 4 years after a huge Democratic majority for Johnson, and to re-elect him in 1972. Vietnam was not the only factor, but it was one of the most important in dislocating the old Democratic coalition. The new president, Richard Nixon, began to withdraw American ground forces from Vietnam soon after his inauguration. Peacemaking took 3 years. In 1970s, secret negotiations began between North Vietnam and the United States, accompanied by further withdrawals of ground forces, but also by renewed and intensified bombing of the North by the Americans. The negotiations were tortuous and difficult. The United States could not admit it was abandoning its ally, though it had to do so, in fact. Nor would the North Vietnamese accept terms which would not give them, through their sympathizers in the South, some power to harass the Southern regime. Amid considerable public outcry in the United States, bombing was briefly resumed at the end of 1972, but for the last time. Soon afterwards, on the 27th of January 1973, a ceasefire was signed in Paris. The war had cost the United States vast sums in money, and 56,000 dead. But this was not the largest item in the account. The war had also done grave damage to American prestige and diplomatic freedom, had ravaged the country's domestic politics, and frustrated reform at home. What had been achieved was the brief preservation of a shaky South Vietnam, still saddled with internal problems which made its survival uncertain, and the infliction of terrible destruction on the peoples and economies of Indochina. Perhaps the abandonment of the illusion of American omnipotence offsets these costs. It was at least a success in domestic politics to disentangle the United States from this morass, and the still mysterious President Nixon reaped the benefit. The liquidation of the venture had followed other signs of his recognition of how much the world had already changed since Cuba. The most striking was the new American policy of establishing normal and direct relations with China, which came to a climax with a visit of the President to China in February 1972. It was not only an attempt to start to bridge what he described as 16,000 miles and 22 years of hostility. He might have added, and 2,500 years of history. But the first visit by an American president to mainland Asia. Diplomatic relations with the United States at the highest level were paralleled by another great gain for China, her entry to the United Nations Organization, and assumption in it of a seat on the Security Council. When the American president visited Moscow in May 1972, and this was followed by an agreement on arms limitation, it seemed that another important change had come about in post-war diplomacy. The polarized simplicities of the Cold War were clearly gone, however doubtful might be what came next. The Vietnam settlement followed, and can hardly have been unrelated to it. Moscow and Peking both had to be squared if there was to be a ceasefire. China's attitude to the Vietnamese struggle was, we may guess, by no means simple. It was complicated by the potential danger from Russian policy, the United States' use of its power elsewhere in Asia, notably in Taiwan and Japan, and by Vietnamese nationalism. For all China's help, it was by no means clear that the Indo-Chinese communists would be her satellites at the end of the day. Vietnamese nationalism had a history of struggle against Chinese, as well as French imperialism behind it. In the immediate aftermath of the American withdrawal, too, the nature of the struggle going on in both Vietnam and Cambodia was more and more clearly revealed as a civil war. The North Vietnamese had not waited long before resuming operations. For a time, the United States government had to pretend not to see this. There was too much relief at home over the liquidation of the Asian commitment, for scruples over the actual observation of the peace terms, which had made withdrawal possible. Then came a huge political scandal which forced Nixon's resignation and left his successor facing a Congress suspicious of the administration and determined to thwart what it saw as dangerous foreign adventures. This meant that there was going to be no attempt to maintain the peace terms of 1972, insofar as they guaranteed the South Vietnamese regime against overthrow. By the spring of 1975, all American aid had come to an end. A government in Saigon, which had lost virtually all its other territory, was reduced to a backs-to-the-wall attempt to hold the capital city, and Lower Mekong itself with a demoralized and defeated army. At the same time, communist forces were destroying a regime earlier supported by the United States in Cambodia. Here, too, Congress prevented the sending of further military and financial help. A pattern in American diplomacy, which had first been shown in China in 1947, was now being repeated. The United States had eventually to cut her losses at the expense of those who had relied on her, though 117,000 Vietnamese left with the Americans. Such an outcome was doubly ironical. In the first place, it seemed to show that the hardliners on Asian policy had been right all along, that only the knowledge that the United States was in the last resort prepared to fight for them would guarantee the post-colonial regime's survival against communism. Secondly, the swing back to isolationism in the United States was accentuated, not muffled, by defeat and disaster. Those who reflected on the American dead and missing and the huge cost now saw the whole Indochina episode as only a pointless and unjustifiable waste on behalf of peoples who would not fight to defend themselves. Yet an alternative reading of the American position in East Asia was possible. It can be argued that the achievement of better relations with China was more important than the loss of Vietnam. In 1975, another American president visited China. It was the beginning of a major growth of economic and diplomatic ties between the two countries. One result was the Americans' concession, almost incidentally, that Taiwan should eventually be absorbed by the People's Republic. The adjustment of American attitudes had originated the Vietnam crisis and had been facilitated by the tactical flexibility Mao had always shown. But it was also part and parcel of the historical process of the resumption by China of an international and regional role appropriate to her historical stature and potential resources. This process had been going on since 1911, coming to fruition only after 1949. In the 1970s it was completed. In 1976 Mao died, a brief ascendancy by a gang of 4 of his coadjutors, one was his widow, who had been central to the promotion of the policies of the Cultural Revolution, ended with their overthrow and subsequent trial and punishment. Under new leaders it soon became clear that the excesses of the Cultural Revolution were to be corrected, that, increasingly, more scope would be given to individual enterprise and the profit motive, that economic connections with non-communist countries would be encouraged, and that the aim of all this was the attainment of the technological and industrial modernization for a future socialist China. The major definition of the new course was undertaken in 1981 at the plenary session of the Central Committee of the party which met that year. It undertook, too, the delicate task of distinguishing the positive achievements of Mao, a great proletarian revolutionary, from what it called his gross mistakes, and his responsibility for the setbacks of the Cultural Revolution. The new line specifically linked modernization to strength. China's new weight in Asian affairs was already apparent in 1970. One important symbolic registration of it was negotiation with the United Kingdom on terms for China's reincorporation of Hong Kong at the expiration of its lease in 1997. Only Vietnam, with which China's relations at one time degenerated into open warfare after the American withdrawal, remained hostile to her among neighboring countries. Even the Taiwanese were somewhat reassured by Chinese promises that the reincorporation of the island in the territory of the Republic would not endanger its economic system. Similar assurances were given over Hong Kong, like the establishment of special trading enclaves on the mainland, where external commerce could flourish, notably at the historic commercial centre of Canton. Such statements underlined the importance China's new rulers attached to commerce as a channel of modernization. China's sheer size gave such a policy direction, importance over a wide area. By 1985, with the exception of Burma, North Korea, and Vietnam, the whole of East and Southeast Asia constituted a single trading zone of unprecedented potential. Japan's recovery had been indispensable to this outcome. The rapidity with which she, like China, recovered her former status as a power, and surpassed it, had obvious implications for that old country's place, both in the Asian and the world balance. By 1970, the Japanese had the second highest GNP in the non-communist world. They had renewed their industrial base and had moved with great success into new areas of manufacture, such as electronics and motor cars, of which Japan made more than any country except the United States. This caused resentment among American manufacturers, the supreme compliment. In 1979, it was agreed that Japanese cars should be made in England. The debit side of this account was provided by a fast-growing population and by the ample evidence of the cost of economic growth in the destruction of the Japanese environment and the wear and tear of urban life. Japan was long favored by circumstances. Vietnam was an advantage, as Korea had been. Yet there have to be men to take advantage of favorable circumstances, and Japanese attitudes helped. Post-war Japan could deploy intense pride and an unrivaled willingness for collective effort among her people. Both sprang from the deep cohesiveness and capacity for subordinating the individual to collective purposes, which had always marked Japanese society. Strangely, such attitudes seem to survive the coming of democracy. It may be too early to judge how deeply democracy is rooted in Japanese society. Immediately after 1951, it produced something like one-party rule, though irritation with this apparently unshakable predominance expressed itself soon in the emergence of more extreme groupings, some anti-liberal. There were signs that their extremism appealed increasingly to youth and to some Japanese to whom the pace of social change began in the 1960s to appear to be too fast. There was mounting uneasiness over what was happening to traditional values and institutions. The cost of economic growth loomed up not only in huge conurbations and pollution, but also in social problems which strained even Japanese custom. Great firms still operated with success on the basis of group loyalties, which were buttressed by traditional attitudes and institutions. Nonetheless, at a different level, the Japanese families seemed to be undergoing strains like those felt in other industrialized societies. Economic progress also helped to change the context of foreign policy, which in any case moved away in the 1960s from the simplicities of the preceding decade. Economic strength made the yen an important trading currency and drew Japan into the monetary diplomacy of Europe. Moreover, prosperity involved her in the affairs of many parts of the world. In the Pacific Basin, she became a consumer of primary produce from Australia and New Zealand. In the Middle East, she became a large buyer of oil. In Europe, though the aggregate share of Japan was not large, her investment was thought alarming by some, while her exports of manufactured goods threatened European equivalents. Even food supply raised international questions. In the 1960s, 90% of Japan's requirements for protein came from fishing, and this led to alarm that the Japanese might be overfishing important grounds. Such questions changed the atmosphere and content of foreign relations. So did the behavior of other powers, especially in the Pacific area. Japan assumed in the 1960s a position in relation to other Pacific countries, not unlike that of Germany to Central and Eastern Europe before 1914. New Zealand and Australia in particular found their economies increasingly and profitably tied into Japanese consumption rather than the old British market. Both of them supplied meat and Australian minerals, notably coal and iron ore. On the Asian mainland, the Russians and the South Koreans complained about Japanese fishing. This added a new complication to an old story of economic involvement there. Korea was Japan's second biggest market, the United States was the biggest, and the Japanese started to invest there again after 1951. This at first revived a traditional distrust. It was ominous to find that South Korean nationalism had so anti-Japanese a tone that in 1959 the President of South Korea could urge his countrymen to unite as one man against not their northern neighbor, but Japan. Nevertheless, by 1980, Japanese car manufacturers were looking askance at the vigorous rival they had helped to create. As in Taiwan, so in Korea, industrial growth had been built on technology diffused by Japan. Furthermore, Japan's dependence on imported energy had meant that she had undergone a nasty economic shock when oil prices rose tenfold in the 1970s. Yet these causes for concern did not seem to affect her progress. In the 1980s, she remained the world's third-largest economic power. As her industrialists turned to advanced information technology and biotechnology, and talked of running down car manufacturing, there was no sign that she lost her power of disciplined self-adaptation. Greater strength had already meant greater responsibilities. The withdrawal of American direction was logically rounded off 20 years later, when Okinawa, one of the first of her overseas possessions to be reacquired, was returned to Japan. There remained the question of the Kuriles, still in Russian hands, and of Taiwan, in the possession of the Chinese nationalists and claimed by the Chinese communists. But Japanese attitudes on all these matters remained, no doubt prudently, reserved. There was also the possibility that the question of Sakhalin might be reopened. All of these questions began to look much more susceptible to investigation in the wake of the great changes brought to the Asian scene by Chinese and Japanese revival. With the Chinese-Russian quarrel, Japan clearly had much greater freedom for maneuver, both towards the United States, her erstwhile patron, and China and Russia. The embarrassment which too close a tie with the Americans might bring was to be shown as the United States became more deeply involved in the Vietnam War, and political opposition to this grew in Japan. Her freedom was limited, in the sense that all three of the other great powers of the area were by 1970 equipped with nuclear weapons, and she of all nations had most reason to know their effect. But there was little doubt of Japanese capacity to produce them within a relatively brief time if required. Altogether, the Japanese stance had the potential to develop in various directions. Clearly, for example, there was concern in Tokyo about the possibility of better Sino-American relations after the presidential visit to Peking, and in 1978 the Chinese vice president came to Tokyo. In that year, trade between China and Japan was worth as much as China's trade with the United States and West Germany combined. It was indisputable that Japan was once more a world power. Another ambiguous and much more menacing prospect was presented in the Middle East. Time and oil were on the side of the Arabs, but not much else was clear. The Six-Day War of 1967 solved nothing. It merely exacerbated Arab feeling. There were new waves of Palestinian refugees. By 1973, there were said to be about 1.4 million Palestinians dispersed in Arab countries, about the same number as remained in Israel or Israeli-occupied territory. When the Israelis began to establish settlements in their new-won territories, Arab resentment grew even stronger. In the United Nations, a group of 77 supposedly non-aligned countries achieved the suspension of Israel, like South Africa, from certain international organizations. More important, perhaps, was the unanimous resolution of 1967 condemning the Israeli annexation of Jerusalem, and another calling for Israeli withdrawal from Arab lands in exchange for recognition by her neighbors. Meanwhile, the PLO turned to terrorism outside the disputed lands in order to promote their cause. It was clear that it would only be a matter of years before there was another war. In that case, there was a danger that, because of the identification of American and Russian interests with opposing sides, a world war might suddenly blow up out of a local conflict, as in 1914. It was this danger that loomed up when Egypt and Syria attacked Israel on the Jewish holy day of Yom Kippur in October 1973. They inflicted heavy casualties on the Israelis, who for the first time faced the prospect of military defeat by the greatly improved Russian armed forces of their opponents. In the event, the Israelis again won, though only after the Russians were reported to have sent nuclear weapons to Egypt, and the Americans had put their forces on the alert round the world. This grim background, like the possibility that the Israelis themselves might have nuclear weapons they would be prepared to use in extremity, was not fully discernible to the public at the time. More immediately obvious was the impact of other Arab states, led by Saudi Arabia, on the quarrel. By announcing restrictions on oil supply to Europe, Japan, and the United States, they raised the possibility that the fundamental diplomatic support on which Israel had always been able to rely might not be available to her forever. The Jews might not always be able to count on guilt about what had happened to Jews in Germany, on sympathy and admiration for a civilized liberal state in a backward region, and on the pressure of Jewish voters in the United States. For the moment, a UN force was put into Sinai to separate the Israelis and Egyptians. Nevertheless, none of the fundamental problems had been solved. Nor was this all. The immediate impact of the new oil diplomacy had been immediately felt in higher prices for oil. Overnight, the economic problems of industrial states, which had gone grumbling along but were tolerated in the 1960s as the pressures of international monetary difficulties grew, became acute. Dependence on oil imports played havoc with balance of payment problems. Even the United States was badly shaken, but Japan and Europe were soon showing even more serious signs of economic recession. There was talk of a new world depression like that of the 1930s. Eastern Europe was somewhat insulated from this, as from other trends. Long before 1970, there had been signs that new problems faced the Russian bloc after the Sino-Soviet quarrel. This could be seen in the violence with which Albania, the tiniest of Europe's communist countries, condemned Russia and applauded Peking. But Albania had no frontier with the Warsaw Pact countries, and was thus not likely to have to take account of the Russian army. Nevertheless, even in countries within the Pact, the currents of national independence first seen in the 1950s soon showed they were still alive in the next decade. This first became clear when Romania successfully contested the direction of her economy by Comecon, asserting a national right to develop it in her own interest. She even took up a vaguely neutralist position on questions of foreign policy, though remaining loyal to the Warsaw Pact. Poland showed parallel tendencies, which were summed up by an Italian communist as polycentrism. But that there were limits to the dislocation of the old monolithic unity of communism was shown in 1968. Romania had no land frontier with a NATO country, but an 800-mile one with Russia, and had Chinese backing for her independent line. Her skittishness could therefore be tolerated. None of these conditions held in Czechoslovakia, where in 1968 a communist government was both deliberately liberalizing its internal structure and developing trade relations with West Germany. After a series of attempts to bring her to heel, Czechoslovakia was invaded in May by Warsaw Pact forces. To avoid a repetition of what had happened in Hungary in 1956, the Czech government did not resist, and the brief attempt to provide an example of socialism with a human face, as a Czech statesman had put it, was obliterated. With the Sino-Soviet quarrel, tremblings within the Eastern Bloc and the United States, no longer so sure of her interests and policies in Latin America, it could plausibly be said by 1970 that the world as a whole had abandoned bipolarity for polycentrism. The process of disintegration of the Cold War simplicities had been rapid and surprising. Yet perhaps the most striking example of all of the improbabilities of history was to be found in Western Europe, the place where the evolution of a world history had actually begun. By 1970 it provided some of the first, if feeble, signs of the breaking of nationalism's grip on the human potential for organization. Western Europe was shaped from legacies of common experience going back to the Carolingians, but the decisive agents in the last 40 years have been the war and Russian policy. Between them, they ended the German problem. This removed the old fears of France and the possibility of another great civil war in the West. Soviet policy then went on to give the Western countries many new reasons to cooperate more closely. The Marshall Plan and NATO turned out to be only the first two important steps. In 1950 came a French proposal for a coal and steel community to regulate the industrial heartland of Western Europe. It was also the first positive step towards the integration of Western Germany into a new international structure. By then, much had already changed in the West. The political weakness caused to France and Italy by their large communist parties had been overcome, mainly by economic recovery. In each of them, communists had ceased to form part of the government as early as 1947, and with that the dangers of a fate such as Czechoslovakia's had disappeared. Anti-communist opinion had coalesced about right-wing parties whose essence was Roman Catholicism, an integrating force. Broadly speaking, governments of the right in continental Western Europe thereafter pursued similar aims of economic recovery and welfare service provision. The trend to supranational organization was thus easier. In 1952, the Coal and Steel Community was set up to provide for the international organization of these industries in France, Germany, and the Low Countries. The most important step was taken in 1957. The European Economic Community, or Common Market, was set up. Attempts to unite Europe politically seemed at last within sight of success. Whether this were true or not, it was certain that those who made these arrangements had abandoned the assumption that war could ever again be an acceptable alternative to cooperation and negotiation between their countries. The era of European civil war, which went back centuries to the beginnings of the national state system, was over. Tragically, though accepting that fact, the rulers of Great Britain did not seize the chance to join in giving it institutional expression. For a long time, the most determined opposition to further political integration came from France. It was expressed most strongly by General de Gaulle, who returned to politics in 1958 to become president when France was threatened with civil war over Algeria. His first task was to negotiate these rapids, then, after carrying through important constitutional reforms, to perform a service to his country as great as had been his wartime role, by liquidating France's Algerian commitment in 1961. The act freed both him and her for a more vigorous international role, but a very negative one. De Gaulle's view of European consolidation was limited to cooperation between independent nation-states. He saw the EEC as essentially a device for the protection of French economic interests. He was quite prepared to strain the new organization badly to get his way. Further, in effect, he twice vetoed British application to join it. Wartime experience had left de Gaulle with a deep distrust of the Anglo-Saxons. In 1964, he annoyed the United States by exchanging diplomatic representatives with Communist China. He insisted, too, that France go ahead with her own nuclear weapons program, declining to be dependent on American patronage. Finally, after causing it much trouble, he withdrew from NATO. This looked like the coming of polycentrism to the Western Bloc, too. Nonetheless, when de Gaulle resigned after an unfavorable result to a referendum on constitutional change in 1969, a major political force making for uncertainty and disarray in Western Europe disappeared. His successors have proved less intransigent. Although French policy still opposed the evolution of the common market towards a more complete cohesion, Great Britain finally joined in 1972 a recognition, at last, of the facts of 20th century history by the most conservative of nations. It complimented the withdrawal from empire and acknowledged that the British frontier lay no longer, as was believed still between the wars, on the Rhine, but on the Elbe. It was the climax of an era of uncertainty, which had lasted almost since 1945, though not the end of it. For a quarter century, all British governments had failed to combine sustained economic growth, increased social service provision, and a high level of employment. The second depended ultimately on the first, but when difficulty arose, the first had always been sacrificed to the last. The vulnerability of the traditional British economy's commitment to international trade was one handicap. Others were old staple industries starved of investment and the deeply conservative attitudes of her people. Though the United Kingdom grew richer, in 1970 virtually no British manual worker had 4 weeks paid holiday a year, and 10 years later a third of them did. It fell behind other developed countries. If the British had managed a decline in international power and the achievement of a rapid decolonialization without the violence and domestic bitterness visible elsewhere, it remained unclear whether they could shake off the past in other ways and ensure themselves a modest prosperity as a second-rank nation. One obvious and symptomatic threat to order and civilization was posed by the Protestant and Catholic hooligans of Ulster, who seemed bent on destroying that province rather than cooperate with their rivals. It was not mastered. Lunatic nationalism was as alive there as ever, and cost the lives of hundreds of British soldiers, policemen, and civilians, many of them not Irish, in the 1970s and 1980s. Fortunately, it did not disrupt British party politics, as Irish questions had done in the past. The British electorate was preoccupied, rather, by its own material concern, above all with inflation, running at unprecedented rates and giving new fierceness to industrial troubles in the 1970s. While many leaders and interpreters of opinion seemed obsessed with the themes of social division. Even the question whether the United Kingdom should remain in the EEC, which was submitted to the revolutionary device of a referendum in June 1975, was often put in these terms. It was therefore all the more surprising to many politicians when the outcome of the referendum was unambiguously favorable to continued membership. It was the first sign for a decade or so that the views of the country at large were not normally well represented by those who were considered their spokesmen. It was also possible that it was a decision which would in the end prove a turning point in the history of a once great nation, by closing off one sequence of choices which would have flowed ineluctably from a reassertion of insularity. Nonetheless, more bad times, economically speaking, lay immediately ahead. Inflation, at 26.9% per annum, was at last identified in 1975 by government as the major threat, and it was by then at last dawning that the era of unquestioned growth in consumption was over. There was a gleam of light, it was true. A few years earlier, it had been discovered that vast oil fields lay under the seabed of the coasts of northern Europe. In 1976, the United Kingdom became an oil-exporting nation. That did not help her at once. In the same year, a loan from the International Monetary Fund was required. When Mrs. Thatcher, the country's first woman Prime Minister, took office in 1979, she had, in a sense, little to lose. Her opponents were discredited, and so, many felt, were the ideas which had been accepted uncritically as the determinants of British policy for decades. A radical new departure seemed a possibility. 8 years later, when she won a third successive general election, there had been a change. Inflation had been dramatically reduced, unemployment had risen to long-forgotten levels, and legal and institutional changes had been carried through, whose consequences would require years for their assessment. Nonetheless, it was still not clear that the country had accepted the need for radical change, and public spending had not been reduced. What seemed more likely by 1986 was that Mrs. Thatcher had achieved the major feat of changing the terms and psychology of British party politics. She had also, no doubt to her surprise, found herself presiding over the last colonial war in British history, for the defense of the Falkland Islands in 1982, against an adventurous Argentinian military government. The reconquest of the Falklands after a brief Argentinian occupation was a great feat of arms. Psychologically and diplomatically, the impact was considerable, even if the expense of defending the island's rights to self-determination was a heavy burden on a badly stretched economy. Common market bickering and economic problems in the 1970s helped to remind Europeans of the limitations on the transcendence of bipolarity. Though many of them realistically saw that greater European unity, a growing prosperity, and a habit of cooperation were essential prerequisites of greater political independence, there was a sense in which such independence was still illusory unless Europe could turn herself, too, into a superpower. For all the dramatic changes across the whole world since the Cuban crisis, the Soviet Union and the United States were still, in 1975, the only two states whose might gave them unquestioned status as, to use an official Russian definition, the greatest world powers without whose participation not a single international problem can be solved. Allowing for the implicit nature of this participation in some instances, this definition reflects continuing reality, even in the era of a resurgent Far East, international terrorism, and oil blackmail. Russo-American relationships have undergone many changes since the Cuban crisis of 1962. For a decade or so after that event, it was possible to detect some signs of détente. The roots of this lay partly in the changing world context of superpower action, but it also seemed that it might owe something to a new appreciation of the potentially cataclysmic dangers of nuclear conflict. Though it was hard to observe, there were even signs by the early 1970s that the Russians were finding it hard to resist a truism that Marxism itself proclaimed, that consciousness evolves in accordance with material conditions. Among other results of the obvious success of Soviet society in providing more wealth for its citizens were, too, an apparent dissidence, which might be trivial in scale, but which suggested a demand for greater spiritual freedom, such as that which had earlier accompanied the transition to a society of plenty in the West, and a less explicit, but real, groundswell of opinion that further material gains should be forthcoming. These could hardly be provided at the same time as the Soviet Union spent colossal sums on armaments, unless a huge introduction of Western technology, management technique, and possibly Western capital were accepted. What changes they would bring in their train was debatable, but that there would be some was certain. Another tie between the United States and the Soviet Union was, nonetheless, even more compelling. After 1962, a huge effort was made to give the Soviet Union a superiority and offensive power over the United States. But superiority in these matters is a rather limited affair. The Americans, with their gift for the arresting slogan, have concisely expressed the situation as MAD, mad. That is to say, both countries have the capacity to produce mutually assured destruction. More precisely, this is the name of a situation in which each of the two potential combatants has enough striking power to ensure that even after a surprise attack by its opponents deprived it of the cream of its weapons, what remained would be sufficient to ensure a reply so appalling as to leave its opponent's great cities a smoking wilderness, and its armed forces capable of little but attempting to control the terrorized survivors. This bizarre possibility is a great conservative force. Dr. Johnson's observation that the knowledge that you are to be hanged wonderfully clears the mind requires extension in the case of collectivities threatened with disaster on this scale. Even the knowledge that you may be hanged if you make a blundering move is a great stimulus to prudence. In this fact may well lie the most fundamental explanation of a new degree of cooperation, expressed in many bilateral agreements, shown since 1970 by the United States and the Soviet Union, and in the exchange of visits between their leaders, culminating in the Helsinki Agreement of 1975. For all the macabre attraction which the mad situation seems to offer, though, it is not true that it implies any equivalence of power between the United States and the Soviet Union. The most striking change in bipolarity since 1962 lies exactly here. The balance was not more even then than now, but its terms are reversed. In 1962, the United States was top dog. She enjoyed superior military power, allies, clients, and satellites who were usually dependable, and a public will which sustained a world diplomatic and military effort until well into the second half of the decade. By 1976, things had changed. The Soviet Union had achieved a degree of military parity, which was not only expressed in the ghastly algebra of MAD, but in a worldwide naval presence rivaling that of the United States. It was even established in the Indian Ocean, the only great maritime region in which confrontation had yet to occur. The British withdrawal from Aden in 1967 was followed by the use of that base by the Russians, with the concurrence of the South Yemen government. There had been strategic setbacks for the Americans in Africa, too, to which the Cold War had come in earnest after the Portuguese withdrawal from Angola and Mozambique, and the establishment there of communist regimes supported by Cuban armed forces. To the north, there was a communist government in Somalia, and another was installed in Ethiopia after the emperor's overthrow. As for the Middle East, the traditional Tsarist concern for a proper Russian influence in the area seemed stronger than ever. Though Russian patronage of Islamic states did not always seem to bring appropriate rewards, it remained true that in the Middle East, as elsewhere, United States policy seemed, by the mid-1970s, to be in considerable disarray. Egypt had fallen out with Syria and turned to the United States in the hope of making a face-saving peace with Israel. But in 1975, the General Assembly of the United Nations again turned on Israel, denouncing Zionism as a form of racism and granting the PLO observer status in the Assembly. By this time, the PLO's activities from across the northern border were not only harrying Israel, but were steadily driving Lebanon, a bastion of Western values, into ruin and disintegration. In 1978, Israel invaded southern Lebanon in the hope of ending the PLO raids. The non-Islamic world applauded the following year, when the Israeli and Egyptian prime ministers met in Washington to agree a peace providing for Israel's withdrawal from Sinai. But 3 years later, the Egyptian paid the price when he was assassinated by those who felt he'd betrayed the Palestinian cause. The limited settlement between Israel and Egypt owed much to President Carter, who had won the American presidential election of 1976. American morale was already suffering from other setbacks than those in the Middle East. The Vietnam War had destroyed one president. His successor's presidency had been built on the management of American withdrawal and the 1973 settlement. With the United States in retreat, that had represented the peak of détente. It was soon clear how little that settlement was worth. Unhappily, though, this was only when a domestic scandal had destroyed for a time American confidence in the traditional leadership of the president in foreign affairs. President Ford had faced a Congress unwilling to countenance further aid to his allies in Indochina. Cambodia collapsed, and South Vietnam quickly followed. Inevitably, questions began to be asked about the lengths to which what looked like a worldwide retreat of American power might go. Clearly, the United States would not fight over Indochina. Would she then do so over Thailand? More alarmingly still, would Americans want to fight over Israel, or even Berlin? There were good reasons, it may also be said, to think the Americans' mood of resignation and dismay would not last forever, but while it lasted, their allies were bound to look about them and feel uneasy. In 1979, the United States suffered another damaging blow. The Shah of Iran, long the recipient of American favor as a reliable ally, was driven from his throne and country by a coalition of outraged liberals and Islamic conservatives. Popular support rallied to the revolutionaries in a country whose traditional ways and social structure had been dislocated by a policy of modernization, in which the Shah had followed, though less cautiously, his father, Reza Khan. Almost at once there emerged from the revolution an Islamic republic, led by an elderly clergyman, the Ayatollah Khomeini. The United States quickly recognized the new regime, but was tarred with guilt by association as the patron of the former Shah, and the outstanding embodiment of capitalism and Western materialism. It was small consolation that Russian communism was soon undergoing a similar vilification by the Iranian ulema as the second Satan, threatening the purity of Islam. There was much more to the Iranian Revolution than just the American loss of a client state. Though a coalition of grievances had made possible the overthrow of the Shah, the speedy reversion to archaic tradition, strikingly in the treatment of women, showed that not only a particular ruler had been repudiated, the Iranian Islamic Republic was a part of an outburst of rage among Muslims worldwide at the onset of secular westernization, and perhaps it drew support also from Muslims who were embittered by the failure of the promise of modernization. In the Middle East, above all, nationalism, socialism, and capitalism had failed to solve the problems of the region, and Ataturk, Reza Khan, and Nasser all seemed to Muslim fundamentalists to have led the people down the wrong road. Unfortunately, turning to the past had its own difficulties too. Shiite Iran quickly began a bloody and costly war with Sunnite Iraq. It continues to this day, bitterly dividing old Islamic peoples. What is more, although capable of irritating the superpowers, and Russia was bound to be immediately concerned over Islamic fundamentalism because of her millions of Muslim subjects, Iran could not take effective action against them. At the end of 1979, she had to watch helplessly a Russian invasion of Afghanistan in support of a puppet regime there. In spite of seizing American hostages and exacting a ransom for them after the failure of an American attempt at a rescue by coup de main, the Iranians were not able to force the return of the Shah to Islamic justice. Possibly more significant, too, was the provocation by the revolution of a declaration by President Carter in 1980 that the Persian Gulf was an area of vital interest to the United States. It was a clear warning to the Russians that the Americans meant to go on trying to keep them out of direct participation in the management of the Middle East. In retrospect, this declaration may also be seen as the beginnings of a reversal of the mood of uncertainty and defeatism, which seemed dangerously near to swamping the United States at the end of the decade. A new president, Ronald Reagan, took office in 1981, on the day when Iran's American hostages were released. He inherited an enormous budgetary deficit, disappointment at the seeming success of the Russians in Africa, dismay over the reversal of the nuclear arms imbalance of the 1960s. In the next 5 years, he presided over an economic boom and restored the morale of his countrymen by remarkable and often cosmetic feats of leadership. They were promised wonders in the shape of a new scheme of defensive measures in outer space, though thousands of scientists said the project was unrealistic. Many of them were heartened in 1986 by the launching of American bombers from England on a punitive mission against Libya, whose unbalanced ruler had proclaimed his support for anti-American terrorists. It was notable that the Russians expressed less concern about this act than many West Europeans. The president was less successful in convincing many of his countrymen that a strong assertion of America's interests in Central America was truly in their interests. Although the crucial question of arms control negotiations with Russia seemed in danger of further embitterment, by the middle of the 1980s there were clear signs from the new Russian leader, Mr. Gorbachev, that he would do much to avoid the breakdown of negotiation on this theme. In 1987, a first step was taken by agreement over intermediate-range missiles. In spite of many shocks and its erosion by the emergence of new foci of power, then, it seemed that the nuclear balance still held after all. The superpowers could still manage their conflicts and the world's crises without all-out conflict. It had also become more widely recognized that nuclear war, if it came, held out the prospect of virtual extinction for mankind. Unhappily, this realization may not have been shared by all nations seeking in the 1980s to acquire nuclear weapons of their own. By then, although only the two superpowers, China, France, and the United Kingdom, acknowledged that they had nuclear weapons, it already seemed likely that Israel, South Africa, India, Pakistan, Brazil, and Argentina either possessed rudimentarily effective devices or would do so in the near future. 3. In the light of history. Deliberately, there are no neat lines dividing periods of history in this book, and now there is to be no neat ending either. Logically, of course, history cannot have an end. Unless we extinguish the human race, someone will always be able to think about its past. History is always unrolling, as this is being written, and while it will in due course be read. And a history of the world cannot be pinned down to a finish on a clean chronological boundary. Nor can it be pinned down in a neat pattern of significant topics. What is historically significant is what one age thinks worth noting about another, and the significances of our age will only appear when people in the future start to wonder about what made their world. This is another difficulty about ending a book like this, and it has already become apparent. It is the old problem of perspective, a good image which we too easily take for granted, forgetting its pictorial and visual origins. It means getting things in their right relationship to one another. It is all too obvious today that events alter perspective with startling rapidity. The Middle East of today looks very different from that of 1967, after the great Israeli victories. To take another example, the early 1970s showed that even the short span of an American presidential term can bring startling changes in people's view of the office and its incumbent, and that this may have momentous consequences for trends and policies hitherto taken for granted. In non-political history, or at least history which is not at first sight political, though it may have important political dimensions, the Japanese economic miracle of the 1960s now requires qualification. Faced with such difficulties, it is best not to try to do too much, and to be content with having a last word at all. Soon, no doubt, the world will have changed still more and thrown up new surprises to make very recent history look different. Above all, prophecy must be avoided. It is not the historian's business, even if he disguises it as extrapolation from past trends. To indulge in it may have a temporary and didactic usefulness in clarifying thought, but often only because the exercise demonstrates that the trend logically cannot continue. The number of scientists in the world, for instance, like annual expenditure on science, cannot continue to increase at the rate of the last couple of centuries. If it did, the population of the world would, within a finite time, consist of nothing but scientists. Not dissimilar considerations appear if thought is given to the consumption of energy resources by industrial nations, though in that case recent events have provided empirical evidence against arguing by extrapolation from past trends. The only permissible subject for the historian is the past, and it is reasonable for him to try to see consistency or inconsistency, continuity or discontinuity, in the relationship of recent events to what has gone before. Here we are back with the difficulties posed by the mass of facts which crowd in on us. The very confusion they present suggests a much more revolutionary period than any earlier one, and all that has been said so far about the continuing acceleration of change confirms this. This does not, on the other hand, imply that these more violent and sweeping changes are not consistent with what has gone before. If there is any general trend at all in earlier history, this book has argued it is twofold, towards a growing unity of human experience and a growing human capacity to control the environment. It is at least arguable that recent history can be read so as to confirm that these trends are still observable in it. So much misuse has been made of the slogan, "One World," that it is now little more than a cant term, insofar as the people who first used it hoped to ease the way to common political action, too. It seems exploded. There is just too much conflict and quarrelling about. In 1931, the Japanese opened the Manchurian campaign, and ever since has hardly been more than a few weeks at a time when someone was not fighting someone else somewhere in the world. Moreover, some political divisions, even when they do not break out in overt violence, are nonetheless expensive and dangerous. The Cold War is an example. Although there emerged from victory in 1945 an international institution which took the name of the United Nations, it is based, ironically, on the theory that the whole surface of the globe is divided into territories belonging to sovereign states, and now there are over 150. None of this can be denied, and much, much more could be said along the same lines. Yet it does not quite meet the thesis already set out. The point could be made by thinking about a more remote period. Nobody would dream of denying, for example, that the world of Islam during the European Middle Ages was the scene of struggles between different Islamic rulers, and displays plenty of evidence of strife. Yet Islam was, nonetheless, a unity. It was a civilization, and all over the Islamic world, institutions and behavior expressed this by uniformities which were not observable between or in, say, Inca Peru and Christian Europe. One argument of this book is that, for all the conflicts of the modern world, they resemble more and more, though still far from completely, civil wars between contestants sharing a common background than conflicts of civilizations. At this level, though, the argument can hardly be put without it being overstated. More humdrum matters may make the point more exactly. Curiously enough, it is most obvious at the level of personal experience, though this is usually the level at which men feel most acutely the distinctions between them. In the days when men of neighboring villages all over the world spoke significantly different dialects, even if they shared a common language, when in the whole of their lives they would only exceptionally travel 10 miles from their homes, when even their clothes and tools might provide in their workmanship evidence of big differences of technology, style, and custom. Then the human experience of the world was in important ways more highly differentiated than it is now. Nor are such cases the extreme ones. The great physical, racial, and linguistic divisions of the past were much less easily overcome than are their equivalents today, thanks to improved communication, mass education, mass production of commonly required artifacts, and so on. Much has already been said about such things in these pages, but the results are less noted, though they are obvious to a traveller in any part of the modern world. Clothes strike him by their exotic or unfamiliar appearance, but this is really an illusion. More people now dress in a manner more generally widespread than ever before. It is only rural districts or consciously nationalist regimes which now cling to traditional local costume, instead of the near-universal shirt and trousers. Kilts, kaftans, kimonos are becoming tourist souvenirs, or the carefully preserved relics of a sentimentalized past. Less picturesque traditional clothes, meanwhile, are more and more the sign of poverty and backwardness. The conduct of self-consciously conservative and nationalist regimes does not affect the general argument here. It even bears it out. When Rousseau sought in the 18th century to encourage the Poles on their way to national regeneration, he urged them to do so by zealously guarding their national pastimes and amusements and rejecting foreign fashion. He has his disciples today. When Uganda legislated against the miniskirt and the Iranian revolutionaries put women back into the chador, It was because the common experience pouring in from the world outside was corrosive of tradition. Conversely, Ataturk forbade Turks to wear the fez, and Peter the Great dressed his courtiers in Western European clothes in order to destroy tradition. More was involved in such changes than fashion. What was at stake was orientation towards a new range of experience, and this is often unwelcome, however much people yearn for economic or technical modernization. A wider basis of shared experience than ever before is now available to many human beings if they live in modernizing societies. They are increasingly liberated from differences of climate by electricity, air conditioning, and medicine. All over the world, millions of them live in cities with electric street lighting and traffic signals, policemen on point duty, banks, shops, and bus stops. In the shops, there is a growing likelihood that the same goods will be available as in other countries. Toothpaste can be bought worldwide, though it was only invented a short time ago. Men who do not understand one another's language can drive and service the same machines, and derive the same, or very similar, advantages and disadvantages from their use. Everywhere in the world, the motor car has imposed in greater or lesser degree the same demands on urban living, and everywhere threatens it with the same level of intolerability. Again, the countryside still escapes many of these blessings, but the shared experience is clearly to be seen in the cities. The point can be made by an effort of historical imagination. A traveller who went from imperial Rome to the Han capital of Luoyang would have wondered at everything he saw. Not only would clothes have been cut differently and made of different materials, but food would have been different. The animals in the streets would have been of different breeds. The weapons of the soldiers and their armor would have been shaped differently. Even the wheelbarrow would have had a different design. A modern American would now find much less to surprise him, and China is perhaps still one of the cultures most resistant to external trends. Even if Chinese cuisine retains its distinctiveness, a Chinese airliner looks like any other. It may well be argued that such shared experience is peripheral to the lives of the great mass of mankind. Most people, after all, still live in villages and struggle to get a living from the soil, often with traditional tools and ideas. It is also true that the most startling divergence of human experience now visible in the world far transcends any difference which existed in the past. This is that between rich and poor nations. 1,000 years ago, all societies were, by modern standards, poor, and consequently closer to one another in their experience than they are today. The difficulty of winning one's daily bread and the fragility of man's life before the mysterious, implacable forces which cut him down like grass were the things all men had in common, whatever language they spoke or creed they followed. Such shared experience evaporates in a world where a large minority of people live in countries with an average per capita annual income of over $3,000, and millions of others in countries where the corresponding figure is about 1/30th of this sum. There are even colossal distinctions among the poor to be taken into account, for people have begun to talk of a fourth world, separated from the third, as countries enjoying great revenues from their exploitation of scarce natural resources, such as oil, have stood out more and more as countries with the potential for self-sustained development, virtually inconceivable to the truly poor. This is a respectable point of view, often powerfully argued, yet the importance of the contrasts it points out can be exaggerated. They are, in the first place, the product of a relatively recent and brief historical era. We may no more assume they will endure for centuries than we may assume they will simply disappear. Moreover, the leading classes and elites, even in the poorest countries, almost always look to some version of the Western package of a modernization as a way out of their troubles. Their societies, that is to say, wherever they display vitality and an urge to change, provide evidence of the pervasiveness of the style of civilization which has proved so triumphant elsewhere. This cannot be set aside by saying that modernization is only a matter of technology. and that more fundamental matters of belief, institutions, and attitudes are the real determinants of social behavior. Such a comment in any case sidesteps the question of the bearing of such material experience on culture, but there is not space to discuss that here. It is easier to reply by pointing to the evidence that ideas and institutions, too, have in fact become more generally spread among mankind, even if not with the same obviousness as material artifacts. Not a great deal of practical respect is given to such documents as the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, but great interest has been shown in drawing them up and signing them. Why? Although many of the signatory nations have little intention of respecting them, a decent regard for the opinion of mankind, to borrow a phrase, compels them to pay lip service to common principles. Such principles usually turn out to be derived from the European tradition of civilization, as indeed the notion of a Declaration of Rights suggests. And this is only a recent example of the tendency of the last 3 centuries for that civilization to extend its influence around the whole world. Its heartland is still Europe and North America, and its strongest expressions in political domination have now passed. But the reasonable grounds for calling it the first world civilization have already been argued. It is not culturally arrogant to point out that Aztec and Inca civilizations could not stand up to the Spanish. Such things are true or untrue. They are neither admirable nor repugnant. Whether we regard the European tradition as greedy, aggressive, brutal, and exploitative, or as objectively improving, beneficent, and humane, is neither here nor there. It was either the master source of the modern world, or it was not, and that is all our concern here. We should not exaggerate what this means. The point is not that European ideas and institutions have everywhere replaced traditional ones, for they have not, as this book has argued at perhaps excessive length. Men still live in worlds shaped by deeply different traditions of culture. Women are not treated in the same way. Again, whether for good or ill is irrelevant, in Islamic and Christian societies. Indians still take into account astrology in fixing the day of a wedding, while English people may find the state of public transport more significant. The philosophy, or what is taken to be the philosophy, of ancient Asia has a cult attractiveness for a minority of modern Americans, but the roots of American behavior are still to be found, if in any ideological source, in the confidence of the Enlightenment, and the conviction felt by so many early Puritan settlers that they were a people set apart, a city builded on a hill. One could go on and on with such contrasts. Differing traditions even make the use of shared technology and ideas different. Japanese capitalism does not work in the same way as British, and the explanation lies deep in the different historical traditions of 2 societies. What remains true in spite of this is that no other tradition has shown the same vigor and attractiveness in alien settings as the European. It has no competitors as a world shaper. This can be seen in one of its grossest manifestations, its material greed and rapacity. Societies rooted in changeless acceptance of things as they are have taken up the belief that limitless improvement in material well-being is a proper goal for them, and so assume much of the mental heritage of an expanding Europe. The very idea that willed change is possible is itself deeply subversive. Many other such European ideas have imposed on top of social institutions of greater antiquity and toughness a layer of assumptions and myths drawn from the experience of European liberalism. There are republics the world round, and everyone speaks the language of democracy and the rights of man. There is an effort, too, to bring to bear the rationalizing and utilitarian tradition in government and administration, and to repeat models of institutions which have been found successful in countries in the European tradition. One reason why many black men clamor vociferously against the white societies they live in is that they, in fact, wish to realize the ideals of human rights and dignity evolved by European civilization. Meanwhile, their black cousins in new nations wish to participate in the benefits of the rising wealth made possible by industrialization, and hope to realize the values it generates, even when preaching the merits of negritude. It is very striking that so few cultures have been able altogether to resist this vigorous tradition. Even China bows to Marx and science. Some have resisted more successfully than others, but almost everywhere the individuality of the great traditions of civilization has been sapped. When modernizers have sought to take some things, but not others, from the dominant mode, they have not found it easy to do so. It is difficult, though possible at a certain cost, to obtain selective modernity. It usually comes in a package, some of whose other contents may be unwelcome. The emancipation of women makes the point, its impact on family structure and authority, on economic life and culture, and through them upon the emotion and attitudes of individuals, would be bound to prove revelationary in many parts of the world, even were it carried out only so far as to produce the state of affairs often decried in advanced Western countries as inadequate by feminists. Few non-European countries and cultures have made any but partial concessions to the principle. In some Arab countries, girls now go to universities in considerable numbers, but they emerge from them to take their place in an Islamic world ruled by tradition so far as the relations of the sexes are concerned. As for uneducated women, above all the millions of peasant women who make up most of the female population of Africa and Asia, they remain untouched even by such changes, though they may well have benefited occasionally from the practical improvement of their lot brought by the arrival of pumped water or the digging of a well. Clearly, not all such disparities are the result of conscious selection from the European tradition. Organic change is something that can only come about slowly in any social tradition. Liberation has taken a long time to come as far as it has done in Western countries. Christianity had from the start a fundamental, even if at first slight, bias towards the improvement of the lot of women, because it took for granted that they, like men, had souls of infinite value in the eyes of God. On this was to be built the modern freedom of women in societies in the Christian tradition. However, theologians might chip away at the idea in the interests of male prejudice, they could not in the end gainsay the principle. Yet it still took some 17 centuries to produce the first advocates of feminism, and another 2 to arrive at the substantial legal equality of men and women in the West today. It needed, too, the reinforcement provided by industrialization and its practically liberating effects upon women before this could be achieved. Conscious rejection of some elements in the package, the sheer inertia of well-established cultural patterns, and the relative accessibility of the material as opposed to the moral products of the European tradition, sufficiently explain why modernizing change seems so superficial in some countries. It is a little like Hellenization in the Near East, in the centuries after Alexander. Borrowed institutions, ideas, and styles often show something of the same lack of real spirit and inspiration as the borrowings of Greek ideas by the East. There is the same prevalence of the signs and symbols of material achievement: dams, universities, steelworks, airlines, instead of baths, theatres, temples. The same standard forms of government and administration, the same literary and artistic fashion, and even the same aesthetic. English has even become the lingua franca of business and intellectual life, as Greek once was. Yet the results often don't ring true. Successfully transplanted to other traditions, though such things seem to have been, they are somehow not the same. What this means is not that the experience of civilization now so widely diffused is unreal, but that it is inevitably selective, though hardly ever in the way hoped for. This does not invalidate the claim that for the first time in human history, the variety of human experience is converging instead of diverging. The most obvious sign of this is what all parts of the world have found most seductive and compelling about European culture: its promise of material success. The outstanding success of European civilization came when it began to convince people in other cultures that through it lay the only road to success for themselves. Thus, the Europeanization of a country was to be synonymous with its modernization. What were then seized upon were not only techniques and institutions, not merely such superficialities as clothes, but goals and patterns of behavior, and these sometimes produced incongruous and unanticipated results in the societies where this happened. The idea of progress as unlimited material advance, of the right of the individual to assert himself, of nationalism as the proper determinant of political organization, would all produce consequences going far beyond what was expected by the Europeans, who so confidently passed on to others the recipes which they believed to underlie their own success. Similarly, the introduction of new machines, the building of railways and mines, could transform social life in ways no one had willed or envisaged. The process, once begun, was irreversible. Once European methods and goals were accepted, as they were eventually and in a measure by elites in all countries, then an uncontrollable evolution had begun. Even in the most tightly controlled examples, modernization was bound to create new needs and demands. It has done so to such an extent worldwide that there now looms up the spectre that it may have communicated to mankind goals which are materially and psychologically unobtainable, limitlessly expanding and unsatisfiable in principle. The prestige and attractiveness of this model of civilization rested at bottom on the power of its techniques and tools to bring about rapid and progressive change, above all in greater material well-being. It was this which underlay a real revolution in the minds of men, which has been going on with increasing vigor for over a century. The acceptance of the idea that continuous material improvement is possible. This was the climax of centuries of experience of growing success in the manipulation of the environment. Ironically, the idea took root over all the world, almost at the moment when widespread misgivings were beginning to be felt about it in its birthplace. Of course, there have always been misgivings about man's interference with the environment and his attempts to control it, but until recently they have seemed to rest on non-rational grounds, such as the fear of provoking divine anger or of nemesis. But for most of human history, such uneasiness was steadily eroded by the palpable advantages and improvements which such interference brought about. The most obvious form of this was the creation of new wealth. It is undeniable that today more people live longer and consume more than most of their predecessors. Some doubts which have recently arisen about our civilization agree that it is supremely good at creating material improvement, but note that wealth in itself does not remove all man's dissatisfactions, and may actually irritate some of them more acutely. Pollution, the oppressive anonymity of crowded cities, and the nervous stress and strain of modern work conditions do much to erase satisfaction with a mere increase of material goods. Things have come to a pretty pass in one of the most beautiful cities in the world when, as the 1960s discovered, the noise level in the Place de l'Opéra is greater than that at the Niagara Falls, and the Seine is found to carry more sewer water than its natural flow. Scale has become a problem in its own right, too, as well as creating others. Problems made bigger in modern cities may even have grown to the point at which they are insoluble. Still greater misgivings are felt about the threat of overpopulation. Though growth rates have in many countries fallen since the 1960s, the latest estimate is still that the human race is growing by 1.63% per year. This could mean that it will number 6,000 million before the end of this century. It is hardly surprising that alarm should also be felt over increasing pressure on diminishing resources, with the result, perhaps, that competition for them must grow more intense and the world politically more unstable as a result. In any case, energy and material resources are now so wastefully and inequitably employed that a new version of the Malthusian peril seems likely. Whereas we have by no means reached the end, or anything like it, of our capacity to produce food, it is far more likely that other things will run out before food does so, whatever may be the hardships experienced from time to time in specific places. Certainly there would at once be an impossible situation if every nation in the world sought to consume goods other than foods at the level of the developed countries today. There is a limit to the food which can be consumed by any one human being. There is virtually no limit to the goods he or she can consume in terms of a better environment, medicine, social services, and the like, and these rest in the end on energy and material resources which are not limitless. The social and political changes which must follow from this fact have not yet begun to be grasped. In this connection we may return to the greatly accelerated population growth of the last century or so. One of the difficulties posed by it is that there exists, to deal with it, nothing like the knowledge or technique which is available, for example, to put a man on the moon. Many different methods of restricting population exist, but there is no assured outcome because societies are very complicated things. While population growth has been slowed down in some societies, it is not known whether the conditions which produce this are transferable to different societies, and it is unlikely, if they are, that the outcome will be the same. The impact of sterilization and contraceptive propaganda in India, for example, seems, in spite of great efforts, to be insignificant. This has led to some pessimism. To say whether pessimism or optimism about the future is justified is not, it must be repeated, the historian's job. But he can say whether some historical facts have been or have not been taken into account in making a judgment about the present. Substantially, it is now often urged that man's undoubted success in manipulating the biosystem is in danger of disappearing because of two interconnected tendencies. One is for the creation of new problems to follow rapidly upon success, and perhaps too rapidly for an answer to be found before irreversible damage is done. Thus we face the problems of depleted natural resources, disturbance of existing ecologies, the creation of new stresses and dangers, such as those involved in gathering people into great industrial cities. The second tendency is that the achievements of science outrun our capacities for the social control of its techniques. Examples are the dangers inherent in the proliferation of nuclear weapons, the reduction in death rate through medical advance, which leads to rapid population growth, interferences with the genetic process through in vitro fertilization. The first test tube baby was born in 1978 in Lancashire. The provision of mass communication before cultural preparation enables it to be dealt with critically. If these observations are correct, then the present age indeed seems to represent a break in historical continuity. It would imply that the progressive power to control environment, which marked the whole of earlier history and all known prehistory, was at an end. This would certainly be a prospect not to be lightly regarded, but there are still no reasons to believe that the process of discovering techniques to meet problems in the past cannot again be brought to bear successfully to solve the problems of the future. There are no grounds, either logical or empirical, for thinking that the steady accretion of control over nature, which has marked all history until now, will not continue. The factor that has changed, simply, is that scale and acceleration have grown. But this applies to the discovery of solutions, as well as to the emergence of problems. We should, after all, reflect that we know of nothing in the nature of the problems now facing the human race, which in principle renders them incapable of solution. They may be more urgent and potentially more damaging, But this is only to say that their solution may require more urgent and radical methods, more drastic political and social change. Not that they are not soluble at all. We may have to decide to live in a different way, but we need not assume mankind will be extinguished. There is no reason to conclude that this series of tests will prove fatal to man when earlier ones, which he faced with infinitely less resources, both mental and technological, the onset of the Ice Ages, for example, did not. We have plenty of evidence of human adaptability in the past. The only clear warning which does stand out is that whatever we do, we are likely to be gravely misled about the future if we simply extrapolate present trends. We must prepare for discontinuity as well as continuity. The most spectacular achievement of the last few years suggests that the capacity of our culture to meet unprecedented challenges is as great as ever. It also, almost incidentally, marks by itself a break in historical continuity, as important as the European discovery of the Americas or the Industrial Revolution. This was the opening of the exploration of space, the greatest of man's material triumphs to date. If a symbolic date for a breach in the continuity of history were needed, then there is much to be said for the 20th of July 1969, the day when men landed on the moon, and therefore when there began the latest and greatest extension by man of his environment, truly a new phase of history, the beginning of the history of man on other celestial bodies. The technical story has deep roots in the imaginations and aspirations of scientists for decades, and in the development of high-powered rockets before and during the Second World War. But the moment when the space age began for most people came in October 1957, when an unmanned Russian satellite was launched by rocket. This was Sputnik 1, which orbited the Earth emitting radio signals. It was of great political importance because it shattered any illusion that Russian technology lagged far behind American. But what was much more important was that it ended the era when the principle of space travel was still in doubt. The future had begun. This was shown by a further rapid burst of satellite activity. The United States had begun its own program in 1955, though with much more modest hardware than the Russian. The first American satellite weighed only 3 pounds. When an attempt was made to launch it at the end of December with great attendant publicity, the rocket caught fire instead of taking off, and a sad little bleeping from the sands near the launching site was all that resulted. There was soon a much more impressive and successful American launch, but already within a month of Sputnik 1, the Russians had put up Sputnik 2, an astonishingly successful machine, weighing half a ton, and carrying the first passenger in space, a black and white mongrel called Laika. For nearly 6 months, Sputnik 2 orbited the Earth, visible to the whole inhabited world, and an outrage to thousands of dog lovers. The Russian and American space programs had already diverged. Russian strength lay, and was to continue to lie, in the power and size of their rockets, which could lift big loads. This had military implications more obvious than the equally profound but less spectacular ones, which flowed from American concentration on the science of data gathering and on instrumentation. A competition for prestige was soon underway, but although people soon spoke of a space race, the contestants were really running towards different goals, and with one great exception, the wish to be first to put a man in space, were probably not much influenced by one another's performance. The contrast was clear enough when Vanguard, the American satellite which failed in December 1957, was successfully launched in the following March. Tiny though it was, it went much deeper into space than any predecessor, and has provided more valuable scientific information in proportion to its size than any other satellite. It is likely to be going around for another couple of centuries or so. New achievements now followed one another so quickly that only the main ones need be noted. At the end of 1958, the first satellite for communications purposes was launched successfully. It was American. Information and experience were now making progress faster and faster. In 1960, the Americans scored another first, the recovery of a capsule after re-entry. The Russians soon followed this by orbiting and retrieving Sputnik 5, a 4.5-ton satellite, carrying 2 dogs, who therefore became the first living creatures to have explored space and returned to Earth. In the spring of the following year, on the 12th of April, a Russian rocket took off carrying the first man to travel in space, Yuri Gagarin. After making 1 orbit around the Earth, he landed 108 minutes later. The age of man in space had begun 4 years after Sputnik 1. Possibly spurred by a wish to offset the unfortunate failure of the Bay of Pigs, President Kennedy proposed in May 1961 that the United States should try to land a man on the Moon and return him safely to Earth before the end of the decade. His reasons for recommending this were interestingly different from the aims which had led the rulers of 15th century Portugal and Spain to back the Magellans and da Gamas. One was that such a project provided a good national goal. The next, that it would be prestigious, impressive to mankind, were the President's words. The third was that it was of great importance for the exploration of space. And the fourth was, somewhat oddly, that it was of unparalleled difficulty and expense. Nothing was said of the advancement of science, or commercial or military advantage. Surprisingly, the project met virtually no opposition, and soon the first money was allocated towards the most expensive technological exercise in history. During the early 1960s, the Russians continued to make spectacular progress in manned flight in space, but were clearly overtaken by the American program at some time in 1966–7. The Russians had by then done some remarkable things. The world was perhaps more struck by the sending of a woman into space in 1963, but their technical competence continued to be best shown by the size of their vehicles. A 3-man machine was launched in 1964, and in the achievement the following year of the first spacewalk, when one of the crew emerged from his vehicle and moved about outside while in orbit, though reassuringly attached to it by a lifeline. The Russians were to go on to important advances in arranging rendezvous for vehicles in space and in engineering their docking. But after 1967, the glamour passed to the Americans. It was in that year, too, that the first death through space travel occurred, when a Russian was killed during re-entry. In 1968, the American program achieved a sensational success by sending a 3-man vehicle around the Moon in orbit and transmitting television pictures of its surface. It was by now clear that Apollo, as the moon landing project was named, was going to succeed. In May 1969, Apollo 10, a vehicle put into orbit with the 10th rocket of the project, approached to within 6 miles of the Moon's surface to assess the techniques of the final stage of landing. A few weeks later, a 3-man crew was sent into space on the 16th of July. Their lunar module landed on the 20th of July on the Moon's surface. On the following morning, the first human being to set foot on the Moon was Neil Armstrong, the commander of the mission. President Kennedy's goal had been achieved with time in hand. Other landings were to follow. The cost had been so great that this wonderful achievement has been decried by some, though there is plenty of fallout in scientific and technological knowledge applicable in other fields, and some kind of economic stimulus in such expenditure. It was felt that such a huge mobilization of resources as the program needed was not justifiable because it was irrelevant to the real problems of the Earth. To some, the technology of space travel has seemed to be our civilization's equivalent of the pyramids, a huge investment in the wrong things in a world crying for the allocation of resources to education, malnutrition, and mental health, to name only a few pressing needs. It is difficult not to feel some sympathy for such a view at first sight, but more difficult to maintain it. In the first place, much of the scientific and economic effect is hardly quantifiable and may be very far-reaching. The use of knowledge of miniaturization needed to make control systems, for example, rapidly spills over into other fields. It cannot be said that this knowledge would necessarily have been available had not the investment in space come first. Nor, indeed, can we be confident that the resources lavished on space exploration would have been made available for any other great scientific or social goals had they not been used in this way. Our social machinery does not operate like that. But there are also some striking positive characteristics about the space programs of the powers engaged in space exploration, among whom, by 1970, were numbered also the British and French. In estimating these, the mythical importance of what was happening must not be neglected. Developed societies today, even communist ones, have shown signs of being unable to generate much interest and enthusiasm among their members for collective purposes, except in war. The imagination is not much spoken to by the prospect of adding marginally to the GNP or introducing one more refinement to a system of social services, however intrinsically desirable these things may be. Life in Sweden does not seem very appealing. Kennedy's identification of a national goal was shrewd. In the troubled 1960s, the United States had much else to agitate and divide it, but no one turned up to disrupt the launching of satellites. There is something inspiring in the achievement of a difficult objective, even at the sacrifice of present goods of other kinds. This dimension of the space program goes beyond the participating countries. Landing on the moon was the most complete and dazzling affirmation to that date of the belief that man lives in a universe he can manage. The instruments for doing so were once magic and prayer. They are now science and technology. But there is a continuity in the growing confidence of man through history that he can manipulate the natural world. About the more practical implications of space travel for the enlargement of our environment, it is still very difficult to say much. It cannot be said that landing on the moon is more or less important than, say, the mastery of fire, the invention of agriculture, or the discovery of nuclear power in adding to man's power to enlarge and dominate it. But it is emphatically an event of that order. It is tempting to compare it with the last great age of discovery. The time scales are interestingly different. Something like about 80 years of exploration were required to take the Portuguese round Africa to India. There were 8 between the launching of the first man into space and the arrival of men on the moon. The target set in 1961 was achieved with about 18 months to spare. Exploration in space is safer, too. It long had no fatalities. In spite of a few spectacular accidents in terms of deaths per passenger mile traveled, it is still the safest form of transport known to man, while 15th century seafaring was a perilous business at best. If you did not die of shipwreck, there was a good chance that tropical disease, scurvy, or irritated natives might take you off. Actuarially, the risk of travelling in the Santa Maria, or even the Mayflower, must have been much greater than that faced by the crew of Apollo 2. This is not a frivolous point. It indicates something important about the nature of space exploration. This is its predictable and cumulative quality, in which it aptly summarizes the whole trend of our scientific society. Apollo was launched from a very wide base, nothing less than the whole aggregate of the scientific knowledge of mankind. The distance to the moon was already known, so were the conditions which would greet men arriving there, most of the hazards they might encounter, the quantities of power, supplies, and the nature of the other support systems they would need to return, the stresses their bodies would undergo. In part, this diminished the tremendous impact of the event. Though things might have gone wrong, there was a widespread feeling that they would not. Since 1969, even more impressive technical operations have been carried out nearer to Earth. Men have lived in space for weeks on end, and after the Russians had carried out an astonishingly complex program of establishing space stations where work can be undertaken, a remarkable experiment was successfully carried out some 150 miles above the Earth when, in July 1975, Russian and American machines connected themselves so that their crews could move from one to the other. Meanwhile, the visual exploration of further space was carried beyond Jupiter by unmanned satellite, and a little more than a year after the rendezvous of July 1975 came the first landing of an unmanned exploration vehicle on the surface of the planet Mars. In 1977, the Space Shuttle, the first reusable space vehicle, made its first flight. These achievements are tremendous, yet they become almost normal, so jaded are our imaginations. So rapidly did there grow up a new familiarity with the idea of space travel that in the 1980s it seemed only mildly risible that people should have begun to make commercial bookings for it, and even for space burials, too. But it may be that the idea of science itself has become banal just because we feel that it can in the end always produce the predicted result. Another interesting feature of the space exploration effort has been its collective nature. It is true that before the 1970s there was little cooperation between the two greatest nations concerned, the United States and Russia, and that this undoubtedly led to wasteful duplication of effort and inefficiencies. Yet the space programs have been the apotheosis of the collective nature of modern science. Thousands of people in hundreds of laboratories, test stations, and factories made the landing of man on the moon possible. The relative anonymity of the space explorers themselves reflects this. Though their courage and professional skill cannot be doubted, men like Gagarin, Armstrong, and their colleagues are remembered because they were the first to do certain things, not for enterprise in carrying through their own programs of investigation and discovery. For them to have done that would, of course, have been impossible. They were the spearhead of a huge process, only in small degrees something more than human projectiles, whose trajectory was controlled from the ground. There is no name which emerges from a decade of colossal additions to human knowledge and experience of space, which will be remembered with the same sense that it sums up an era as those of Columbus, Magellan, or da Gama. It was interesting, too, that in the first instance space exploration seemed no more than the great discoveries of the 15th and 16th centuries to require changes of outlook or ideology. Perhaps some will appear in due course, but besides the symbols of American nationality left on the moon, of which the flag was the most obvious, an American astronaut read aloud from the Bible during the orbiting of his mission about the moon. 10 years earlier, the Russians had dropped a Lenin pennant on it, thus providing its surface with the symbols of an alternative mythology. This might seem ominous. Nationalism might provoke a scramble for space. There was a basic national rivalry in the space race itself, even if the worst dangers of competition were avoided, and it was soon agreed that celestial objects were not subject to appropriation by any one state. Space exploration is the latest and greatest step in an increasing mastery of nature, most of which has been achieved in the last 7 or 8 millennia. It has to be set against the hundreds of thousands of years during which prehistoric technology inched forwards from the discovery that a cutting edge could be put on a stone chopper and that fire could be mastered. In that era, the weight of genetic programming and environmental pressure still loomed much larger than conscious control, and this must have been true until well into civilized times. The dawning of consciousness that more than this was possible was the major step in man's evolution after his physical structure had settled into more or less what it is today. The control and use of experience became possible with it, and then experiment and analysis. There is no need to conclude that they will not still provide mankind with the toolkit he needs to survive in a world which he has made so different from that of even his recent ancestors. But neither, of course, must we conclude that such a toolkit will be found, or, if found, properly and usefully employed. Pessimism is understandable. 2 particular dangers seem immediately threatening and could be fatal to the world we know. One, though manifested in many ways, boils down to the simple possibility that the acceleration of change of all sorts, and particularly contrived change, will outpace the capacity of the human race to produce answers to its problems. Some believe that the generation of new difficulties is already faster than our ability to transcend them. There is a new skepticism about science itself, the greatest tool of man-made change. It is marked only in developed countries where, a cynic might say, the dividends on science have already been paid, but the repercussions of an accident at a Ukrainian power station in 1986 greatly strengthened it. Grass eaten by lambs in Wales, milk drunk by Poles and Yugoslavs, and air breathed in Sweden were all contaminated. An unknown number of Russians were killed and will die from the effects of radiation. This disaster was brought to millions by television, not long after other millions had watched on their screens the explosion of an American space vehicle with the loss of all on board. Chernobyl and Challenger suddenly and dramatically brought home to huge numbers of people who had not thought of it before, both the limitations and the possible dangers of advanced technology. The other great danger still threatening us is political. It no longer focuses, as it once did, solely on the superpowers themselves and their ability to manage their relationships, but on the context in which the international balance must be preserved. Both the United States and Russia appear now to accept that they cannot be sure of imposing their will on the other by threat of war. Both, too, show increasing awareness that victory in any real sense would be impossible in a full-scale nuclear war. Both seek agreements to limit or reduce their nuclear arsenals. These developments may well be thought reassuring, but the superpowers exist in a changing world. It is a world increasingly in danger of destabilization. The reasons for this are manifold. Among them are the proliferation of new states in the last 30 years, the increasing unreality of the United Nations organization as a reflection of the interests of great powers, the spread of nuclear capability, and the increasing use of covert and terroristic means to achieve political ends. The world is horribly violent. It was pointed out that although the corpses and graves could not be counted, it was possible that as many men, women, and children died from political and quasi-political violence in 1979 as in the last World War. Nor do the economic ills which feed unrest in the underdeveloped world and keep it in ferment show any signs of getting better. It may seem disappointing to some readers of a history of the world, but there are still no grounds for unequivocal assertions one way or the other about what the outcome of such uncertainties may be. It also remains true that if they feel such disappointment, it arises because they expect too much. At the end of the day, the only advantage of being a historian in considering this sort of problem is that one may be a little less surprised by the outcome, whatever it is. Only two general truths emerge from the study of history. One is that things tend to change much more, and more quickly, than one might think. The other is that they tend to change much less, and much more slowly, than one might think. Both truths tend to be exemplified by any specific historical situation. For good or ill, we shall always find what happens somewhat surprising. 4. Openings and closures. Nationality and ethnicity. Well before the collapse of the USSR, it was clear that very little of the world would remain wholly unaffected by what was happening in Europe. Immediately, the end of the Cold War reawoke old questions of identity throughout the east of the continent, as well as presenting new ones. Peoples began to see themselves and others afresh, in the light of what soon turned out to be for some a chilly dawn. Some nightmares had blown away, but only to reveal troubled landscapes. Fundamental questions could again be asked, and that was disturbing. Once again, new determining circumstances were emerging in world history. Almost incidentally, not only had one half of Europe's security arrangements disappeared with the Warsaw Pact, but the other half, NATO, had also been subtly changed. The collapse of the USSR, the major potential opponent, had deprived the alliance not only of its main role, but also of the pressure that had shaped it. Like a blancmange in a warm room, it began to sag a little. Even if, as some already thought, a revived Russia were to emerge as a new threat at some future date, the disappearance of the ideological struggle would mean its opponents would have to think in new ways about it. There were soon ex-communist countries seeking to join NATO. In
though no former part of the USSR seemed likely to follow them. The Baltic republics were those about which the Russians went on showing most concern. In the 1990s, the American government appeared to begin to look to NATO more willingly as a machine for dealing with new European problems, notably in the former Yugoslavia. So the alliance acquired a new purpose. In southeastern Europe, the fate of peoples seemed for the first time in the century entirely and evidently in their own hands. Like the old dynastic empires, or the extemporizations of the German and Italian dictators in the Second World War, the communist scaffolding of the regime had now collapsed. As much buried history re-emerged, and more was remembered or invented, what appeared was often somewhat discouraging. Slovaks felt restive about their inclusion in Czechoslovakia, but Slovakia itself had a larger Hungarian component in its population than did Romania. Yet Hungarians could now agonize more openly over the treatment of Magyars in Romania and Transylvania. Above all, old issues escalated rapidly into new violence and crisis in the former Yugoslavia. Its republics were soon quarreling with one another over the treatment of their minorities. Ethnic cleansing began in Croatia and Bosnia, and conflict also broke out between Muslims and Serbs in Bosnia, foreshadowing, many feared, a further spread of ethnic and communitarian violence. Old stereotypes were resurrected and exploited. Bosnian Serbs spoke of their opponents as Turks, and while Catholic Croatian clerics fanned the flames of conflict with the Orthodox Serbs, so there were Orthodox clergy in Serbia, happy to denounce Bosnia's troubles as consequences of a supposed renewal of Islamic advance in Europe. The government of the Serbian Republic, the only part of the former Yugoslavia where the pre-1989 communist rulers were still in power 10 years later, was in fact keen to use the opportunity of a final solution to the problems of its mixed ethnic areas. The former Yugoslav army had been Serb-dominated, and this gave it an initial advantage in choosing to fight to preserve the federation. Yet federal Yugoslavia was soon reduced merely to Serbia and Montenegro. The preservation of its old shape had ceased to be conceivable, and a battle for the spoils was soon underway. Thus, 1989 to 91 left millions of East Europeans facing grave problems and difficulties. Agreement was lacking on legitimating principles and ideas. Insofar as the region had possessed modernizing elites, these, whether effective or not, were usually to be found in the old communist hierarchies. Unavoidably, in some countries, professionals, managers, and experts, whose careers had been made within the communist structures, continued to govern simply because there was no one to replace them. Another problem was the fickleness of populations now voting freely, as the immediate euphoria of political revolution ebbed, who began to hark back to the apparent security of the old days. As people cast about for a new basis for the legitimacy of the state, the only plausible candidate often seemed to be the nationalism that had so often bedeviled past politics, sometimes for centuries. Old tribalisms had quickly resurfaced, and imaginary histories were soon turning out to matter more than what had actually happened in the past. Some ancient confrontations had, tragically, been brought to an end by the Second World War. In the most horrifying and greatest instance, the Holocaust, as people had come to call the Nazis' attempt to extirpate the Jewish people, had ended the story of Eastern Europe as the centre of the world Jewry. In 1901, 3/4 of the world's Jews had lived there, mostly in the Russian Empire. In those once Yiddish-speaking areas, only a little more than 10% of Jews now live. Nearly half of the world's Jews are now to be found in English-speaking countries, and another 30% of them in Israel. In Eastern Europe, communist parties anxious to exploit traditional popular anti-Semitism, not least in the Soviet Union, had encouraged emigration by harrying and judicial persecution. In a few countries, this virtually eliminated what was left in 1945 of the Jewish population as a significant demographic element. 200,000 Polish Jews surviving in 1945 had soon found themselves again victims of traditional pogrom and harassment, and by 1990, those who had not emigrated numbered a mere 6,000. The heart of the old Eastern European Jewry had gone. In some Western European countries, too, minorities showed a new recalcitrance. Basque separatists terrorized Spain. Walloons and Flemings nagged at one another in Belgium. Northern Ireland was probably the most striking instance. There, Unionist and nationalist feeling continued throughout the 1990s to block the road to settlement. Anglo-Irish agreement in 1985 had acknowledged the Irish Republic's right to a role in discussion of the future of Ulster, and set up new machinery to provide for it. One ceasefire ended tragically after a little less than 18 months, but when a Labour government came to power at Westminster in 1997, it proved willing to take the important symbolic step of opening direct negotiations with Sinn Féin, the political movement that masked the terrorists of the IRA. Before the end of that year, Sinn Féin representatives had been received by the British Prime Minister in London, and in 1998, in cooperation with the Irish government, British initiative succeeded, against the odds, in winning the acquiescence of the official leaders of Sinn Féin and of the Ulster Unionists, in putting to an all-Ireland referendum proposals that went further than any earlier ones, in institutionalizing both safeguards for the nationalist minority in the North and the historic tie of the North with the United Kingdom. This, of course, implied fundamental change in what the sovereignty of the Crown was to mean in the future, and incidentally went much further than the measures of devolution the British government was contemporaneously introducing in Scotland and Wales. Though the detail was potentially still very divisive, the principles of the new arrangements met with popular approval on both sides of the border. There was every prospect, though, that the lunatic fringe on both sides of the nationalist-unionist divide would persist in trying to wreck any progress towards peace on the ground. They could still exploit, too, the old resentments and hatreds of sectarian communities bitterly divided from one another, whose members shunned employment or even shopping in each other's tribal areas. An ever closer European Union? From 1986, the passports issued to citizens of the member states of the EC had carried the words European Community, as well as the name of the issuing state. In practice, however, the community faced growing difficulties. Although the main central institutions, the Council of Ministers of Member States, the Commission and the Court of Justice, worked away, they did not do so without contention, while policy, notably over fisheries and transport, provoked well-publicized differences. Fluctuations in exchange rates were another source of awkwardness and institutional bickering, especially after the end of dollar convertibility and the Bretton Woods system in 1971 and the oil crisis. Yet in the 1980s there was solid evidence of encouraging economic success. The USA had resumed in the 1970s its pre-1914 status as a major recipient of foreign investment, and two-thirds of what it attracted was European. Western Europe accounted for the largest share of world trade, too. Outsiders became keen to join an organization that offered attractive bribes to the poor. Greece did so in 1981, and Spain and Portugal in 1986. The latter turned out to be a decisive year, when it was agreed that a further step should be taken in 1992 to move beyond a mere customs union to a single, integrated, border-free internal market. Capital, goods, services, and people were to move freely without let or hindrance across national borders at last. The negotiations about this were to prove the last for a decade in which member states could be brought to agree on fundamentals, but finally bore fruit at Maastricht in December 1991 in new arrangements for the single European market and a timetable for full economic and monetary union to be achieved not later than 1999. Once again, reservations and special arrangements were made for the cautious British. Margaret Thatcher's successor as Prime Minister, John Major, was something of an unknown quantity, but almost at once he found himself upholding his country's position in the Maastricht negotiations at the head of a party divided over it. The treaty that resulted opened the way to a single currency and an autonomous central bank to regulate it. Maastricht also gave citizenship of the new European Union, which replaced the EC, to the nationals of all member states, and laid down an obligation on its members to impose certain common standards in work practices and some social benefits. Finally, the treaty extended the area over which EU policy might be made by majority votes. All this looked like a significant accretion of centralized power, although in an effort to reassure the suspicious, the treaty also set out agreement to the principle of subsidiarity, a word rooted in Catholic social teaching. It indicated that there should be limits to the competence of the Commission at Brussels in interfering with the details of national administration. As for agreement over European defence and security policy, this was soon in hopeless disarray, thanks to events in Bosnia. Maastricht raised difficulties in several countries. The Danes rejected it in a referendum the following year. A similar test in France produced only a slim majority in its favour. The British government, notwithstanding special safeguards it had negotiated, was hard-pressed to win the parliamentary vote on the issue. In the governing Conservative Party, a split that had appeared was to cripple the party when it next faced the electors. European voters still usually thought of protecting or damaging traditional, sectional and national interests, and these loomed larger as economic conditions worsened in the early 1990s. But Maastricht was in the end ratified by 15 member states. Debate continued over allegations of encroachment on the independence of member states by the Commission at Brussels, and the comparative fairness or unfairness of individual countries' use or abuse of the Union's rules. Moreover, the world was changing around an evolving Europe. The bipolar Europe imposed by the Cold War had disappeared. Questions of immense import, affecting European institutions at every level, were posed with the arrival of the first applications from former communist countries to join the EC. Economic circumstances had changed too. For all its importance, the Common Agricultural Policy, CAP, did not mean what it had meant in the 1960s, and had been transformed in some countries from an electoral bribe to large numbers of smallholders to a system of subsidy for fewer but much richer agriculturalists. Within the new Union, too, national responses were not what they had been in the 1960s and even later. Germany now provided the driving force and much of the Union's financial support. Chancellor Helmut Kohl's greatest triumph, reunification, had confirmed Germany's natural position as Europe's major power. Yet this had been costly. Germany was driven into deficit on its trade account, and dissatisfaction with the terms of reunification began to be heard. As time passed, more was also heard of the danger of inflation, an old nightmare for Germans, and of the load carried by the German taxpayer as former East Germans moved to the West and unemployment rose. Economic recession, indeed, cast long shadows in most member states of the EU in the 1990s, reminding their peoples of disparities and differences of economic strength between them. Everywhere, too, fiscal, budgetary, and exchange problems came in the 1990s to undermine the confidence of governments. There was thus plenty for politicians to take into account. Views were changing everywhere. For the French, for example, the deepest root of the European impulse had always lain in fear of Germany. French statesmen had sought to tie Germany firmly into, first the common market, and then the community. But as the German economy grew stronger, they had been forced to recognize that it would have the preponderant share in mapping Europe's future shape. De Gaulle's ideal of a Europe of nation-states gave way among Frenchmen to a more federal, that is, paradoxically, more centralizing, view of a Europe consciously built so as to give a maximum of informal and cultural weight in it to France, through, for example, appointments at Brussels. If there were to be a European superstate, France could at least try to dominate it. Perhaps, though, the French decision in 1995 to rejoin NATO was a clear break with the ways of de Gaulle. The German government, after 1990, had soon sought to express its new influence by seeking to befriend its ex-communist neighbors. The rapidity with which German businessmen and investors got to work in those countries, and the speed and eagerness of Germany's recognition of newly independent Croatia and Slovenia at the end of 1991 — it was the first country to do so — was far from reassuring to other EU members. This further influenced thinking about enlarging the EU, whose existing members were bound to be losers in cash terms if former communist countries joined them. Their applications also awoke concern in Moscow. It was not clear what sort of Europe new members might join. The German Democratic Republic had entered the existing fold, as it had entered NATO, de facto in 1990, simply by being absorbed into the Federal Republic. But other aspirants to entry would provoke debate among existing members about what kind of Europe was desirable or possible. Expansion of the community was bound to be crucial for world history. An EU of 500 million, stretching from the Arctic Circle to the Aegean, and from Portugal to the Pruth, might be one conceivable outcome. But another is a break-up, not necessarily into its national components, of what union there was. Meanwhile, what was left of EFTA was in 1994 united with the EU countries in a common European Economic Area, and Austria, Finland, and Sweden joined the EU on the 1st of January 1995. There had, of course, been some cultural convergence within the common market community and EU over more than 30 years. Increasing standardization of consumption, though, owed less to European policy than to shrewder marketing and growing international communication at a popular level. The outcome was often, as in the past, deplored as Americanization. And such slow convergence as had been consciously promoted in, for instance, agriculture, had been very costly, and the cap often irritated non-farming voters. The Union seemed feeble, too, in its handling of external affairs. It blatantly failed the severe tests posed by Yugoslavia's dissolution. Many uncertainties thus still hung over the future of Europe as the end of the century approached. Among them was the project of a single European currency. Although the argument for it had always had a predominantly political flavor, it was asserted that great economic benefits would flow from its introduction, and that lower prices and lower interest rates would be likely to follow. With equal assurance, it was pointed out that participating states would lose control over important aspects of their economic life. A common currency, in fact, implied further loss of sovereignty. Politicians brooded over what voters might think when choices had to be made that would bring home to them the consequences of a monetary union. It was not hard to agree, though, that were monetary union to slip, and were enlargement not to take place, the EU could settle back into not much more than a simple customs union. When Helmut Kohl was defeated in the German elections of November 1998, and the first socialist Chancellor of United Germany took office, this had made no difference to the monetary union goal of the German government. The French government, too, stayed behind it. Denmark and Sweden firmly announced they would not wish to participate. Under the Conservative government that had held office until the summer of 1997, it was impossible to predict what the United Kingdom might do. The new Labour government, though, affirmed, with what appeared to some to be cautious but increasing enthusiasm as time passed, that a future British government would probably join the common currency when the circumstances looked right, but went no further. So, on the 1st of January 1999, most of the member countries agreed in principle on its first shared currency since the age of Charlemagne. In a telling avoidance of offence to national susceptibilities, the possibilities of great historic names, crowns, florins, francs, marks, thalers, and many more, were set aside, and the new unit of currency was to be called a euro. 3 years later, its notes and coins began to circulate among the 300 million citizens of 12 member states. The difficulties of enlarging the Union were by then much clearer. The longest-standing candidate for admission was Turkey, of whom some asked whether it was a European country at all, since most of its territory lay in Asia, and most of its people were Muslim. Worse still, the modernizing Ataturk legacy was in fact challenged there after a 60-year ascendancy. Islamists had always resented the regime's traditional secularism. Yet if the test of Europeanness was modernity in institutions, representative government and women's rights, for example, and a certain level of economic development, then Turkey clearly stood with the Europeans rather than with the rest of the Islamic Near East. Turkey's treatment of political opposition and minorities, particularly the Kurds, nonetheless met with much disapproval abroad, and the record of the Turkish government as a guardian of human rights was questioned. Turkey thus posed, yet again, old and unanswerable questions about what Europe really was. Additionally, an EU member state, Greece, engaged in a quarrel with Turkey over Cyprus, was likely to oppose any ready admission. Sweden, Finland, and Austria had fitted into the EU easily as developed economies and effective democracies. It might be that not many problems would arise over Hungarians and Czechs as the passage of time reduced the economic disparities. In 1997, it was possible to agree that negotiations should begin virtually at once for the admission of the Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Poland, and Slovenia. Although at the same meeting it was decided the conditions in Turkey were not satisfactory. But some other eastern countries still seemed unattractive recruits and would raise problems for relations between the EU and members of the Commonwealth of Independent States, CIS, some of whom were as sensitive about political alignments on their western boundaries as had been the USSR. At the end of 2000, in negotiations at Nice, it was agreed to try to admit the first candidates from the ex-communist world by the end of 2004. An eventual EU of perhaps 27 states was envisaged as possible by 2010. Voting qualifications were changed, but France succeeded in hanging on to the same weighted voting rights as Germany, now indisputably much the largest and wealthiest member state. Ratification of the Nice Treaty had still to be obtained in national parliaments, of course, and the Irish government soon had to face the problem posed by losing a referendum on its proposal. This sent another shock through the system. Agreement at the end of 2001 that a special convention should take up the consideration of the working of EU institutions and of possible changes in them only slightly offset this. Yet the end of the Cold War seemed at last to have confirmed that Europe was more than the geographical expression it had so long seemed to be. Equally, though, there seemed less point than ever in seeking some innate European essence or spirit, let alone a European civilization, the major source of a world civilization though it might be. It was, as ever, a collection of national cultures, resonating vigorously to their own internal dynamics. For, as the 21st century began, there was little sign of a European patriotism able, like the old national allegiances, to stir the emotions of the masses, for all that had been achieved since the Treaty of Rome. Participation by voting in elections for the European Parliament had fallen everywhere, except in those countries where voting was compulsory. Linguistic chauvinism threatened a new unworkability in the institutions of the Union, whose huge, disordered complexity already baffled those who sought political logic in them, and undoubtedly contributed to a larger public sense of boredom with the idea of Europe. But much had, in fact, been achieved. Above all, the Union was a community of constitutional democracies, and the first successful essay in European integration not based on the hegemony of a single nation. As the 20th century ended, too, the EU was, even in rising economic gales, in the long run evidently an economic success. Including Switzerland, which of course the EU does not, Western Europe already accounted for some 75% of world trade, most of it between her own member countries, and 40% of the world's GDP. Its own GDP was in that year larger than that of the United States and more than twice that of Japan. Europe was one of the three prime movers of the world economy that had emerged in the previous 50 years. If Europeans still seemed to worry a lot about where they were going, they were obviously a team many outsiders wished to join. Even if 1999 had brought a major constitutional upheaval in the Union and the resignation of the entire Commission after an adverse report on mismanagement, and worse, in its conduct of business. China and East Asia. The year 1989 was not only the year of Tiananmen, but also the first since economic reform had begun, in which farm incomes in China declined in real terms. Yet Deng Xiaoping soon appeared to re-establish his ascendancy inside the leadership. There came further removals of price controls, the beginnings of massive Western investment in the country, and, more alarmingly, steepening inflation, which provoked signs of official alarm, as did increases in organized crime, banditry, and rural unrest. Deng's death in February 1997 reminded the world too, as the end of the century approached, that for all its economic success, China had not been able to give institutional protection to what many saw in general terms as liberalizing policies. The country's record of what was seen as the abuse of human rights came to attract more and more adverse criticism abroad, even when the general policy tendencies encouraged under Deng seemed still healthily alive and maintained under his successor, Jiang Zemin. Technically, the collapse of the USSR had left the People's Republic the only major communist power in the world. Although this was a less meaningful distinction than would have once been the case, immediately it must have transformed strategic reality. 4,000 and more miles of shared frontier with the former USSR were now replaced for about half that distance by frontiers with the newly independent and much weaker states of Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. What that might portend was hard to see. Meanwhile, in the later 1990s, concern over Taiwan, the problem that had long tied together Chinese eternal policy and foreign relations, was clearly as alive as ever after nearly 5 decades, in which the seemingly fundamental nature of the original clash between the nationalist regime there and the People's Republic had in fact been slightly blurred after the formal closure of American diplomatic relations with the Taiwanese nationalist regime and its subsequent exclusion from the United Nations. Yet in the 1990s, while Beijing still maintained its policy of reuniting Taiwan, like Hong Kong and Macau, to mainland China as a long-term goal, more began to be heard of alleged independent sentiment on the island. Beijing was evidently disturbed, alarm reaching its height during a visit by the President of the Taiwanese Republic to the United States in 1995. The ambassador of the People's Republic in Washington was withdrawn, and an official newspaper proclaimed the issue of Taiwan as explosive as a barrel of gunpowder. It was clear that if Taiwan formally declared itself independent of the mainland, an invasion of the island would probably follow. Taiwan, moreover, was only one source of uncertainty and nervousness in East Asia. An increasing instability and volatility was apparent in the region after the Cold War ended. What the closing of that relatively well-defined and therefore clarifying struggle might mean was at first very hard to see. In Korea, for example, it changed very little. North Korea remaining obstinately locked in a confrontation with its southern neighbor by its ruler's determination to maintain a command economy and virtual isolation. The roots of some of its quarrels with the South were very deep, going back well beyond 1939. But economic mismanagement, the ending of Soviet aid in 1991, and, it appeared, some straightforward dynastic exploitation of power by the ruling dictator, brought North Koreans to the edge of starvation by early 1998. That country's problems thus remained unusually specific, detached somewhat from the regional trends, as South Korea could not be. As for that country, South Korea was, by the mid-1990s, one of several grappling with a growing economic malaise, which eventually engulfed in a measure all the former tiger economies and even Japan. The growth and prosperity of the early 1980s had begun to crumble when the original leader of the Asian resurgence, Japan, began to show severe symptoms of economic disorder and currency instability. Property speculation and huge investment in non-productive activity, or sectors generating very small returns, had encumbered its banks and financial institutions with unserviceable debts. The currency weakened sharply. Speculation against it was immediate and crippling in a world of financial transactions more rapid than ever before. The prevailing business culture of Japan, firmly embedded as it was in official and financial networks that now proved unable to give decisive leadership, made solutions harder still to achieve as conditions worsened. The consequences of this, it eventually appeared, could even spread worldwide. Many other economies in the Far East suffered like Japan, if on a smaller scale. Investment booms were followed by exposure to international currency speculation, overextended credit, and endangered banking systems, and, more than in Japan, the migration of capital overseas. Authoritarian governments in some countries had exploited public resources in the interests of cronies of those in power and their families. The same governments proved inflexible and incapable of dealing with changing economic circumstances and terms of trade. First, Thailand lost its battle to support its currency in 1997, and then its devaluation was followed rapidly by the collapse of other currencies of the region. But the most dramatic political consequence came with an outburst of popular anger over growing economic hardship in Indonesia the following year. In May 1998, after the Indonesian economy had shrunk by more than 8% since the beginning of the year, and the currency had lost 4/5 of its dollar value, riots drove the president from power. 32 assured years of a firmly controlled, corrupt, but formally democratic system came to an end. The successor government, though, looked much like the old one, and there was a menacing potential for inter-community strife in a country divided, as Indonesia was, between a large Islamic majority and significant Hindu and Chinese communities. There was much mob violence, and attacks were made on Indonesian Christians. Investors in the United States, above all, but in European countries too, had long been enjoying a stock market advance that, it seemed, might soon be in danger from what was colloquially summarized as an Asian meltdown. There were even worries that world conditions might lead to an American market crash, detonating something like the consequences of 1929, especially when the currency turbulence of 1998 forced the devaluation of the Russian ruble. By then, too, Latin America was beginning to be affected as, ominously, oil and commodity prices fell. Chile, as a Pacific country, and one especially sensitive to a fall in the price of copper, was again troubled, and as the 21st century began, it appeared that the old devils cast out by careful governments, inflation and budgetary disorder, were back with a vengeance, above all in Argentina and even in Brazil. The Indian subcontinent. India, like China, did not at once share the financial and economic disarray of many East Asian countries. In this respect, undeniably, past policies favoured her. Congress governments, though moving away somewhat from the socialism of the early years of independence, had long been strongly influenced by protectionist, managed, nationally self-sufficient, even autarkic ideas. The price had been low rates of growth and social conservatism, but with them came also a lower degree of vulnerability to international capital flows than other countries. In 1996, the Hindu and nationalist Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, inflicted another major defeat on Congress and became the largest single party in the lower house of Parliament. It was not able to sustain its own government, though, and a coalition government emerged that did not survive another, very violent, general election in 1998. This, too, was inconclusive, in that no clear parliamentary majority emerged, but the BJP and its allies formed the biggest single group in it. Another coalition government was the outcome, whose Janata supporters soon published an ominously nationalist agenda that announced that India should be built by Indians. Some found this alarming in a country where nationalism, though encouraged by Congress for a century or so, had usually been offset by prudent recognition of the real fisipadisness and later violence of the subcontinent. The new government appeared also to offer small likelihood of accelerated social change, except possibly in a regressive and sectarian way. There was still no sign that India could sustain a program of real modernization from its own cultural resources. There were still too many people interested in keeping things as they were. Though it seemed consistent with a determination to win domestic kudos by playing the nationalist card, it was nonetheless in the context of the running sore of the old quarrel with Pakistan that the world had to strive to understand the Janata government's decision to proceed with a series of nuclear test explosions in May and June 1998. They provoked the Pakistan government to follow suit, with similar tests of its own. Both governments were now members of the Club of Nations acknowledged to have deployable nuclear weapons. Yet larger contexts in which to set this fact, the Indian Prime Minister pointed out, were those of Indian fear of China, already a nuclear power, and remembered by Indians as the victor of the Himalayan fighting of 1962, and a growing sympathy shown by the Pakistan government to Islamic fundamentalist agitation in other countries, notably Afghanistan, where 1996 had seen the establishment of an intensely reactionary government in Kabul under a faction named Taliban. Some gloomily pondered that the notion that a Pakistani bomb might also be an Islamic bomb. In any case, there had been a huge setback to the curbing of nuclear proliferation so far achieved. There was universal alarm at the evidence the tests provided of the spread of nuclear weapons. Several ambassadors were withdrawn from Delhi, and some countries followed the lead of the United States in cutting off or holding up aid to India. Such action, though, did nothing to deter Pakistan from following India's example. The world evidently had not rid itself of the danger of nuclear warfare by ending the Cold War. That danger, too, had now to be understood in a world that some thought much less stable than the 1960s had been, and with India-Pakistan relations still bedevilled by the Kashmir issue. A new Russia. Russia, the biggest and most important of the CIS states, elected Boris Yeltsin President of the Republic in June 1991, with 57% of the votes cast in the country's first free election since 1917. In November, the Russian Communist Party was dissolved by presidential decree. In January 1992, a program of radical economic reform was launched, which led to an almost complete liberation of the economy from specific controls, a bold stroke. Perhaps, as was claimed, it staved off hyperinflation, but Yeltsin appeared to face a virtual collapse of the economy in the first half of the decade. Energy consumption fell by a third, accompanied by rapidly rising unemployment, falls in national income and real wages, a drop in industrial output by half, huge corruption in government organs, and widely ramifying crime. To many Russians, these abstractions were brought home in the savage detail of personal misery. Public health and life expectancy declined to less than 60 years for males at one point in the decade. Nevertheless, a Russian baby boy in the 1990s still faced better prospects of survival to old age than his equivalent in the 1890s. Not all the ground won by Soviet modernization had been lost. In 1993, a new parliament containing many of his enemies had been elected to add to Yeltsin's difficulties. Others were posed by relations with non-Russian republics of the CIS, in which there lived 27 million Russians, and by the clans of political interest which had emerged around bureaucratic and industrial foci in the new Russia, as well as by disappointed ex-reformers, of whom he had sacked a great many. It was not long before it began to be recognized that Russia's troubles were not solely attributable to the Soviet legacy, but owed much to the general state of Russia's historic culture and civilization. In 1992, Russia had itself become a federation, and in the following year a presidential and even autocratic constitution completed the country's constitutional framework. But Boris Yeltsin soon had to face the challenge of opposition from both left and right, and eventually of insurrection. After he had suspended Parliament's functions by decree on gradual constitutional reform, over 100 people were killed in the worst bloodshed in Moscow since 1917. Like his earlier dissolution of the Communist Party, this was seen as presidential high-handedness, and no doubt the president's personality and style would always have made forceful action by him more likely than patient diplomacy. Nevertheless, considering he had so little to offer Russians in the way of material comfort, as the economy is exploited by corrupt officialdom and entrepreneurs on the make, it was to the credit of his government that he managed to contain the rising sense of many Russians that Soviet days had been better, and to achieve re-election as president in 1996. 2 years before that, a new problem had emerged: a national insurrection in landlocked Chechnya, an autonomous republic in the Russian Federation, with a predominantly Muslim population. Some Chechens deplored, and would avenge, they said, the immorality of their conquest and suppression by Catherine the Great in the 18th century. Their anger and resistance was now stiffened by the brutality with which the Russians, alarmed by the dangerous example that might be set to other Muslims, set about reducing the Chechen capital to ruins and the countryside to starvation. Thousands were killed, but Russian casualties reawoke memories of Afghanistan, and there were all too evident dangers of fighting spilling over into neighboring republics. Ever since 1992, after all, a Russian garrison had been propping up the government of Tajikistan against the danger of its overthrow by Islamic radicals supported from Pakistan. Against this doubtful background, not much was left by 1996 of the hopes raised by perestroika and glasnost, and additional gloom was cast over the situation as it became clear that President Yeltsin's health was poor, and probably made worse by heavy drinking. By then, events outside Russia, notably in former Yugoslavia, prompted gestures and very vocal reminders to Western powers that the country still aspired to play the great power role it felt was its due, as well as of the growing concern Russia felt over the implications of intervention there in the affairs of an independent sovereign state. By 1998, however, the Russian government could hardly gather taxes and pay its employees. The year 1997 had been the first year since 1991 in which GDP had registered a real, if tiny, increase. But apparently the economy was still abandoned to the mercy of special interests, as the state sold off more and more of its investments to private business, often on a corrupt and favoured basis. Huge fortunes were rapidly made by some, but millions of Russians suffered unpaid wages, the disappearance of daily necessities from the markets, continuing price rises, and the irritations and hostilities that inevitably arose as high levels of consumption for some confronted poverty face-to-face in the streets. Then in 1998 came a financial crash and a repudiation of foreign debt. Yeltsin had to replace a prime minister he had chosen for his commitment to market economics, and to accept one imposed upon him by his opponents. Yet the next parliamentary elections returned a parliament less likely to quarrel with him, and on New Year's Eve 1999 he felt able to announce his resignation. His successor was already at that moment serving as his prime minister. Boris Yeltsin duly announced that the next president should be Vladimir Putin, and accordingly he took up office after the election of March 2000. A former member of the KGB, Putin by then had to his credit, in the eyes of many Russians, a substantial degree of pacification in Chechnya, and the decline of the danger that its turbulence might spread beyond its original borders. It seems likely that outcry abroad over threats to human rights in Chechnya helped to rally patriotic support behind Vladimir Putin, but he'd also made a favourable impression in Western capitals. In spite of the misfortunes of a series of accidental disasters in his first months as president, which indicated the run-down state of Russia's infrastructure, there was a new sense that grave problems were at last going to be surmounted. In a more narrowly personal sense, that was no doubt true also for Yeltsin, who, with his family, was assured by his successor of immunity from prosecution for offence committed during his presidency. Pax Americana, qualified. Taking a long backward look from the early 21st century, the United States, much more clearly than in 1945, was the world's greatest power. For all the heavy weather of the 1970s and 1980s, and a cavalier piling up of public debt through budgetary deficit, its gigantic economy continued to show, over the long run, a huge dynamism and seemingly endless power to recover from setbacks. Its slowing of the economy as the 1990s drew to a close did not shake this. For all the political conservatism which so often struck foreigners, the United States remained one of the most adaptive and rapidly changing societies in the world. Yet, as the last decade of the 20th century began, it was true, many old problems still remained. Prosperity had made it easier for those Americans who did not have to face those problems in person to tolerate them, but it had also actually provided fuel for the aspirations, fears, and resentments of black Americans. This reflected the social and economic progress they had made since the Johnson presidency, the last that had seen a determined effort to legislate black America out of its troubles. Although the first black state governor in the nation's history took up office in 1990, only a couple of years later, the inhabitants of Watts, notorious for their riots a quarter-century before, again showed that they saw the Los Angeles police force as little more than members of an occupying army. Over the country as a whole, a young black male was 7 times more likely than his white contemporary to be murdered, probably by a fellow black, and was more likely to go to prison than to a university. If nearly a quarter of American babies were then being born to unmarried mothers, then 2/3 of black babies were, an index of the breakdown of family life in the black American communities. Crime, major deteriorations in health in some areas, and virtually unpoliceable inner-city areas still left many responsible Americans believing that many American problems were racing away from solution. In fact, some of the statistics were beginning to look better. If Bill Clinton, who took up the presidency in 1992, disappointed many of his supporters by the legislation he actually could deliver, the Republicans in Congress got much of the blame for that. Although, too, the burgeoning phenomenon of rapidly growing numbers of Hispanic Americans, swollen by legal and illegal influx from Mexico and the Caribbean countries, worried many people, President Clinton set aside recommendations to restrict immigration further. The population of Hispanic ancestry had doubled in 30 years, and now stands at 11% of the total. In California, the richest state, it provided a quarter of the population and a low-wage labor pool. Even in Texas, Hispanics were beginning to use politics to make sure their interests were not overlooked. Meanwhile, in a modish figure of speech, Clinton could surf the economic wave. Disappointments in his domestic policy tended to be attributed by supporters to his opponents, rather than to his own failures of leadership and excessive care for electoral considerations. Although the Democrats lost control of the legislature in 1994, his re-election in 1996 was triumphant, and success for his party in the mid-term elections was to follow. Nevertheless, Clinton's second presidency was a disappointment. In his defense, it can be said that he had at the outset inherited an office diminished in prestige and power since the Johnson days and the early Nixon years. The authority the presidency had accumulated under Woodrow Wilson, Franklin Roosevelt, and during the early Cold War, had swiftly and dramatically ebbed away after Nixon. But Clinton did nothing to stem the rot. Indeed, for many Americans he made it worse. His personal indiscretions laid him open to much publicized and prolonged investigation of financial and sexual allegations, which led in 1999 to an unprecedented event, the hearing of charges by the Senate against an elected president with the aim of bringing about his impeachment. Coincidentally, in that year an attempted impeachment of Boris Yeltsin also failed. Yet Clinton's public opinion poll ratings stood higher as the hearings began than they had done a year earlier, and the impeachment attempt failed. Those who had voted for him were content, it seemed, with what he was believed to have tried to do, even if they were not oblivious to his defects of character. As the Clinton presidencies unrolled, the United States had also come to appear to squander the possibilities of world leadership which had come with the end of the Cold War. Whatever the average reporting of American newspapers and television bulletins, there had seemed then to be for a moment some hope that traditional parochialism and isolationism might be permanently in eclipse. Concerns which required continuous and strenuous efforts by the United States in every part of the globe could hardly be ignored. They were indeed to loom larger still in the next 10 years, but this was soon obscured by the ambiguities of American policy. This emerged, for instance, in the differences between its covert and overt operation in Bosnia, where Serbs, Croats, and Bosnian Muslims, and Bosnian Serbs with the support of the Serbian army, had been fighting for control since 1992. In the early 1990s, while there was official support from Washington for a UN arms embargo there, the CIA was supplying clandestine arms to Bosnian Muslims, at about the same time, it seems, as the Israeli government was giving help to the Bosnian Serbs. Soon, the peacekeeping activities of the United Nations were troubling American policy. While the 50th anniversary of the foundation of the UN in 1955 prompted Clinton to tell his countrymen that to turn their backs on the organization would be to ignore the lessons of history, his remarks were provoked by the action earlier that year of the lower house of the American Congress in proposing to cut the American contribution to the costs of UN peacekeeping, against a background, moreover, of American default on its subscriptions to the normal budget of the UN, amounting to over $270 million, 9/10 of the total arrears from all nations which were owed to the organization. Uncertainty about the international role of the USA was therefore only too apparent by the middle of the decade. The Secretary-General of the UN had even in 1994 felt obliged to point out that it should not be thought of primarily as a peacekeeping organization, but by then divisions between member countries were only too clearly a source of weakness and embarrassment. United States policies seemed to reach a turning point with the collapse of a UN intervention in Somalia in 1993, which had led to casualties among UN forces taking part, and to spectacular television footage of the maltreatment of the bodies of American servicemen by enraged and exultant Somalis. Soon, the refusal of American participation or support to UN intervention in the African states of Burundi and Rwanda showed what disastrous consequences could flow from American refusal to participate, or to permit forceful intervention with ground forces in peacekeeping, let alone peacemaking. In these two small countries, each ethnically bitterly divided for generations into a ruling minority and a subject majority, the outcome in 1995-6 was genocidal massacre. Over 600,000 were killed, and millions, out of a total population of only about 13 million for both countries together, were driven into exile as refugees. It seemed the UN could do nothing if Washington would not move. Nor did it seem that anyone else's peacekeeping was very effective. NATO land intervention, without American participation, was soon to reveal in Bosnia that safe areas for civilian populations could not be successfully protected against atrocity and massacre. The French, Dutch, and British land forces sent there by the UN to keep the peace were ineffectual, their powerlessness vividly shown in July 1995, when Serbian forces took away 7,000 Muslim males from the supposedly safe enclave of Srebrenica to be slaughtered in cold blood. This, though, at last persuaded the American government to authorize and provide NATO airstrikes on Serbia, a release from inhibition which opened the way to the withdrawal of Serbia's forces, and to an agreement to partition Bosnia. By then, though, 200,000 had died there. The Red Cross later named 14,000 Muslim men who had disappeared without trace. And the UN peacekeeping budget was in ruins. There was by then much debate among scholars, journalists, and politicians about what the world role of the United States should be, about what the State of the Union was, about the proper use of American power and the ends to which it should be applied, and even about potential wars of civilizations. Meanwhile, American diplomacy appeared to cling to old moralistic ideas that war-making was not justifiable except in the alleged defense of democratic values, and to be confused both by the seeming divergence from time to time of the goals of some of its executive agencies, and by a wish to avoid above all any loss of American servicemen's lives. Among new international problems to be faced was the appearance of new potential sources of nuclear danger. North Korea's modest nuclear program in 1993-4 showed, and the Indian and Pakistani tests of 1998 reaffirmed, that the United States was now one of several of a slowly growing group of nuclear-armed states, 7 openly acknowledged, and 2 others not, whatever its huge superiority in delivery systems and potential weight of attack. America had no reason any longer to believe, as had sometimes been possible in the past, that all of these states would make rational calculations about where their interests lay. But this was only one new consideration in policy-making after the end of the Cold War. In the Middle East, early in the 1990s, American financial pressure over the spread of Jewish settlement on the West Bank looked for a time as if it might persuade the Israeli government, harassed by the Intifada and its accompanying terrorism, that a merely military solution to the Palestine problem was not going to work. Then, after great efforts, helped by the benevolent offices of the Norwegian government, secret talks between Israeli and Palestinian representatives at Oslo in 1993 at last led to an encouraging new departure. The 2 sides then declared that it was time to put an end to decades of confrontation and conflict, recognize mutual legitimate and political rights, and strive to live in peaceful coexistence. It was agreed that an autonomous Palestinian authority, firmly defined as interim, should be set up to administer the West Bank and Gaza Strip, and that a definitive peace settlement should be concluded within 5 years. This appeared to promise greater stability for the Middle East as a whole. It gave the Palestinians their first significant diplomatic gains. But the continuing implanting of new Israeli settlements in areas occupied by Israeli forces soon poisoned the atmosphere again. Optimism began to wilt when there was no cessation of terrorist attacks or of reprisals for them. Arab bombs in the streets of Israeli cities killed and maimed scores of shoppers and passers-by, while a Jewish gunman who killed 30 Palestinians in their mosque at Hebron won posthumous applause from many of his countrymen for doing so. Even so, hope lingered on. Syria, Jordan, and Lebanon all resumed peace negotiations with Israel, and a beginning was in fact made in the withdrawal of Israeli forces from the designated autonomous Palestinian areas. Then, in November 1995, came the assassination of the Israeli Prime Minister by a fanatical fellow countryman. The following year, a conservative Prime Minister, dependent on the parliamentary support of Jewish extremist parties, took office. His popular majority was tiny, but it was clear that, for the immediate future at least, It was unlikely that anything but an aggressive policy of further territorial settlement by Israel would be forthcoming, and that the Oslo agreements must now be regarded as in question. The new Israeli elections were disastrous for those who hoped for more. Soon, as so often in the past, the United States was supporting Israel virtually alone in the UN against resolutions of the Security Council and the General Assembly. The discontent of Palestinians had meanwhile erupted in new violence. This, in fact, powerfully contributed to the electoral success of Israel's hardliners. Americans were evidently doing no better than other outsiders to the region in grappling with the consequences of the creation of the Zionist program a century earlier, and the Balfour Declaration of 1917. Nor did United States policy in the Persian Gulf provide lasting solutions there. Sanctions authorized by the UN did no good in Iran or Iraq, and patient and assiduous effort by the latter had, by the mid-1990s, to all intents and purposes, broken any chance of maintaining the broad-based coalition of 1991 against it. Saddam's government seemed untroubled by the sanctions. They bore heavily on his subjects, but could be tempered by the smuggling of commodities the regime desired. Iraq was still a large oil exporter, and revenues from this source made possible some restoration of its military potential. While no effective inspection of the country's production of weapons of mass destruction, as ordered by the United Nations, was taking place. American policy was as far as ever from achieving its own revolutionary and evident goal of overthrowing the regime, even when, supported only by the British, it fell back again for 4 nights in December 1998 on open aerial warfare, to no avail. Nor did it help American prestige when suspicion arose that the timing of the bombing offensive might have some connection with a wish to distract attention from the impeachment proceedings about to begin in Washington. The year 1998 had begun with President Clinton stressing in his State of the Union message that domestic conditions indicated that these were good times for Americans. But this was not proving true in foreign affairs. In August, American embassies were attacked by Muslim terrorists in both Kenya and Tanzania, with major loss of life. Within a couple of weeks, there was an American reply in the form of missile attacks on alleged terrorist bases in Afghanistan and the Sudan, where the factory attacked was said to have been preparing weapons for germ warfare, a charge whose credibility rapidly faded. The embassy bombings were both linked by Bill Clinton to the mysterious figure of Osama bin Laden, a Saudi extremist, in a speech which also alleged that there was compelling evidence that further attacks against United States citizens were planned. The effect of these assertions was weakened, both by the evident failure of the missile strikes and the suspicion aroused in some quarters that the President was pleased to be able to find an issue which diverted attention from the investigations to which his own conduct was at that moment subjected in Washington. When, in November, a Manhattan federal grand jury indicted Osama bin Laden and an associate on over 200 charges relating to the embassy attacks, as well as to other attacks on American service personnel and an abortive bombing in 1993 of the World Trade Center in New York, it caused no surprise when he failed to appear in court to answer them. It was believed bin Laden was hiding in Afghanistan under the protection of the fiercely Islamic and radical Taliban regime, which had dominated that country since the expulsion of Soviet forces. Meanwhile, in the same year in the Far East, American diplomats cherished hopes that another presidential visit to China in the summer might bring about a change for the better. Yet in the middle of the Gulf crisis of the following December, China attacked American policy strongly in the Security Council, and the Chinese press spoke of the USA's hegemonic menace. Clearly something was going wrong. In the background, no doubt, was Beijing's irritation over nagging about human rights, and over Clinton's 1996 dispatch of aircraft carriers to the China Sea, when tension over Taiwan erased the effect of mollifying words the previous year. By 1999, too, the Chinese were confronted by what they believed to be his efforts to stop them joining the World Trade Organization, which had been set up in 1996. Then suddenly matters got far worse. As 1999 began, Kosovo was at the center of the troubles of former Yugoslavia. When spring passed into summer, a strategic commitment at last undertaken in March to a purely air campaign by NATO forces, but carried out mainly by Americans and British, against Serbia, appeared to be achieving little except a stiffening of its people's will to resist and an increase in the flow of refugees from Kosovo. The Russians were alarmed by NATO action, unsupported as it was by UN authorization, and felt it ignored their traditional interest in the area. The casualties inflicted on civilians, both Serbian and Kosovan, were soon causing misgivings in domestic opinion within the 19 NATO nations, while the Serbian president, Slobodan Milosevic, had apparently had his confidence increased by Bill Clinton's assurance that there would be no NATO land invasion. What was going forward was indeed unusual, the armed coercion of a sovereign European state because of its behavior to its own citizens. Meanwhile, over 750,000 Kosovan refugees crossed the frontier in search of safety in Macedonia and Albania, bringing horrifying stories of atrocities and intimidation by Serbs. It appeared that it was the deliberate intention of the Belgrade government to empty the province of the non-Serb majority. Then came a disastrous mishap. Acting on out-of-date information, and therefore in avoidable error, American aircraft scored direct hits on the Chinese embassy in Belgrade, killing members of its staff. Beijing refused even to listen to the apology Clinton attempted to give. An orchestrated television campaign had already presented the Chinese people with an interpretation of the whole NATO intervention as a simple act of American aggression. Well-organized student mobs now attacked the American and British embassies in Beijing, though without going quite as far as the extremes experienced during the Cultural Revolution. Conveniently, the 10-year anniversary of Tiananmen Square was coming up. Student steam was thus led off in anti-foreigner riots. The depth of Chinese concern about America's world role can hardly be doubted, nor that China's involvement, like Russia's, in the Kosovo crisis, was likely to make it harder for NATO to achieve its aims. The Chinese were strong believers in the veto system of the Security Council, seeing it as protection for the sovereignty of individual nations. They were also disinclined to view with sympathy would-be Kosovan separatists, sensitive as they had always been to any danger of fragmentation in their own huge country. In the deep background, too, must have lain thoughts of reassertion of their own historic world role, as well as the specific irritations of recent years. For a century after the Opium Wars, after all, China had never been without the humiliation of European and United States troops assuring order in several of her cities. Perhaps it had crossed the minds of some Chinese that it would be a sweet reversal of fortunes if Chinese soldiers should in the end form part of a peacekeeping force in Europe. Thanks to the American president's wish to avoid at all costs the exposure of ground troops to danger, just as Bosnia had destroyed the credibility of the United Nations as a device for assuring international order, it now appeared that Kosovo might destroy that of NATO. Early in June, however, it appeared that the damage done by bombing, together with timely Russian efforts to mediate, and British pressure for a land invasion by NATO forces, was at last weakening the will of the Serbian government. In June, after mediation in which the Russian government took part, it was agreed that a NATO land force should enter Kosovo in a peacekeeping role. Serbian forces then withdrew from Kosovo, and the province was occupied by NATO. It was not the end of the troubles of the former Yugoslav Federation. 2 years later, NATO soldiers were still there, as they were also in Macedonia, where a breakaway Albanian rebellion was in full swing. But by then there had been a notable change of mood and of government in Belgrade, and the former Serbian president had been arrested and handed over to a new international court at The Hague, which had begun to try offenders against international law on war crimes and other charges. As Clinton's presidency moved towards its close, he, at different times, asserted the need to reverse the decline in defense spending, indicated that the proposals for imposing limits on the emission of industrial gases damaging to the climate were unacceptable, and strove to reassure China by efforts to secure normal trading relations with her. China was to secure admission to the World Trade Organization, in fact, in 2001. The Republican candidate in the presidential election of 2000, George W. Bush, emphasized in his successful campaign his anxiety to avoid the use of American troops on peacekeeping duties abroad, and that he would authorize the building of a nuclear missile defense system to protect the United States against rogue powers armed with such missiles. There was just a hint in the air that promotion of a Pax Americana might be giving way to the construction of Fortress America. Perhaps it was too soon to speak of a resurgence of historic isolationism, but earlier editions of this book have ended with the observation that we shall always find what happens somewhat surprising, because things tend to change on the one hand more slowly, and on the other more rapidly than we tend to think. That seemed to be as true as ever, when tragic events on the 11th of September 2001 changed things anew. On the morning of that day, 4 airliners, traveling on scheduled flights within the United States, were hijacked in flight by persons of Islamic or Middle Eastern background and origin. Without attempting, as had frequently been the case in similar acts of air piracy, to ask for ransoms or to make public statements about their goals, the terrorists diverted the aircraft and, in a combination of suicide and murder, flew 2 of them into the huge towers of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan, and another into the Pentagon building in Washington, the heart of American military planning and administration. The 4th crashed in open country, apparently forced down by the heroic efforts of some of its passengers to overcome the terrorists who had seized it. No one in any of the aircraft survived. The damage was immense in both the cities, above all New York, and 3,000 people perished, many of them not Americans. It was immediately apparent that it would take time to discover the full truth about these tragedies, but the immediate reaction of the American government was to attribute responsibility, in a general sense, to extremist Islamic terrorists, and President Bush announced an implicitly worldwide war against the abstraction terrorism. More particularly, Osama bin Laden was to be hunted down and brought to justice. In a sense, though, individual responsibility for the 11th of September was not the most important immediate consideration. Much more important was the excitement which erupted worldwide on the general relationship of Muslim radicalism, and perhaps of Islam itself, to such an atrocity. Because of this, the effects of what had happened were potentially even more important than the misery and terror they brought to thousands and the physical and economic damage caused. A few such effects were immediately apparent in isolated anti-Muslim acts in several countries. It rapidly became a cliché that everything had been changed by the events of the 11th of September. This, of course, was an exaggeration. For all the eventual repercussions of what followed, many historical processes went on unaltered in many parts of the world. But the effect of the attacks was undoubtedly galvanic, and it made much evident that had only been implicit. Immediately and obviously, a huge shock had been given to the American consciousness. It was not to be measured only by the remarkable rallying of public opinion behind the President's categorization of what had happened as the beginning of a war, though one with no precisely identified enemy, nor even by the transformation of the political position of the new President, George Bush, which at the beginning of the year, after a disputed election, had been questioned by many. It was clear now that his countrymen felt again something of the national rage and unity that had followed the attack on Pearl Harbor nearly 60 years before. The United States had endured terrorist attacks at home and abroad for 20 years. The tragedy of the 11th of September, though, was wholly unprecedented in scale and, unhappily, suggested that other atrocities might be on the way. It was not surprising that Bush felt he could respond to a democracy's outrage in strong language, and that the country overwhelmingly fell into line behind him. It soon seemed likely that to the apprehension and bringing to trial of the shadowy figure of bin Laden would be added the aim of removing, by force, the threat of the rogue states, whose assistance to terrorism was presumed to have been available and essential. The practical implications of this went far beyond the preparation of conventional military efforts, and began immediately with a vigorous and worldwide diplomatic offensive to obtain moral support and practical assistance. This was remarkably successful. Not all governments responded with equal enthusiasm, but almost all responded positively, including those of some Islamic states, and, more important still, Russia and China. The Security Council found no difficulty in expressing its unanimous sympathy. The NATO powers recognized their responsibilities to come to the assistance of an ally under attack. Just as in the days of the Holy Alliance, after the Napoleonic Wars, Europe's conservative powers had been haunted by the nightmare of conspiracy and revolution, in the weeks after the hijackings, there was an alarming hint of a similar exaggerated fear of Islamic terrorism. That what had happened had been carefully and cleverly planned, there could be no doubt, but little was actually known about what the organizing powers really were, and what were their ramifications and extent. It did not, at first sight, seem plausible that merely the work of one man could explain these acts. But neither could it be plausibly argued that the world was entering upon a struggle of civilizations, although some said so. That United States policy abroad, above all in support of Israel, had given much encouragement to the growth of anti-American feeling in Arab countries could not be doubted, even if that was a new idea for many Americans. There was widespread resentment, too, of the offensive blatancy with which American communications had thrust manifestations of an insensitive capitalist culture on sometimes poverty-stricken countries. In some places, what could be regarded as American armies of occupation, guests rarely welcomed in any country, could be depicted as the upholders of corrupt regimes. But none of this could plausibly add up to a crusade against Islamic peoples, any more than could the immense variety of Islamic civilization be seen as a monolithic opponent of a monolithic West. What soon was achieved was the removal of the hostile Taliban regime in Kabul, Afghanistan, by a combination of the efforts of its local and indigenous enemies, and American bombing, technology, and special forces. By the end of 2001, there was a new Afghan state, formally in being, resourceless and dangerously divided into the fiefs of warlords and tribal enclaves, though it seemed, and the Americans could begin withdrawing, leaving a United Nations force as a temporary prop to it. Elsewhere, the consequences of the ill-defined war on terrorism complicated events in Palestine. Arab states showed no willingness to cease to support the Palestinians when Israel attacked them, invoking the crusade against international terrorism. As 2002 began, there was no sign that the United States could or would try to restrain its unruly ally. There could be no doubt, though, for all the old quarrels still alive in many parts of the world, that another unique historical moment had occurred in September. The United States plainly exercised the first global hegemony in history. What she might do with it remained to be seen. Whole world history. The story told in this book has no clear end. However dramatic and disrupted, a history of the world cannot pull up short and come to a halt at a neat chronological boundary. To close with the year in which the author ceases to write is merely formal. It says nothing about the future of the historical processes then underway, and thus severed in midlife. As history is what one age thinks worth noting about another, recent events will acquire new meanings, and present patterns will lose their clear outlines, as people reflect again and again on what made the world in which they live. Even in a few months, present judgments about what is important will begin to look eccentric. So fast can events now move. Perspective is harder and harder to maintain. This does not mean that the record is no more than a collection of facts, or just a succession of events constantly reshuffled like the images of a kaleidoscope. Discernible trends and forces have operated over long periods and wide areas. In the longest run of all three such interconnected trends stands out the growing acceleration of change, a growing unity of human experience, and the growth of human capacity to control the environment. In our day, for the first time, they have made visible a truly unified world history. Blatantly, the expression "one world" remains little more than a cant term, for all the idealism of those who first used it. There is just too much conflict and quarrelling about, and no earlier century ever saw so much violence as the 20th. Its politics were expensive and dangerous, even when they did not break out in overt fighting, as the Cold War showed only too clearly. And now, just into a new century, new divisions are appearing still. The United Nations is still based, ironically, even if a little less firmly than 50 years ago, on the theory that the whole surface of the globe is divided into territories belonging to nearly 200 sovereign states. The bitter struggles of the former Yugoslavia may yet reopen, and the simplicity upon which many would like to insist of an Islamic Western clash of civilizations is cut across in a half-dozen ways by the tribal divisions of even so Islamic a country as Afghanistan. Much, much more could be said along the same lines. Yet that does not mean that humanity does not now share more than it has ever done in the past. A creeping unity has seized mankind. An originally Christian calendar, now often ideologically sanitized by the substitution of BP and CE for BC and AD, is now the basis of governmental activity around most of the world. Modernization implies a growing commonality of goals. Clashes of culture are frequent, but were more evidently so in the past. What is now shared is at the humdrum level of the personal experience of millions. If society is the sharing of references, our world shares more than ever before, even if, paradoxically, people feel most acutely the distinctions between them in their daily experience. Yet when those who lived in neighboring villages spoke significantly different dialects, when in the whole of their lives most of them would only exceptionally travel 10 miles from their homes, when even their clothes and tools might provide, in their shape and workmanship, evidence of big differences of technology, style, and custom. That experience was, in important ways, much more differentiated than it is now. The great physical, racial, and linguistic divisions of the past were much harder to overcome than are their equivalents today. This is because of improved communication, the spread of English as a global lingua franca among the educated, mass education, mass production of commonly required artifacts, and so on. A traveller can still see exotic or unfamiliar clothes in some countries, but more people over most of the globe now dress alike than ever before. Kilts, kaftans, kimonos are becoming tourist souvenirs, or the carefully preserved relics of a sentimentalized past, while traditional clothing is more and more the sign of poverty and backwardness. The efforts of a few self-consciously conservative and nationalist regimes to cling to the symbols of their past only bear this out. Iranian revolutionaries put women back into the chador because they felt the experience pouring in from the world outside to be corrosive of morality and tradition. Peter the Great ordered his courtiers into Western European clothes, and Ataturk forbade Turks to wear the fez, to announce a reorientation towards a progressive, advancing culture and a symbolic step towards a new future. However, the basis of shared experience now available is only secondarily a consequence of any conscious commitment. Perhaps that is one reason why it has been so neglected by historians, and has tended to lie below their horizon of interest. Yet, in a relatively short time, millions of men and women of different cultures have been in some degree liberated from, for example, many effects of climatic differences by electricity, air conditioning, and medicine. Cities all over the world now take street lighting and traffic signals for granted, have policemen on point duty, transact business in similar ways in banks and supermarkets. Much the same goods can be bought in them as are available in most other countries. In season, the Japanese now sell Christmas cakes. Men who do not understand one another's languages service the same machines in different countries. Motor cars are everywhere a nuisance. Rural districts still escape some of these concomitants of modern life in some places, but big cities, which now contain a larger share of humanity than ever before, do not. Yet for millions of their inhabitants, the experiences they share are also ones of squalor, economic precariousness, and comparative deprivation. Whatever the differences in their Muslim, Hindu, and Christian origins, and whether they shelter mosques, temples, or churches, Cairo, Calcutta, and Rio offer much the same misery, and for a few, a similar opulence. Other misfortunes, too, are now more easily shared. The mingling of peoples, made possible by modern transport, means that diseases are shared as never before, thanks to the wiping out of old immunities. AIDS has now appeared in every continent, except possibly Antarctica, and we are told it is killing 6,000 people a day. Even a few centuries ago, a traveller from Imperial Rome to Imperial Luoyang, the Han capital, would have found many more contrasts than a modern successor. Rich and poor would have worn clothes cut differently and made from different materials than those he knew. The food he was offered would be unusual. He would have seen animals of unfamiliar breeds in the streets, soldiers whose weapons and armor looked quite unlike what he had left behind. Even wheelbarrows had a different shape. A modern American or European in Beijing or Shanghai need see little that is surprising, even in a country that is still in many ways deeply conservative. If he chooses Chinese cuisine, he will not need to. It will seem distinctive. But a Chinese airliner looks like any other, and Chinese girls wear fishnet tights. It is only a little while ago that junks were China's ocean-going ships, and looked wholly unlike contemporary European cogs or caravels. Shared material realities advance the sharing of mental signposts and assumptions. Information and popular entertainment are now produced for global consumption. Popular groups of musicians tour the world like, though more easily and prosperously than, the troubadours who wandered about medieval Europe, presenting their songs and spectacles in different countries. Young people in particular cheerfully abandon their distinctive local ways in the indulgence of tastes binding them to other young people far away who have spare cash in their pockets, and there are now millions of them. The same movies, dubbed and subtitled, are shown worldwide on television to audiences that take away from them similar fantasies and dreams. At a different and more consciously intended level, the language of democracy and human rights is now enlisted more widely than ever to pay at least lip service to Western notions of what public life should be. Whatever governments and the media actually intend, they feel they must say increasingly that they believe in a version of democracy, the rule of law, human rights, equality of the sexes, and much else. Only now and then does there occur a nasty jot, an exposure of hypocrisies in practice, the revelation of unacknowledged moral disagreement, or of blunt rejection by cultures still resistant to contamination of their traditions and sensibilities. True, millions of human beings still inhabit villages, struggling to get a living within highly conservative communities, with traditional tools and methods, while all too visible inequalities between life in rich and poor countries dwarf any differences that existed in the past. The rich are now richer than ever, and there are more of them, while 1,000 years ago all societies were by modern standards poor. Thus, in that way at least, they were closer to one another in their daily lives than they are today. The difficulty of winning one's daily bread and the fragility of human life before the mysterious, implacable forces which cut them down like grass were things all men and women had in common, whatever language they spoke or creed they followed. Now, a large minority of mankind live in countries with an average per capita annual income of over $3,000, and millions of others in countries where the corresponding figure is less than 1/10 of this sum, and there are colossal distinctions even among the poor. Such disparities are relatively recent creations of a brief historical era. We should no more assume they will endure for long than that they will easily or swiftly disappear. The leading classes and elites, even in the poorest countries, have for at least a century looked to some version of modernization as a way out of their troubles. Their aspirations appear to confirm the pervasive influence of a civilization originally European. Some have said that modernization is only a matter of technology, and that more fundamental matters of belief, institutions, and attitudes remain stronger determinants of social behavior. But this sidesteps questions about the way material experience shapes culture. The evidence is growing that certain master ideas and institutions, too, as well as material artifacts and techniques, have already spread generally among mankind. Whatever the practical effect of such documents as the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, the interest shown in drawing them up and signing them has symptomatically been intense, even when some signatories have little intention of respecting them. Such principles always turn out to be derived from the Western European tradition, and whether we regard that tradition as greedy, oppressive, brutal, and exploitative, or as objectively improving, beneficent, and humane, is neither here nor there. Aztec and Inca civilizations could not stand up to the Spanish. Hindu and Chinese civilizations were only slightly more successful against later Franks. Such statements can be true or untrue, but the facts are neither admirable nor repugnant, They register the fact that Europe reshaped an old and made the modern world. Some Western ideas and institutions derived ultimately from Europe have often been deeply resented and resisted. Women are still not treated in the same way, whether for good or ill is here irrelevant, in Islamic and Christian societies, but neither are they treated in the same way in all Islamic societies which now exist, or within all of what we might call Western societies. Indians still take into account astrology in fixing the day of a wedding, while English people may find train timetables, if they are able to get accurate information about them, or imperfect weather information, which they believe to be scientific, more relevant. Differing traditions make even the use of shared technology and ideas different. Japanese capitalism has not worked in the same way as British, and any explanation must lie deep in the different histories of two peoples similar in other respects, as invasion-free islanders, for example. Yet no other tradition has shown the same vigor and attractiveness in alien settings as the European. It has had no competitors as a world shaper. Even its grossest manifestations, its material greed and rapacity, show this. Societies once rooted in changeless acceptance of things as they are have taken up the belief that limitless improvement in material well-being is a proper goal for them. The very idea that willed change is possible is itself deeply subversive, as is the notion that it may be a road to happiness. Large numbers of people now know that things have changed in their own lifetimes, and sense that there can, and probably will be, still further change for the better. A spreading attitude of unquestioning, not very reflective, acceptance that human problems are in principle manageable, or at least remediable, is a major psychological transformation. It was hardly foreseeable, let alone established, even among Europeans only a couple of centuries ago. Although for most of their lives millions of human beings still rarely contemplate the future except with deep unhappiness and misgiving, and that is when they can summon up the energy to consider it at all, for they are often still going hungry, in the normal course of events more millions than ever before do not go hungry, nor do they seem in any obvious danger of doing so. More people than ever now take it for granted that they will never know real need. A smaller, but still huge, number find it easy to believe that their lives will improve, and many more feel they ought to. This change in outlook is of course most obvious in rich societies, which now consume much more of the Earth's resources than the rich could do even a few decades ago. In the Western world, for all its comparatively deprived minorities and underclasses, most people are now in this sense rich. Only about 200 years ago, a typical Englishman would have been unlikely in the whole of his life to have been able to travel more than a few miles from the place where he was born, except on his own 2 feet. Only 150 years ago, he would not have had assured supplies of clean water. 100 years ago, he still faced a good chance of being crippled or even killed by a casual accident, or by disease for which no remedy was known or existed, and for which no nursing care would be available to him, while many like him and his family ate meagre meals, so lacking in balance and nourishment, to say nothing of being dull and unappetizing, that their like is now eaten only by the poorest in this country. And they could expect, in their 50s and 60s, if they survived so long, the onset of a painful and penurious old age. Much the same could be said of other Europeans, and of North Americans, Australasians, Japanese, and many others. Now millions of even the poorest worldwide can glimpse possibilities of changes in their lot for the better. More important still are those who have come to believe that such change can be sought, promoted, and actually brought about. Their politicians tell them so. It is now evident that peoples and governments implicitly believe it to be a matter of fact that many specific problems in their lives and the lives of their societies can be solved. Many go further and feel that, therefore, they will be. This cannot, of course, logically be taken for granted. We may well be at the end of cheap fossil fuel and plentiful water supplies. We may well also feel skeptical about rearranging the world to increase the sum of human happiness, when we remember some of the 20th century's attempts at social engineering, or the superstition and sectarianism, intransigent moralisms and tribal loyalties that still cost so much in misery and blood. Nevertheless, more people than ever now behave as if most of their problems are in principle soluble or remediable. This is a revolution in human attitudes. No doubt its deepest origins lie far, far back in those prehistoric millennia of slowly growing capacity to manipulate nature, when pre-human beings learned to manage fire, or to put an edge on a convenient piece of flint. The abstract idea that such manipulation might be possible took shape only much more recently, and at first as the insight of only a few in certain crucial eras and cultural zones. But the idea is now commonplace. It has triumphed worldwide. We now take it for granted that people everywhere should and will begin to ask themselves why things remain as they are, when they evidently might be made better. It is one of the greatest of changes in all history. Managing nature. The more invisible grounds for this change have been provided by mankind's increasing ability in the last few centuries to manage the material world. Science provided the tools for that. It now appears to offer more than ever. We stand at the edge of an era with the promise and threat of an ability to manipulate nature more fundamentally than ever, for instance, through genetic engineering. Perhaps there lies ahead a world in which people will be able to commission, as it were, private futures to order. It is now conceivable that they could plan the genetic shaping of unborn offspring, and buy themselves experience off the shelf, as information technology becomes available to create virtual realities more perfect than actuality. It may be that people will be able to live more of their conscious lives, if they wish to do so, in worlds they have constructed, rather than in those provided by ordinary sense experience. Such speculations can be intimidating. They suggest, after all, great potential for disorder and destabilization. Rather than wondering about what may or may not happen, it is best to reflect firmly on the historical, on what has already changed human life in the past. Changes in material well-being have, for instance, transformed politics, not only by changing expectations, but also by changing the circumstances in which politicians have to take decisions, the ways in which institutions operate, the distribution of power in society. In only a few societies nowadays can or does religion operate as it once did. Science not only hugely enlarged the toolkit of knowledge humanity can use to grapple with nature, but has also transformed at the level of daily life the things millions take for granted. In this century, it has accounted for much of a huge increase in human numbers, for fundamental changes in the relationships of nations, for the rise and decline of whole sectors of the world economy, the tying of the world together by nearly instantaneous communication, and many more of its most startling changes. And whatever the last century or so may or may not have done for political democracy, it has, thanks to science, brought a great extension of practical freedoms. Overwhelmingly Western in origin, in spite of early sallies by Asian civilizations, the expressions of scientific knowledge in better technology swiftly became global in their effect. Only among the intellectual leadership of the richer societies has there been some qualification of the confidence evident and hardly challenged until 1960 or so, in human ability to manage the world through science and technology, rather than, say, through magic or religion, and so to satisfy human wants. Such qualifications may prove to have much further to go. We now know more about the fragility of our natural environment and its susceptibility to change for the worse. There is a new awareness that not all the apparent benefits derived from the manipulation of nature are without their costs, that some may even have frightening implications, and, more fundamentally, that we do not yet possess the social and political skills and structures to ensure that humanity will put knowledge to good use. Discussion of public policy has only recently begun to give due weight to many of the concerns thus aroused, of which those most attended to can be summed up as environmental, pollution, soil erosion, dwindling water supplies, the extinction of species, forest depletion are among those most noticed. Such awareness is evident in the attention given in recent years to the problem of global warming, the rise in average temperatures on the world's surface, believed to be produced by changes in the atmosphere and stratosphere that affect the rate at which heat is dispersed and lost from it. The facts themselves were until recently in dispute, but in 1990 a UN conference at Geneva conceded that global warming was in fact a growing danger, and that it was largely a matter of the accumulation of man-made gases in the atmosphere. This, it was agreed, had in a century already produced a measurable increase in average temperature. Climate was in fact changing faster than at any time since the last ice age. At present, the authoritative consensus is that human agency has been a major contributor to this. Argument continues about the likely rate of further increase and its possible consequences, in, for instance, rising sea levels, while work began on the preparation of a framework convention on man-made climatic change, which was ready by 1992. Its main aim was the stabilization of levels of emission, so that in 2000 they should still be at 1990 levels. At Kyoto in 1997, this was turned into a regulatory agreement covering the emission of all major greenhouse gases, as they were called. It imposed levels of reduction for emissions and timetables that placed the main burdens on developed countries. The signing of the convention had been preceded by a warning from President Clinton earlier in the year that no such reductions would be acceptable to the United States, and President George W. Bush confirmed this in 2001. Meanwhile, signs of the bad effects of global warming multiply, and the first attempts are already being made to seek legal remedies for damage caused by climate change. A decade or so is hardly long enough to expect or find politically acceptable solutions to a problem of such magnitude. There seems to be no reason to assume that things will not get worse before they can get better. But, most important, also none that agreed solutions cannot be found. Humanity's confidence in science has, after all, been based on real success, not on illusion. Even if that confidence is now to be qualified, it is because science has made it possible to do so by giving us more knowledge to take into account. It is reasonable to say that while humanity may have been producing much irreversible change, since it successfully displaced the larger mammals from their prehistoric habitats, and if, consequently, some grave issues are now posed, the human toolkit has not been shown to be exhausted. Humanity faced the challenge of the ice ages with far poorer resources, both intellectual and technological, than it faces climatic change today. If interference with nature has led to the appearance of new, drug-resistant bacteria by mutation through natural selection in the changed environments we have created, research to master them will continue. What is more, should further evidence and consideration oblige humanity to abandon the hypothesis that global warming is mainly a man-made phenomenon, if, say, it were to become plausible to say that natural forces beyond human control or manipulation, such as those producing the great ice ages of prehistory, were the determining forces at work, then science would apply itself to dealing with the consequences of that. Even irreversible change does not in itself warrant any immediate abandonment of confidence in the power of the human race to pull itself out of difficulties in the long run. Although we may already have lost some choices forever, the arena within which human choice can be exercised, history itself, is not going to disappear unless the human race is extinguished. That humanity's ambition should occur by natural disaster, independently of human action, is possible. But speculation about that is hardly useful, even actuarially, except over a limited range of cases, that the world should be hit by a monster asteroid, for example. The human being remains a reflective and tool-making animal, and we are still a long way from exhausting the possibilities of that fact. As one scholar has strikingly put it, from the point of view of other organisms, humankind from the start resembles an epidemic disease in its successful competitive power. Whatever it has done to other species, though, the evidence of numbers and lifespan still seems to show that human manipulative power has so far brought more good than harm to most human beings who have lived. This remains the case even if science and technology have created some new problems faster than they have yet produced solutions. The power of humankind has almost imperceptibly encouraged the benign spread of assumptions and myths drawn from the historical experience of European liberalism into other cultures, and of an optimistic approach to politics, even in the teeth of much recent and even contemporary evidence. That there may be huge prices in social adaptation to pay, for example, for effective response to global warming, cannot be doubted, and it is fair to ask whether they can be paid without large-scale suffering and coercion. Nonetheless, confidence in our political culture remains high, to judge by the widespread adoption of much of it. Republics exist around the world these days, and almost everyone speaks the language of democracy and the rights of man. There are widespread efforts to bring to bear a rationalizing and utilitarian approach in government and administration, and to replicate models of institutions that have been found successful in countries in the European tradition. When black men have clamoured vociferously against the white-dominated societies they lived in, they wished to realize for themselves the ideals of human rights and dignity evolved by Europeans. Few cultures, if any, have been able altogether to resist this vigorous tradition. China kowtowed to Marx and science long before it did so to the market. Some have resisted more successfully than others, but almost everywhere the individuality of other great political cultures has been in some measure sapped. When modernizers have sought to pick and choose within the dominant Western political model, they've not found it easy to do so. It is possible at a certain cost to get a selective modernity, but it usually comes in a package, some of whose other contents may be unwelcome. For the skeptical, some of the best evidence of the ambiguous outcome for social well-being of the growth of uniformity in political culture has been provided by the continuing vigor of nationalism, whose success has been consummated virtually worldwide in the last 100 years. Our most comprehensive international, a word whose commonplace acceptance is significant, organization is called the United Nations, and its predecessor was a League of Nations. The old colonial empires have dissolved into scores of new nations. Many existing national states have to justify their own existence to minorities that themselves claim to be nations, and therefore to have the right to break away and rule themselves. Where those minorities wish to break up the states that contain them, as do many Basques, Kurds, Quebecois, for example. They speak in the name of unachieved nationhood. The nation seems to have been supremely successful in satisfying thirsts other ideological intoxicants cannot reach. It has been the great creator of modern community, sweeping aside class and religion, giving a sense of meaning and belonging to those who feel adrift in a modernizing world in which older ties have decayed. Once again, whatever view is taken of the relative waxing or waning of the state as an institution, or of the idea of nationalism, the world's politics are for the most part organized around concepts originally European, however qualified and obscured in practice, just as the world's intellectual life is increasingly organized around the science originating in Europe. Undeniably, cultural transfers can work unpredictably and thus have surprising consequences. Exported from the countries that first crystallized them, such notions as the individual's right to assert himself or herself have produced effects going far beyond what was envisaged by those who first confidently encouraged the adoption of principles that they believed underlay their own success. The arrival of new machines, the building of railways and the opening of mines, the coming of banks and newspapers, transformed social life in ways no one had willed or envisaged, as well as in ways they had. Television now continues the process, which, once begun, was irreversible. Once European methods and goals were accepted, as they have been in greater or lesser degree, consciously or unconsciously, by elites almost everywhere, then an uncontrollable evolution had begun. Though continuing to shape it, humanity could no more than in the past determine the course of history for long. Even in the most tightly controlled essays in modernization, new and unexpected needs and demands erupt from time to time. Perhaps there now looms up the spectre that modernization's success may have communicated to mankind goals which are materially and psychologically unachievable, limitlessly expanding and unsatisfiable in principle as they are. This can hardly be a prospect to be lightly regarded, but prophecy is not the historian's business, even if disguised as extrapolation. Guesses, though, are permissible if they throw light on the scale of present facts or serve as pedagogic aids. Perhaps fossil fuels will go the way that the larger prehistoric mammals went at the hands of human hunters. Or perhaps they will not. The historian's subject matter remains the past. It is all he has to talk about. When it is the recent past, what he can try to do is to see consistency or inconsistency, continuity or discontinuity with what has gone before, and to face honestly the difficulties posed by the mass of facts that crowd in on us, in recent history in particular. The very confusion they present suggests a much more revolutionary period than any earlier one, and all that has been said so far about the continuing acceleration of change confirms this. This does not, on the other hand, imply that these more violent and sweeping changes do not emerge from the past in a way that is explicable and for the most part understandable. Awareness of such problems is part of the reason why there now seem to be so many fewer plausible ways of seeing the world than in former times. For centuries, the Chinese could think untroubledly and unquestioningly in terms of a world order normally centered on a universal monarchy in Peking, sustained by divine mandate. Muslims did not, and still do not, find much place in their thinking for the abstract idea of the state. For them, the distinction of believer and non-believer is more significant. Many millions of Africans long found no difficulty in doing without any conception of science. Meanwhile, those who lived in Western countries could divide the world in their minds into civilized and uncivilized, just as Englishmen could once distinguish gentlemen from players on the cricket field. That such sharp disparities are now so much eroded marks the degree to which we are one world, at last. The Chinese intellectual now speaks the language of liberalism or Marxism. Even in Jeddah and Tehran, thoughtful Muslims have to confront a tension between the pull of tradition and the need to have at least some intellectual acquaintance with the dangerous temptations of an alien modernism. India at times seems schizophrenically torn between the values of the secular democracy its leaders envisaged in 1947 and the pull of its past. But the past is with all of us, for good and ill. History, we must recognize, still clutters up our present, and there is no sign that will come to an end. This concludes the reading of The History of the World, Updated, by J.M. Roberts. Read by Frederick Davidson. Copyright 1976, 1980, 1983, 1987, 1988, 1992, 1997, and 2002. By J.M. Roberts. This unabridged recording of the reading of J.M. Roberts' History of the World was published by arrangement with Sterling Lord Literaristic Incorporated and was produced in 2003 by Blackstone Audiobooks Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audiobooks. For a complete listing of similar titles, visit our award-winning, easy-to-search website at www.blackstoneaudio.com. If you would like to obtain a complete catalogue of our titles or our monthly update telling you about new releases and our new collection of books on CD, write Blackstone Audiobooks, Post Office Box 969, Ashland, Oregon, zip 97520, or call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. You may also obtain the same information from our award-winning website. Our address, all one word, is www.blackstoneaudio.com. Thank you.